This conference will now be recorded.
Mr. Kish. Here. Mr. Jensen. Here. Ms. Holloway.
Here.
And Ms. O'Connell.
Here.
And we do have a quorum.
Pledge of allegiance.
Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yes.
I don't know if you all remember Lenore, but she was a part of the interview team and she's representing Tony. And I understand Tony is going to come in and relieve you once you take care of all
He is, and he's also on the phone and we.
the.
Okay.
Let's check. Okay, yes, I see that Tony is on. And let's do that. Madam Chairman, would you like me to go through this?
Yes, please.
Okay. I will start off with, we added something to the agenda. And the question which several of you have proposed to me is how can we shorten these meetings up? And so I put together some procedures that, you know, are typical in a lot of the communities, but it's to encourage the board having sufficient time to be able to address the issues. The audience would be restricted to only speaking during the two audience periods of time. And then the core, the procedures that any audience member or board members among themselves, when talking to each other and addressing each other, that you know, they be courteous and it would not allow for any inappropriate comments or actions towards, you know, board members or other people in the audience. I think it'll speed it up. I sent out to you just kind of some targeted times for the presentations. And I think if we stick to all of that, we can get out of here in 5 hours this time. So it is a very heavy agenda. It went over this with the chair. Now, one of the things that I put in there so that everybody realizes is that the chair is responsible per chapter 190. The chair is responsible for preparing the agenda. You know, we do run it by the chair. We send it out to all the staff and everybody for comments with the exception of all the board members. But the board can add things, but the chair doesn't feel it's appropriate, then it would be eliminated. It wouldn't be, you can always address anything during supervisor comments or when the agenda is approved, if you want it on there, and see if the rest of the board members want it on. So if this is something that you're comfortable with, I just like an agreement. And if you want to make it a rule, we could incorporate it during the rulemaking, which is in March. But for right now, this is how we conduct today's meeting and future meetings as a general guideline that's adopted by the board, administrative procedures.
Well, I feel we need it because we need to shorten the meetings, and we need to stay focused on what the issue is and not move into another direction during the meeting. So this would help.
I certainly appreciate it. When I do my summary, and the last one I really had a hard time doing because we'd be on an agenda item and we'd be all over the place. Yeah. So is there?
I get some questions.
Yes.
All right, because I went to the website and went in there and says, Port of the Island Community Improvement District Agenda Packet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get an agenda packet when I print it. All I get is the front page.
Right.
So how do they know what the agenda is? They see the agenda, but they don't know what we're going to be talking about. Because there's no detail.
They're
not supposed to give.
Yeah, that's all we ever.
I thought it was in the rules that we gave them.
No.
No.
No, it's not in state statute either. The problem with putting the entire packet online is ADA required. And that entire document's got to be converted to HTML or some type of format that can be read by Microsoft Reader or whatever type of software program is being used. So we only put on the website what's legally required.
That's not legally required. So how do they know what we're gonna be?
If they want to know, give us a call, we'll send them a packet. It's not a problem.
Oh, okay, so it
Sure.
would have a packet, but they got a request.
Yeah, the packet's sent to the board 7 days in advance. And that's required, that's by statute. We advertise 7 days in advance, or we put it on the website.
Now these new rules aren't gonna allow them to talk while we're talking about the item.
But
In the
there's
packet,
a,
they have to do it beforehand, which they don't know what they're talking about, because we haven't gotten to it yet. So the community doesn't get to get involved with it. And then after we voted on it, they can talk about it at the end.
I mean.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense in controlling of a meeting and ensuring that you get everything addressed. It is, like I say, if somebody looks at the agenda and they see something, they can call us and ask us for, and we'll send it to them that day. If they want, if there's support material for a specific item, or send them the entire packet. It's all public documents.
Well, maybe we should print up packets ahead of time, and then these people, at least if they got here early, or if we got here early, got the packets here early, they could read them beforehand. Something like that.
That's what the board wants to do. I mean,
I think this is
it's
just
not part of what we anticipated your basic expenses.
Cal, in looking back at the last meeting, I agree. What happened was not good, but I get it. And I think that it can be repaired fairly easily. The problem is, I really encourage input from the residents. I really encourage it. It's the only way we're gonna know what the hell they're thinking. So I'm all for it. And I'm all for them being able to speak on agenda items. I am, and forgive me, and this is not a shot, it isn't at all. But whoever the chair is or the district manager is in charge of controlling each meeting. I mean, I look back at Tony Davis. He was an excellent example of controlling meetings. He really was. So you have to there's got to be a little give and take. And somebody has to be designated, someone on the board, to control the actual meeting. Having said that, as a resident, they have legitimate concerns. And so what they're supposed to do, and probably don't know, what they're supposed to do is call and ask to get on the agenda. And then they should be put on the agenda as far as I'm concerned. But they call and want to get on the agenda. I think that the public should know that if they're uncomfortable calling your office, or if they can't get you or whatever, they can call or email any one of us on the board, and we can ask on their behalf to put them on the agenda. That puts a control in place. Now, the big problem, we've had two problems with time consumption. If you look back over the last 9 board meetings, we ate up hours on one subject. And that's behind us now. So that's going to eliminate that. Today is a monster meeting, but it's the first meeting of the year. They're not all going to be like this. But in the case of the folks that had the flooding problem, they have a legitimate beef. They're only here maybe 3 months out of the year. I get it. It's something brand new to all of us. It's certainly nothing we're doing wrong. We didn't even know about it. And it's something that has to be worked through with the county. And they didn't mean to do anything wrong. I don't know them, but they didn't mean to do anything wrong. But then it accelerated. That's where the control over the meeting comes in. So I don't think we should make it quite as cut and dry as this. And I don't agree with it. I think the residents, if it pertains to them, they're here and they only have one time, just like us. They only have one time every 30 days when they can bring these things up and talk to us and get an answer. And same with us. We can't do it either. They see everything we talk about. And that's the way, that's fine. It's full disclosure. But no, I think it should be controlled by someone in the meeting, and it has to stay on schedule, but I don't think it should be quite as cut.
Okay. 90% of the CDDs, and I don't know of any city or county or village that doesn't follow procedures like this.
But none of
That
them,
it's your meeting.
Yeah,
none of them have
That's
their
fine.
own water plant.
right.
None of them, none. We're the only ones.
We have
I
unique
agree.
problems.
Yeah, so ours is unique. And I agree with Russ that if they are only asked at the very beginning and then we've already voted on it, then whatever they say at the end, we
Yeah,
can't change our mind.
yeah, and the other problem is, and I'm gonna be honest with you, because I got phone calls. And I get it, and believe me, after the last meeting, I went across the street to have lunch, and I wanted to roll my head down the pavement, and I'm sure you all did. When we're getting towards the end of a marathon meeting, we want to get out, and we have calls coming, we have things happening. And it's not fair if someone has legitimate things to say to us that we're packing up, getting ready to go. And that's what we're doing subconsciously. Like, okay, we want to get out of here. Come on, get it over with. Not fair to them. I don't agree with it. So I really think the biggest cause for going over in a lot of the meetings was one thing. That's behind us. This one's going to be a long one, but let's take a look at February, and I think they'll smooth up. I do. But I don't think it should be that cut and dry. And I think somebody should control the meetings, like Davis did.
So we will move on unless anyone wants to push this, we can. Like I said, it's your meeting. We'll run it the way you want. Just giving you suggestions on what most governmental units do.
I suggest we move on
Me too.
and
I'll
get
second it.
control of the meeting. All right. If
Uh,
not, keep that piece of paper.
Then you've got pardon me, okay. You've got a approval of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any audience comments on the agenda? Yes.
Thank you, Terry. Catherine Kellmeyer, Sunset
Could
K
you
Lake.
turn on the speaker, please?
It's on the bottom.
It's got to go that way.
There it is. I think
Is that-
turn it around towards you too, if you would.
Yeah. Watch it for us. Catherine Kellmeyer, Sunset K Lake, 1600, 314 Newport Drive. I have two things. One of them has to do with the rules and procedures that are being discussed. Excuse me, is the issue of e-verifying apropos, and is it addressed in
It's
the
state
rules?
law,
What was that?
state law.
It is it referenced in there specifically or by a statute that vendors would know that we do the e-verify? I'm just questioning, is it there? And I will agree with Russ. I said many months ago to Cal, I find when you go to the website and it says Supervisor's Agenda Package, you expect more than just the agenda. You have all the breakdowns of all the different categories, but there's nothing in it. I would suggest just changing the front page of that and saying agenda only and leaving it go at that, because I think having Supervisor's Agenda Package is misleading. But thank you.
That's a good
I
idea.
don't think that might.
I think it's
They
off.
just gotta get it closer.
Yeah.
Hold it in their hands.
Did you all hear her okay?
Deborah Jansen, Sunrise K, 205 Sunrise K, Unit 103. I just want to comment on the K's Drive flooding issue. I don't live there, so I'm not even part of it, but I sympathize with the people who were here in their frustration at the last meeting. And I had gone back, I think, to the August or at least the September meeting notes. And that topic was brought up way back then as an issue that some flooding was occurring. And then there was a comment in one of the notes that, well, nothing was going to be done until all the new homes were put up and that. So I think that's why those people are so frustrated, because it's been at least 4 months that they've come and they've said, this is an issue that we're having because of these new homes coming in. So it seems to me that the engineer or somebody should be, and maybe they have come to the Collier County people and said, okay, you're approving these new homes, this issue is arising, and the people who are here now have the problem. So to me, that's the frustration, is it's been at least a 4-month issue that hasn't been resolved for these people. Okay, thank you. Oh, I have one more question. So we talked about the mechanism for the residents to speak with the board. And we can send questions, correct, to the website, and we will get responses. And my other question is, is there a mechanism if the residents want to meet with one board member or the district manager on a particular topic, can that be arranged?
Sure.
Yes?
The contact for all the board members is on the
It's
website.
on the website.
If you go to the website, there's contacts. It's
Yes.
got all the board members' email
Yes.
addresses and then requested. I mean, it's up to the board member, but,
Okay.
or me.
Yes, the only thing I find is if you contact me, and depending on what the issue is, I might share it with Cal so that he can notify the other board members.
Sure.
I cannot
sure.
notify them.
But then we can set up a meeting with you perhaps to
Sure.
talk about an issue that we have.
Sure.
Okay.
I would appreciate if you contact Cal,
Okay.
then he contacts us.
Okay.
Because
Sure.
unfortunately, I'm not real good with emails. I always check my personal email. I forget to check the other, and I've had some emails from some people that I didn't respond to after I've been reviewing a lot of stuff here lately. So sorry, anybody I didn't respond to, but yeah, if it comes through
Okay.
Cal, it'll come to my personal email.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, one other thing. Believe it or not, this is a really healthy board, because we don't all agree all the time. We fight, and that's a healthy board. If we all agree, you're in trouble.
Mhm.
So the problem with talking to one of us could be our viewpoint, no matter how hard we try to stay in the middle. But he's right, if you go through Cal, it's better to get everybody's viewpoint, not just one, because it might not be the right one.
Okay. All right.
And the drainage thing, we are addressing that, the sidewalk.
Yeah,
Underneath, that's already being, that's the first fix that we're gonna try. That's already in process.
Okay. But don't you understand those people's frustration?
Oh,
It's
sure.
been months.
Oh, absolutely.
And they want to make sure that everything's going to be taken care
The
of.
problem is we can't do anything about it. Technically, we have an engineer and we can't do anything about it. The county never told us anything about it. Yet they approved the elevation of the new homes. So they never addressed the drainage. They didn't. And they didn't talk to us about it. And is there a problem? Yeah. We're going to address that with the county as well. But it's not that we're dragging our heels. It's that it doesn't make sense to really attack it until everything's in place. But we're not saying no.
But keep in mind, that's an expensive fix.
Yeah.
It's in your CIP, but the elevations of those swales on all of the figures is something that you'll be addressing, probably not in the next month or two, but as it's a general fund expense, and it's identified in your CIP.
But is it going to be really a CID responsibility? Because
Yes.
it's
Yes,
the,
it's
So the county has-
but it's the county who's putting in more fill.
The county's got no jurisdiction over the drainage here, and they don't take any jurisdiction over it. They have no responsibility for right-of-way affairs in the district either. So it's all CID.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Frank Lee, Villages, Stella Maris, Master Association. Is the return of the storm drainage system and the road and all that on the agenda today? I couldn't figure that
I
out.
mean, for Stella Maris North.
Uh-huh.
Not specific Stella Maris North, but the overall drainage and whether the district will be
So that's on
considering
today?
taking over all the ownership.
Thank you very much.
I think it's be closer to Mike.
Yeah, I don't think it's on.
We can turn up the light.
Well, it's supposed to be moved over.
Right.
It is, so we just have to speak in right.
Maybe we just turn it
Turn
around.
it over to Ben, so that
Turn the whole stand around.
Move it closer.
Make the stand closer to the side.
There you go, move it closer.
I think I twisted around.
It is on.
Yeah.
Okay.
You sing a song.
We're ready to move on.
Approval of the minutes. Are there any
We
changes?
had some the attorney has sent. It looks like they're minor. And for clarification, we'll incorporate those.
It's sliding down.
Would you turn it, just turn it away, facing?
Well, the thing is if you've got it down too low, it starts sliding down. Yeah.
Yeah, turn the whole thing around.
And I could just see it.
Are there any other changes to the minutes?
I move we approve the minutes as changed.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
And those will be as amended.
that's it. Next item is J.C. Sanchez.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is J.C. Sanchez. I wanted to introduce myself. I recently purchased parcel B, the 3.3 acres on the west side of Case Drive. Just wanted to ensure everybody, we haven't made any specific plans of what we're going to do with the land. The one thing that I can assure you is, we live on 227 Case Drive. We have friends and neighbors that are building a home on Case Drive. And our intention is to bring value and beauty to the port. We've been residents here since 2017. So our intentions are good. So hoping to put to bed some of the rumors about, oyster plants and 7-Elevens. We're going to bring value to the port, I can assure you of that. We have all the best intentions. Initially, as we're formulating our plans, we're going to be doing some work on the property. We'll be refreshing the seawall. The monument is going to be refreshed, and we're going to have some of the landscaping cleaned up just so that we'll take down that wooden sign, just so that while we're figuring out what we're going to do, we're going to make the property more attractive as you drive into the port. That's really all I had. I wanted to introduce myself. Glad to answer any questions if anybody has any.
JC and I are next door neighbors. And I told him this, but I'm going to say it in the meeting. That is, whatever you decide to do, there are ERCs that might be involved. It's first come, first served. So I'm just telling that, that. The second thing is, I think we, with Steve, we're in the process of working out an agreement to allow us to take care of the monument, paint it and everything. So I think, they might want to get in touch with you if that, so for us to be able to have that ability.
Right, yes, Tony did mention that, and it would be a licensing agreement to allow the district to maintain the wall and sign, which they have been doing.
Walls on your property.
Yeah, I'm glad to have a conversation. We, our initial plans for that property is something that's welcoming to the port. So we had plans to do something with the monument that would sort of represent welcome to the port.
Good idea.
Is our initial plan. So glad to have the conversation about it. I think at the end of the day, we just want to make sure that we're able to do what we want to do that will fit what the overall objective of the piece of land is. And again, we want it to be an introduction to the port.
Is the
So-
landscape included in licensing?
Around the monument.
Tony didn't mention that. What he mentioned to me was just the maintenance of the wall and the sign. I don't know, have you guys been maintaining them? Then it probably would.
So you
Yeah,
might,
but I think
I think
Michelle
we-
is correct. You should include it in the agreement. That 5 feet around it or something.
Yeah.
What do you
You should
do?
have.
We do behind the sign.
So 5 feet or 3 feet?
Probably like maybe at least 25, 30 feet out from the backside of the horse's property.
Okay.
Yeah, that's been maintained for years already.
So I'm glad to have the conversation. I'm not closed off to it. But again, you know, our vision of whatever we're going to do there is, the one thing I will tell you, you know, we thought about how to identify the piece of property. And, you know, some of the initial thoughts is the arrival at the port, something to that effect. But again, something that's going to bring value and sort of introduce everybody to the port as we're coming down 41. So glad to have the discussion when we're ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How about moving the microphone over there? That was much better when JC moved over.
Yeah.
And
Might have worked better. Plug your voice on.
yeah.
Yeah, since we don't have the camera working.
Well, the camera isn't going on them anyways. So-
No, it's not working at all, so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Better? Okay, people can hear it?
Next order is the
Okay.
commercial real estate listing agreement.
You have the material that was presented. And there was a email from Mike Price. Mike, are you here or anyone representing Land Quest? Anyhow, these are their objections. And so they are not willing to accept it under the conditions that we set. I did contact Mr. Carr. I believe he's going to be here at 11, between 11 and 11:30. That was the plan. But, and Chris, if you could look through the email and just call if you can when you get a chance, and just make sure he got my email. He's pretty good at it. I believe he said he could do it at 11. But, you know, that's your choice. You can take what you were looking for. Now, Mr. Carr, he said he was okay even with the 6 months, but he felt that he needed, it'd probably be a year before he could actually put something together. But he's been looking at opportunities already.
Wait a minute, take him a year.
Yeah, I will say, same word.
Well, he thought a year was the best.
Oh, you mean the time?
The time,
Yes.
the time of the
Yes.
agreement.
6 months is a fast term.
It's a short term.
So what they don't like, which I get, and I wanted to hear what their response was. I'm the one that pushed the Land Quest. I'm the one that's very disappointed in them. They seem like they're too busy for us. That's my impression. I don't get it. I know what I have to do to make $4,000 commission. These guys are making 120 grand. I'm not impressed. But that being the case, my only motivation was to keep whoever it is feet to the fire, because we've been burning daylight and we've burned another 3 months waiting on this, and we can only meet once a month. So I was hoping they'd say yes. On the year thing, that's okay. If they're gonna, you don't ask, you don't get. Them not coming to a meeting every month so that we can see their progress, they're not gonna like that, because it's like going before the boss every month with your sales figures. But if we don't do it, we're gonna be out of sight, out of mind, no matter who it is. And that's my motivation. I've done that my whole life. So they may not like it. I don't care if they like it. We gotta get somebody who gets it. We need to sell it, we need to close it, and we need a check for it. And the last 4 guys that we've talked to, they were talking about 2 to 3 years before we saw any money. They were talking about giving us a deposit and it's refundable, and they didn't ever put any money up front, and all of them changed the LOI. So all we have to do is fine tune it. A year's fine, but I don't want to waste another year on this thing. It's stupid. That was my feeling. I think, I will tell you this. Mr. Carr has big references, and he's got a track record. What I didn't like, and of course I'll tell him, is when he was representing, and like Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones is really the only developer that came before us and told us the truth, whether you know it or not. The other three did not. Mr. Jones did tell us the truth. He wasn't the player for that land. Okay, just didn't have the pockets, but he was truthful about it. And Carr brought him. The thing I didn't like was, Carr said, well, I don't know, you've got that ERC problem and stuff, and he was working us. Now, at that point, he was representing Mr. Carr. I don't know if he had a sales agent agreement with him, just with him, but he didn't tell us he did. So that's my only thing. Do I think Carr can sell it? Yes. Do I think he's put himself forward more? Yes. Has he attended meetings with nothing to gain? Yes. Did he bring us a player? They're not all going to be winners. Yeah. I'm really disappointed with LandQuest. I'm not impressed with it. So I think we need to make a move. And let's hear what Carr's got to say.
Did Carr look at what we required from?
Yeah, there's an email in the packet.
Yeah, so he said it was okay.
Yeah,
He agreed.
Except with the meetings, he said he would either send a written report or be here physically.
Yeah, he said every other month.
Yeah, every other month he'd be here physically. And the other months, at least he told me verbally that he would send a short report, what action he's getting.
So he agreed to everything.
Yeah.
5% commission.
So why don't we just,
Well, let's talk to him. Let's just get a call. If he
you
comes,
just said you didn't want to wait another month. All right. So
Yeah.
today.
Okay.
All right.
and let's just ask him a couple of questions, but I tend to agree with you.
Yeah. So, and the communication I sent to him was by email. So, hopefully he got it. Chris is gonna try and do it. Okay, so,
Wait, he responded that he was coming at 11, or you're assuming he's coming
Asking.
Chris is gonna ask him. I could be wrong. So we should probably have a motion that rejects any agreement with LandQuest.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Well, can we wait until after we talk to Mike? To make sure that
We
we're.
can, but they're dropping the ball. I mean, honestly, if they're making 120 grand, they haven't been in contact. They're not calling us, they're not showing up. It's 120 grand. I mean, it's absurd.
We've wasted 3 months on
Yeah,
this.
listen, intent is happening. I mean, they should be here. They should have somebody here, have a secretary, somebody that shows at least they have interest. The message they're sending to me is they're too busy. That's not who we need doing this. It's hard for me to say that. I really like them, but I'm not impressed. I think we all do.
All right, so
It was hard.
We're gonna wait until 11 and talk to Mike Carr if he shows up. Yeah, we're gonna reject Lane.
Yeah, to call for
Yeah.
a vote.
that was the.
That was the motion.
So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed to reject it.
We did have that schedule. Russ Wire is here now where he's got a short presentation on the ERCs, where he's at, make sure everyone understands it, and then he'll present at the next meeting. So can we take him now?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Russ? Okay.
Well, can Robert come?
Yeah. Well, you go ahead and set up. We'll take care of Robert, and then right when he's done, okay, and you can set up right at the stage.
Happy New Year, everyone. It seems like we just went through all this, but we're back here at it again. Want to bring up my landscape report, did my dry run with Michelle. We were able to cover all your proposals between last meeting and now. They're all completed. The 41 median to the mulch, which is regular standard contract, palm tree trimming, the Union Road landscape. So all your proposed approved estimates have been completed. I still have to do the bush hog towards the wheel field, which is, they promised me a bush hog next week. So I'll get that done immediately as soon as I get that, and I'll get with Mitch or if he's got access back there. So I will keep him informed on that. That's the only thing that is pending. David gave me the maps for the irrigation that we talked about. I will start working on that to present it to you guys at no charge, to see how everything runs as far as where it's tapped in, where it goes to, and what we recommend for the future on the whole and roads as far as Union Road, if we ever do the asphalt or sleeves and all that for future reference. So I will have my guys start working on that. And, you know, maybe in a month or two, I should be able to present something for you guys in recommendation towards that. Chris sent an email in regards to the monument signs of Newport Drive to put a proposal to present to you guys on the left side and the right side of Newport versus Port of the Islands. I think it's a welcome sign, I'm not sure.
Yeah, something like that.
On the left and to the right. The only issue, in the past, we've done simple landscape there, very simple.
And then the
fact that
sources, right?
there's no irrigation on the entryways of the left and the right. The proposal that I submitted because of his request was zero-scape landscape, you know, rock, kind of, you know, stuff that doesn't require probably any water. But I'd rather wait a little bit to see if maybe run irrigation to those areas and have more options to do different work, and instead of bringing in kind of just a zero-scape landscape to that sign just for now. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I did my part. I did submit a proposal, but you know, I wanted to bring this up to you guys, see what you guys think about that.
Where's the closest?
It would be in 8B or 9B.
No, where's the
Irrigation.
The closest irrigation that we have is actually right at the real estate office in the front island there. We would have to tap in, get water to the right, bring water from, because facing the entryway, the left side is on the hotel side. We have no water out there for us. I would have to tap in, bring it from 41 median and bring that water, put irrigation there. On the left side, I can bring it from the right side of Newport, but extend the lines to get irrigation, a couple of heads or something there for water. I haven't looked into it, but I can look into, but there is ways of getting water to it.
Going across 41, right?
No.
From the median strip.
There is a there is a meter right close to, when you come out of Newport Drive, you make the right going east. There is a main meter there. There is a feed there. We can put a separate, a battery timer just for that section there, with a separate valve. The same, that's my closest run to get water there. The other one is Center Island at the real estate office is going under the asphalt to get it right across, which is the shortest run. But, you know, it requires more effort to get water to that versus a little longer run, which is tight, but we can get water to it. Like I could put something together and I can show you guys, Michelle, when we do the next round around, I can better show you when we're on site. And, but like I said, right now, I did make a proposal, but it's based on zero scape.
Okay, well,
I agree. I mean, I did it because he did request it. I know he's being proactive on it, but I feel that we can do something better and that'll look nicer for curb appeal on those signs.
Table.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I know this is down later on the list, but irrigation on Case Drive, but have we got that fixed yet? There was a problem with the electric.
As of right now, it still has not been.
Because I noticed it's still not irrigated.
Do we have any officials look at that?
Yeah, I believe that was Excel and they haven't gotten out yet as far as I know. They did take care of the lights.
Yeah, it's the lights are on.
Yeah.
I'm
they
surprised
came out
they
and
didn't do
fixed
the
that.
irrigation.
Yeah,
No water.
I'm not sure.
I'll look at that. I'll look at it right now and I'll send you an email.
Yeah, either send it to me or
I will. Do you know when they were, when did the
maybe.
lights start working?
I just noticed them the other night.
The other night, so it might have been last week. Has it been since last week or?
Catherine, do you know when the lights started coming on again?
We're at,
I don't know. Okay, two.
Okay.
Okay, Drive.
Phase
I
two.
don't know.
I noticed them last night.
If they're on, they probably gave us power, so they might have fixed it, but I will look at it. As of last week, there wasn't no power, but if they, you know, somewhere in between,
Yeah, it's-
have made it, I will look at that.
Yeah, if there's an issue, let me know.
I'll send you an email.
Okay.
No problem.
Barbara, you did a great job with the Union Road meeting, you and Michelle, great job.
Thank you, thank
Came
you.
out really nice.
Yep, and stuff is, you know, need to mature and stuff like that.
Looks great.
Also, but it will
Good
grow
choice.
a little bit of color. Simple, but, you know, good enough.
Very effective job.
Yeah.
Makes it look so much better.
No, thank you, thank you. That's all I have, so,
Thanks.
all right, thank you.
I got a question for you. And I'm reviewing all the contracts. Your, this cut and trim, I mean, this invoice is monthly. Sorry, the monthly contract. Monthly payment, it's all on here. This is all cut and trim, right? That's all it is. There's no plants added, no irrigation.
Just mulch.
Just mulch. So cut, trim, and mulch.
Right.
Because community's changed so much in the last year. Can you give me a rough, it doesn't have to be now, next time, of acreage that you're taking care of? I know you break it down by well access, water treatment plant, more than the 41, 40 page, right? But I mean, I gotta review it. You're $7,400 a month. So, yeah, I just haven't seen that. But just a rough estimate of the acreage.
Of how much, yeah, no problem.
What's your credit?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's that? Hey, Mike. Do you wanna, Mike's here early. Let him go? Okay. Yeah, if you need to move that, that's fine. Would you like to take care of Mike right now?
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
I got that.
Okay, hey, Mike,
I'll sit down.
don't sit down. Come on up here.
No vacation.
The board has some questions regarding the, the parcel 13 contract. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Look, the board has some questions on the parcel 13 real estate agreement that you sent an email on. You have a copy of your email, and but there's some questions.
Good.
Yeah. If you want to set your stuff down, go, there's tables.
Okay.
Hi, you all. Again.
Always a pleasure to drive out here.
Even in the fog, huh?
So Mike, let me update you. We're not happy with Plan A, and we have just voted to shut it down. We wasted 3 months on that, and it was very close between you and them. And the decision was because they seemed to focus on land. But we haven't heard from them. We're not seeing anything from them. And again, it was very close. Now, to get to it, because we want to get to it, and we want to hear your viewpoint. You definitely have the background, and I said that. And with Cola Banker Schmidt commercials, I used to take Bruce Schmidt's classes and everything. You know what Schmidt, Cola Banker commercial. I used to take classes with Bruce Schmidt on the keys, and they have a heavy commercial presence. So all of that's good. Our criteria, and I just need to know what you think. Need to know what you think about three
Do you
things.
need to pull your
One,
projector back? Okay.
and I'm not being a wise guy, I really need to know this answer. It was appraised at 1.8 million. That means nothing to me. There are houses across the street over here that were appraised for 150,000 that are just selling for 350. You don't ask, you don't get it, to my point, you know that. So I need to know that you don't have in your head that 2 million is the max. And so what I'm asking you is, now that there's nobody else in competition, what would you list it? What you got? What do you think you'd list it?
That's a very good question. I've been thinking about it. Originally, we thought, RV park and this and that. I've come to the conclusion that most likely use is going to be residential. And if that's the case, there's all sorts of developers looking for land. And they're not really looking at the absolute number. They're looking at the price per unit. Whether they can pay 20,000 a unit for land cost. It all depends upon a whole bunch of factors, which we don't know the answer. Right. Because of how much money they can get for their units. If they get $1 million a piece, so they can be 200,000. Obviously, on $500,000, they can afford to pay more land. I think typically they're looking at 20–25% cost for land. So my emphasis would be, I don't know how to do this. My emphasis would be to contact a whole bunch of these people. You don't know this under Frank Lumberang. I'm a former vice president, second vice president for home builders. 2 years in a row, I was their associate year. I built 19,000 companies and all this stuff. So I have a background. I used to run farms and farms. And I would advertise that we've got a development site. It could be related to Equate tourism somehow, around the boonies, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know how I put a number on that. Total.
So I'm glad you said that. I just want to get a yes or no. I get it. Having said that, when you market, do you not put a price on it? You just look for offers.
I think I've been trying to sell a piece of property on Davis Boulevard for at least 5 years now, 8.7 acres. It is zoned for 12 units per acre, which means you could build 100 units or something. Can't do that. It's 60%, 70% wetlands.
So it's not going to work.
And we had some engineering studies done and got an environmental guy in about the wetlands. And then we had an engineer look to do. And he came up with, and they talked to the county, they could put in 61 units. And I've been advertising that for $4 million, which is too much money. But I ended up talking to a whole bunch of people. $4 million didn't scare them away. But then we're trying to.
Did you get any offers?
Per unit. Right.
Did you get any offers?
I'm sorry?
Did you get any offers?
I get a whole bunch of inquiries, but no offers. Because it doesn't work at that price.
Right.
Because the cost per unit is too much. They brought the price down to $3 million. I would have sold it last year, or before last. That would have brought the price per unit down to like $30,000 a unit. And my sellers think it's worth $50,000 a unit.
But you advised, so you told them, look, we tried this, it didn't work.
No, I do.
Well, that's all you can do. Water seeks its own level, that's all you can do. But would you advertise this, do you think, at a price, or how would you market it?
I think I would have to put a price on it. You gotta get a price. But then you would have to understand that price is really loosey-goosey. It's gonna depend upon how many units they can build. And that depends upon a whole bunch of things.
Right.
You know, how many units are available to build, what's the cost of fill? We got a 10-acre easement back there someplace, so I think you got 40 acres that's developable.
No, that's,
Yeah, that's right.
yeah, but it's not actually an easement.
Right.
He's on,
No, it's a
Conservation.
yeah, but he's working on
Right,
that
yeah.
now. Tony's working on that. He's not here, she is.
Oh, okay.
Tony Chase, I got a question, or a couple questions. First one is, so we have a DEP on that? land?
I'm sorry,
We have a DEP on that land?
the DUP.
DE, Department of Environmental. They've already allocated, they've said how much we
No,
can
I
build
don't,
on it.
I don't think there's anything like that. There's no,
We
there's
wouldn't-
zoning on it, but that's about it.
Right.
So you don't have a DEP, so if you're building in the estates, you have to have a DEP on the property, so you know how much you can build on. We don't even know that yet. He's gonna try and sell it.
But you don't know what you want to build on it. You
But you
have
don't
to
have,
request
There's, as far, you mean as far as DEP, as far as wetland
Yes.
impacts and so forth?
yes.
That's something that would still need to be determined, but I
So
don't
how
think
can
there's
you
a
sell
whole
it?
lot of wetlands out there at all.
I think what's gonna happen,
I don't know how you can say that when almost everything that's for sale in the estates right now, you get a 2.5 acre lot, you're lucky if you get 1,000 square feet, you can build on it. That's why the land's so expensive out there now. All the land's failing under the DEP. And if we don't have a DEP, how does he know what he's selling?
I think what would happen is I'd get some interested developers. And they would look at it, look at the neighborhood, see if this makes any sense for them, if they think they can do a profitable development here. And they will look, because there's not much out there, big demand for what we have for sale. And they will do all that.
Right.
They will do the research.
Okay.
We don't have to do it.
All right.
I love what we could.
Well,
Then I've got one other question on top of that, because we have, according to our website, actually I read everything on our website this week. The facilities for this property has 160 dedicated ERUs on it. How are you selling that to go with it? Do we have, it says right here, dedicated.
yeah, that's what it was. Right now, there's nothing.
Okay, that's what it was, but that's what it said.
But he's saying that shouldn't be there, which is true.
So either we got to get rid of that, or we have to tell him that it's going with 160 units on 50 acres.
I'm gonna be selling a blank slate.
Right.
And if you're interested, how many units do you think you can build, and let their engineer,
Well, and
their experts take a look at it, and they'll figure all that out.
Yeah.
That's a $1,500 cost per unit.
But it's not there. They can custom do the ERCs.
that's what it was. That was a document that was prepared 5 years ago when we first started marketing it.
But it's still on the website.
Okay, we'll pull it off.
But it's visualize it like it's a blank slate.
It is.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
Can I just clear up, DEP is an agency, so you're talking about an ERP. And an ERP will be, that's part of the, getting a permit for the development.
Part of the engineers due diligence, developers due diligence. They'll go through the process of figuring out what permits they need to get, how many units per acre they can put on the property and so forth. That's all.
That's a totally different thing. No, that's
It is
totally
totally
different.
different.
So they're gonna spend a serious amount of money just figuring out what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, they have mitigation with the DEP. If they tell you you can only use 10 acres back there, but if you want to mitigate the other 40, you can do that by buying property someplace else that's never going to be built.
But that's part of the ERP process.
And that's part of what the developer will go through as far as his due diligence, figuring out what he can do and what it's going to cost to develop that property.
Is Ron coming in today?
Yeah, Ron will be here later.
When he's here, you should ask him that question about that parcel. He'll answer it.
You're only talking about the 10
Yeah,
acres.
but he can answer it.
Right.
No.
The 40 acres don't need,
No.
No, that's all changed. The DEP's changed. I'm telling you, because I was looking at land. And you look at a 2.5 acre lot and the DEP comes back and you use 1,000 square feet if you're lucky on these properties to build without doing mitigation. So I'm just asking.
but that's only in the wetland properties.
It's exactly, they're checking every.
I'm saying, we've only got 10 acres of possible
Yeah, that's not
wetland. We got 40 acres of solid ground that do not require DEP.
Mike, let me ask you something. Residential, and to my surprise, for RVs, but if I understood it correctly, and they're doing it across the street now for home sites. it's got to be elevated. Phil's got to come in for 8.9 feet above the surface right now, which is a lot of fill and a cost and a detriment.
That's why I mentioned.
Yeah, do they, is it, I mean, I can't imagine it's not. But isn't it, why can't they put up condos or buildings on stilts and not do the
That's
fill?
a possibility.
It is a possibility.
The question I would have, the immediate question would be when they built this community, it looks like they dug out a.
They did.
They did.
And they built it up 8.9 feet.
Yeah, I wonder if that could occur on your property.
Where are you gonna get the fill from?
I'm sorry.
What you dig out.
Yeah, but they dug this out.
Carve out another.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Or man-made lakes.
That's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
He made this lake and used the fill.
Yeah, I knew the guy, Bill Higgs, used to be a friend of mine.
Yeah, this is actually higher than the gun range in the back. The gun range flooded in Irma, we got nothing. It doesn't look it, but it's all.
And there's all these moving parts. And the only way to get in there, normally I would say, this is not worth the aggravation.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not saying that because there's an awful lot of developers out there really looking for land. And some of them will take a look. And they may not be able to make it work, but we'll take a look and they'll spend some time and money figuring that out.
Now, how do we, very elementally putting it, our concern is getting as much money as quick as we can and not tying up the property for a long time just to have somebody walk away. So what's the average due diligence time?
Not gonna happen. A developer, any kind of developer, whether you're building a 7-Eleven or a residential community or whatever, developers don't want to own the land until they have all their permits. Because they're not investors. They want to know they can build. And to know that here is going to take a while. It's just so many unknowns that the hoops are going to go through. So it's not going to be a quick close.
When you say wild, what's your guess? We're not going to hold you to it. But we need the education.
I don't buy green bananas anymore.
Yeah, right.
Okay. And I hope it would close while I'm still here to enjoy the money. Oh, it might take a year and a half. Just off the top of my head, maybe less. After the first developer takes a look at it and walks away, we'll know a lot more, and the second one will be a little bit easier, and this is gonna be a process. You know, it's not too complicated, too many moving parts.
I agree with you. There is one other thing. The engineers came up, and he'll be here today, and I am going to ask him, about 3 or 4 years ago, about putting a new type of pumping station in along the canal, which would negate building on this land. But at the time, and it's certainly going to be a bigger savings now, it would have saved us $1 million as opposed to putting a new water line 1.5 miles out into the swamp. And it would have provided us with a lot more water. So $1 million savings, if we listed it at $2 million, brings us down to $1 million, which, and we're looking at 1.5 to 2 years away. Doesn't make sense. That's the answers we kind of need. What's your gut tell you? If that was yours, what would you do?
I would just hire a good broker who's going to expose the property with a whole bunch of builders, developers, I should say, and just see what shakes out.
Yeah.
I don't know any other way to say that.
But it's not just $1 million, it's just changing the thing because we're losing all the assessments of that property.
Right.
That's
Right.
long-term.
Yeah, the concern is going to be, are we going to have enough
ERCs, they're limited.
Yeah.
to build?
Now, with the O&M, which we're talking about, that's unlimited. That doesn't matter. There is no limit to that. But with the utility ERCs, that is limited.
What is that number right now?
266.
1,032.
Total.
Right, but what's left?
266.
Oh,
266, okay.
And we have a hotel that just got sold over here that's looking at 90 condos or 150 new hotel rooms. So if we're talking about,
Maybe you're not going to be able to build.
exactly,
Or something that doesn't require ERC.
or you can forget the ERC.
Yeah.
So what I'm getting at is, with that
I think you
question,
forget.
There you go. That was my point. We may have to forget the ERCs anyway. So do we want to say no to somebody who wants to put something in there that's not residential?
We're not forgetting the ERCs are just coming from a different source.
Well, right, but I mean, as far as lot 13.
How difficult is it to expand the capacity of the plant?
He said we don't have.
That's not easy. That's, you talk about years to do
Yeah.
that. You're talking.
It takes time. It takes time.
Because we would have to have a maybe better understanding, because it wouldn't be fair to a developer to have him come in here and get all excited and his engineers and consultants working and everything if he can't build.
See, that's why I brought up 160 dedicated units. Because you gotta have, maybe you don't have to have 160, but when they gotta start paying for them and all that kind of stuff, but you'd have to have.
Well, if 160 are available and
Right
I
now,
understand the negotiations can be made as to how quick you got to pay in. You know, maybe tie the payments to COs on the buildings or whatever. So it's not too much of a burden to start with. But are those going to be available or is it a hotel?
Well, that's the problem. You know, I gotta.
But you don't know.
Yeah, we don't know either way.
I gotta think if this guy dropped 4 million on the hotel, he's not gonna be laying there in the backpack. He's gotta start building.
that's,
I believe so.
that's my point, it was if he buys, and you have to add.
He did buy it, told him.
Not there. They buy the land, he would have to probably buy the ERUs or whatever we're gonna call them now, right at that point, so that he's got it for the
All
development.
right, that's what I was saying.
Maybe we wouldn't be charging him because it's a court, but he'd have to, that would have to be.
They'd have to reserve.
Yeah, they get to do that right when they purchase it.
That's why I said
But it's, there's gonna be a cost involved.
first come, first served.
So,
But it's a
that's
consideration.
what I'm telling you guys, there's a lot, like you said, it's just a bunch of work. It's gonna be tough to figure out. But now that
If they need your property for this new well field or whatever they're talking about, the city.
Well, they don't, it's a choice. Putting in a new line, it's gonna be around $1 million to the existing well field, which may or may not be able to supply enough water for that project and this project, which is another can of worms. Or putting this new one in here, which according to Ron Benson 4 years ago, can put out serious amounts of water and volume because of the canal. And is much cheaper to put in, but you can't build on the land. It's gotta be a water district. No, but it's gotta.
Well field, so it seems to me that
There could be some restrictions perhaps potentially over part of the land. So
Yeah.
You can't have certain activities over it. You might be able to use it for softer things.
Right.
Part of it you might still be able to develop on with some residential units or whatever.
maybe we could do that.
I think there was a very preliminary discussion about what you know there as far as a horizontal well system.
Yeah, it has to be designated as a water district, is what he called it, whatever it is.
Yeah, it'd have to be some kind of easement
So
over.
we can ask him that today, which is good. If we hire you, can we hire you as an exclusive seller's agent?
don't we all work?
Okay, good. Well, you could represent both sides.
So we need a vote to.
Motion to hire.
Motion to
I
hire.
make a motion to hire my.
I think what I'd like to do is ask Ron Benson a couple of questions and make that vote before the end of the meeting.
Oh, that's good.
Just like to, I want to ask him a couple of questions, then we'll vote on it today though, for sure. And you should probably wait, because you'll hear what he's got to say. He was here 30 years ago. I just think it would be better for you too. I just want to ask him a couple of questions about it, because that conservation thing is simply a designation. It was a handshake. That's all it was. It was like, okay, we'll put it on there to keep everybody quiet. It's not really wetland. So I want to, and Tony was looking into that. So it might not be an issue, which opens up 10 acres.
All right, so
Table to the lake.
But we'll definitely vote today.
Okay.
I think it's just.
Who else is it gonna be if this?
He's scheduled for noon.
Yeah.
He's scheduled for noon.
He'll be here at noon 12.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are we gonna have our,
Yes, this is Russ, you can sit or leave or whatever you want to do. I'll let you know what they, unless you want to sit around and wait. That's up to you, Mike. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, my wife is sick today, so I.
Okay. This is Russ Wire.
Beautiful drive.
Yeah. And Russ does assessment methodologies. He'd been to Port of the Islands before, and we actually was referenced in Ron's history. He used to work in fish kind, and fish kind did the long time. So, anyhow, he left and started his own firm.
Fish guy did the original, right?
Yes, not the original assessment methodology, but he did an analysis of what was being sought. I'm not sure what you did. So anyhow, Russ was hired to do your O&M assessment. With the utilities is not part of this. Utilities will stay the way it is, and with the engineer figuring out what their utility load is, and then we based that formula on what they're assigned. So, Russ?
Morning, Board of Supervisors. Record Russ Wire. I'm with Real Estate Econometric. It's my own company. I do methodologies around the state, so manage 3 of my own districts, just like Cal's. So very familiar with the process. Those are around here.
And like Callie's from Michigan.
I'm from Michigan. 40 years ago.
Did you use the microphone?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Talking towards the board.
You just take it.
Take it out.
Take it out. Full be best.
Take it out, so you hear me now?
Turn it on bottom, I think.
That's on.
Anyway, I've been around, been doing methodologies for quite a while. That was one of the things I did with fish kind at the time. And now I'm getting hired around the state to do methodologies. And I worked with Cal on a couple of them, Tony on a couple of them. So they're very familiar with the process. One of the biggest ones I did was with Tony. We did 8 up in Fort Myers, 7,500 parcels. And it gets adjusted every year. Now, I'll get into that a little bit. But what I want to do is kind of run through the scenario. First, I'm going to give you a little bit of background. And as you know, the Port of the Islands, you're looking to change your methodology. It's the board's decision ultimately. Once I get done with it, it's a recommendation, which is what we need to do. But the board is the one that levies and assigns the assessments. So you want your operations and your maintenance budget, which is what we're working with now, with the water and sewer budget. The existing O&M methodology calculated the assessment benefit by using what they call the ERC. There's 2 different terms here, ERCs and ERUs. The ERCs was an equivalent residential connection, and that was primarily used. They used the ERC as a determination for your operations and maintenance. That's the original purpose. However, during the course of the years, it's been changing and moving around and so forth. It doesn't quite correlate with the ERC methodology, but it is different and it really needs to be changed to some degree. And also, once I'm done telling you that, telling you what my recommendation is, there's flexibility built in. In other words, we're talking here about a parcel that may be commercial, that somebody puts residential on. We have a conversion for that. There's a conversion in here if it does go commercial, because right now it's one. So I have a bunch of different ways we can do that, give you alternatives. The other thing was, I didn't realize.
No, Sun Street. Which hotel are you talking about?
The South Hotel.
The South Hotel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sun Street.
That's, I was asking about the north.
The county owns that, it's gone.
Well, the county is not factored in here since we can't assess it, which I'll go through. I mean, I use basically the same parcels that we have used from our methodology that's currently in existence. So again, going back, what I'm looking to do that was based on water and sewer It was useful in calculating the water and sewer assessment, but there's no benefit basis for using the ERCs for your operations and maintenance. So a little bit through the years, again, it's, as I talked about, it was modified by previous district boards. And so deviated from the water, so from the ERCs. But there was no justification found in my research to support those changes. Not see, it just happened the way it happened. The table on the following slide shows the current O&M ERCs and the current water and sewer ERCs. So last time, because the numbers get pretty small, try to make it as big as we could here. Right here. So as you can see, currently, the hotel rooms, the condo units, and the single family are all getting ERCs of 1. Those actually started out a little differently before, and it was done by condominium build. So where one place got 0.4, another one got 0.6, which really made sense because it was based off of connection, probably the size of the pipe coming in would have been, that's how they calculated it. So the biggest one would be a 1, single family connection would be 1. And then they would take the bigger connection, divide by all the units and say that was a point. I saw like 5, 4, 6.
Was there parity among the sizes of the units though? Were they all factored in the same way, or was it just a crapshoot?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I mean, the way I saw it, I mean, from a size perspective is one thing, but the connection's another. Because you may have a condominium that they all have 3 networks versus 2. So I couldn't quite correlate how that worked.
So they weren't all just 1 or 0.8? No matter how many bathrooms?
Originally.
They were?
Yeah. No. Originally, what you're saying.
Yeah.
So now, the way they changed it, we had the hotel room as a 1, condo as a 1, and a single family as a 1. And when I get into that, I will explain how I'm not gonna change that per se, but everything else is gonna get changed, and it will change ultimately, long term. One thing I wanted to point out here is you can see it's it's too little, but right there. For instance, you had 1.5 lots had an ERC of 2 on it, and you had another 1.5 lot that had an ERC of 1 on it. So there were some inconsistencies in there we saw in your current situation. All that again is going to change. It'll change if you decide to do it, but I'm making a recommendation of changing this. The southeast commercials, you see had 6, the double lot would have a 2, and you can see all the other ones in here. And some of it I think was based on acreages. It's how they did it. And I'm going to have a conversion from an ERU of 1 to those commercial lots. And then again, I will tell you at the end what happens if you sell it as a residential unit or a parcel, or if you keep it as a commercial parcel and they develop it as commercial. And if they keep it blank, it stays the way it is. Those will be the alternatives going forward. Now, the district requires a more, what I would call, appropriate allocation methodology that adheres to the 2-prong lienability test for valid assessments. And that is actually in the Florida statutes. We have that 2-prong situation, how that works. So let's first review those 2 tests and understand. It's the special and peculiar benefit that the unit getting the assessment receives. And also, is it fair and reasonable apportionment of those assessments? So between those 2, yes, everybody's getting a special and peculiar benefit. And then is the measurement fair and reasonable? How we allocate portion to each of the assessments. So those are the 2, special and peculiar benefit. And I really don't, if you want me to read through it, I can. It said it, there's different amounts. And depending on the type of land use, that's all legally. That's where it comes from. They're saying that you receive that special peculiar benefit, which you do. And then the fair and reasonable apportionment, and that's the duty to pay those they're non-ad valorem special assessments, as you know. Your property tax bill is special on them. But it's pertinent to the property tax. So essentially, as a district, you're protected because it is on the property tax bill. If it goes to a property tax sale, you're still protected, just like the county is, which is good. That's very important to know. And
Can you move the mic up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm not used to singing.
Can you hear it all right back there?
Can you hear me? Yes. A little darker. Yeah, it's on. I checked it, but I didn't have it close enough. I need a lab view and maybe crank those up a little bit. Get back to my college days. Anyway, again, it's making sure that responsibility for the payment and the resultant and allocated debt. Well, this is actually operations and maintenance assessments. It's not debt, but they're both the same thing.
So there's no formula of O&M to utility on every parcel. In other words, so many utilities mean so many O&M. It's two separate things.
Correct.
Okay, and what was the other term? The special
peculiar benefit.
Now, is there parity across the whole district, or is that isolated to individual properties?
It's isolated to individual properties, and I'll get in depth with that. You'll see what I'm getting at. The point being is, like you had before, you had all your residential units in one, including the hotel.
A one?
Yes, that is the equivalent residential unit to one. And that's actually the basis of mine when I get into it. The boat docks were 0.4, no matter what size. And there was, I couldn't quite understand the rationale, but I have a new equivalent residential unit assessment for each of those. And I have backup to show this is how I calculated it. So that, and it's fair and reasonable, and it will stand the test.
For the boats.
Correct. And for the commercial parcels, the other parcels.
We were told that RVs 40 by 80s would also be 0.4.
In the previous one?
Yeah. It's relative.
Oh, because of relative to a boat slip?
Yeah.
The way that I'm going to be calculating going forward, we will have a way of measuring going forward. And it'll depend. You know, when I'm done with this, I did two things. Use the budget that you've already had your assessments for. So you get a good comparison of what the change. That's the first thing. The second thing is, every year it should be reviewed in case there's a change. So, or somebody comes in and one of the commercials got converted to residential. So we need to adjust the total ERUs on that parcel, and then how does it tally all the way through? That's what will happen ultimately. You'll have a good basis for it, and if there's a way of converting 30 different types of parcels, or if it changes for different kinds of uses. Okay. Now, when we're doing this, remember the current methodology uses a fair and equitable method of allocation that pertains specifically to water and sewer capacity, but it does not meet the leanability test as far as OM budget line items such as road maintenance, administration, operations, landscaping, water management. That's your budget. That's your operations and budget. Operations and maintenance budget. So they're unrelated to the water and sewer connection. So that therefore it didn't pass the two-prong test. We're going to make it pass the two-prong test. My recommendation. Okay, the new methodology will determine that special and peculiar benefit and mathematically allocate the special and peculiar benefit to each of the different product types within the district. So each parcel will have the assessment. Okay. Now the first step, and these things can get really in depth. Depends on how in depth you want to get into them. It's a little simpler out here. It was a little easier to do. I'm going to step back for some months. I did Gateway with those. I actually had two different parts of the district which were measured differently. And the second thing I did, what I like to do when I do methodologies, I usually divide my budgets, the O&M budgets, up into three categories: roadways, water management, and administration. Those are your three categories. They're very easy to measure. Usually when I do the roadways, I use the Institute of Traffic Engineers study, and they come out every year or two. It says that, a single family home generates 9.5 trips a day. A multifamily home generates 5.4 trips a day. And then a drive-through generates 20 or 200 trips a day. That's usually what I would use as a measurement factor. You add up all the trips, divide it by each of the parcels, and that's how it gets. Now, in this case, I looked at the budget. The other one is water management, which I usually look at impervious and impervious surface. It would be another, that is a way of measuring. And then the third part of administration, I usually give every parcel or every property a 1, because everybody has the same access to the administrative costs. Whether it's legal, whether it's engineering, whether it's filing with the property appraiser, all of that, your district manager, for instance, all of that would fall under administration. Now, in this case, the roadway category, I generally include common landscape and irrigation since they're right along the street. Sidewalk, street lighting, and a portion of field operations gets pushed to that, depending on how much your budget is. And then the water management includes stormwater management, lake maintenance, and a portion of the field operations. And administration includes the related district management services, which I talked about previously. So when I took your budget and looked at it that way, the 354,000, which is your current budget that you're working with, the roadways were approximately 200,000 of that. Water management was only 10,000, administration was 145,000. So it didn't make sense to really go in and take a look at water management and take all 700 and some parcels and do the pervious, impervious. And, I mean, you're dividing that, that's for 10,000 pounds. And the roadways were a little different also in determining the trip generation, because the community is a little bit different. In terms you're a resort destination and you have full-time residents, you have seasonal residents. It's just it would be very difficult to take, no matter where you look, any one of those institutes, traffic engineer studies wouldn't relate. It just wouldn't relate. They don't study it. The only other way to get into detail like that is to put a counter strip across everybody's driveways. And that's going to cost you a lot more than what you're going to save in terms of assessments. So that's why when I looked at all of that, and administration, everybody divided that. Consequently, it didn't make sense to go through the real detail like I would have done. I have that data. I really have that data. And I did here too, because I have a GIS program, and underlying it is all the Collier County properties. So I can pull all the parcels up. And I know what the size, the acreage is of each parcel. I have that. So, and I can tell what's been built on it, what isn't built on it, which allows me to do the pervious and impervious stuff. So I have all of that, and it's part of my workbook, which ultimately Cal will have, and it allows you, ultimately what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to just put the budget in, and it'll spit out your assessment goal for the year. It'll be all of that. That's the other part of what I do. So it makes it a little easier. And again, once the budget is allocated, there are varieties of ways that I talked about how to do that. I said the Port of the Islands is unique. It's a combination of all of those things we talked about. Marina, you have all of those things. So because of those land uses include all of those various uses, it was, as I said, it was very difficult to be able to do it the way I would normally do it in terms of a real in-depth. So that's why I thought the equivalent residential unit is the best way to go. And to me, the professionally acceptable basis for a single ERU is anchored by usually a single family residence. And in this case, you could do, I mean, there could be justification for ERU of a single family and a multifamily being a little bit less based on size, but that's not related to the roadways. It's not related to the water management to some degree, because some people look at that and say, well, I have a 5-acre parcel that's all condominiums, right? So if I do a pervious impervious surface there, that one is mostly impervious because the water's flowing with parking lot, road, you have the amenity centers, whatever for each of them, if they have. And therefore, and so you got a 5-acre parcel that's probably 90% affecting water management. Then what I would do is that 5 acres would go over into the right-hand column, pervious and impervious, and then I would do the same for each of the individual lots. Well, that 5 acres is divided by 40 units. So to do all of that for the $10,000 didn't make sense. But if you have special projects, we can come in and help design something on a special project if it's needed. But for this purposes of this, all the residential units would get an equivalent residential unit of 1. So single family is the same basis as multifamily. It's the same basis as what a hotel room. And a hotel room would be measured differently too on trip generation. They have their own ITE category. And normally when they do that, they're looking at more of an urban setting as opposed to, yeah, suburb or really a suburb. Out this way. But the point being is the hotel in Naples is going to be right now, maybe 100%, 90%. And I'm not sure if you're going to be 100% full like they are there. So it's not apples to apples. That's why I kind of shied away from trying to go into that detail. It really made sense to keep all the residential units the same in your custom food already. It's already set up. That part is good. The professionally acceptable basis for that is, again, is a single family. And then we assign variations to the ERU. And I used a combination of parcel size and unit size for the initial recommendation. It's really based on parcel size. Unit size, and I'll explain how that will come into effect in the future. So there's the unit types here. Right now, I have 937 total units. That's parcels. And the residential units plus the hotel rooms are 745 of those. There's residential units on multiple lots. And there's also the remaining units outside of the residential, which is 183, 175 of that are both sides. And I was explaining how we got to those. So again, the basis is a single ERU, so all of the single family residents got one, so did the multifamily, so did the hotel. So anyway, that's what you're doing now. That's your current.
I'm gonna ask this. I'm under the impression that we're running at 0.8 for a condo unit.
That's not O&M, that's utilities.
That's your utility.
Oh, okay.
Your O&M is all the point.
I got you.
And as you'll see, there's not a lot of modification when I get to the budget side. You see the assessments aren't changing that much on the residential units. They're changing and getting a mix on the commercial. Plus, as I said, when we get into the commercial, ultimately, all those other lots that are outside of those, you'll see I have ways of measuring them once somebody commits to the residential. Again, I assigned the one to all of that. I went all to the residential. So then there are 9 single-family residential units. Interestingly enough, and I'm not sure how they got to this. They were charging, because somebody had a residence on 2 lots, they were charging 2. Yeah, because it was a lot. Now, think of it this way. If I have that residential unit and I have a lot that I own next door, that lot next door, how much impact does it have on your own number? Because if you're doing the roads, it's not generating additional trips. Sorry?
I said it doesn't happen.
Correct. But that's the point. What I'm saying is what happens is because of the impact, if it was another unit that built on it, yes, then it becomes a separate one. So ultimately, what I'm recommending is that one ERU for each of the doubles and the 1.5s. Therefore, if somebody splits that lot and sells it off, now you got another ERU, another single family. Or if they build a mother-in-law suite on it, now you got another unit that's impacting. We can adjust that. Every year we have to take a look at it before you, and now's the time you would be doing that before you get to your budget coming up in May.
Just one thing, on the utility, those lots that are 2 would still have 2 ERUs or ERCs.
ERCs.
Yeah.
We need to differentiate.
Right.
ERCs.
But they would still have 2.
ERCU.
Right. Okay. So, and they would have, if you change that rule where they could give it up, the utility connection rule, then that would go into your available. But right now, that lot would have a reserved ERU, ERC, whatever, for a new home to be built on it.
So if we did that, we would end up with an additional, if we decide to say, if you own multiple lots, like the gentleman on Sunset K, he owns 2 lots. He's paying utility ERCs on both lots. But if we said, okay, you don't have to pay utility ERCs on the lot that's vacant, if there's no, then that would go back into our bank. So we'd end up with 9 additional, or 1 additional, but for each one of the 9, we'd have 9 additional ERCUs, correct?
Yes, if they're willing to give those up. Now, if they give those up and then decide to sell the parcel.
Right.
Then they're,
it's-
then,
they have to buy one.
if there's something available, then they can get it back.
Right, that's true.
That's correct. But again, that's totally separate than
Right.
ERUs.
So when he's talking about O and Ms, on those over on, what is that? The end. No, wait.
Oh, way in at the end of the South End Case Drive? Yeah.
So the O and M, the methodology that makes sense is just one.
Correct.
But that would mean the methodology for the utilities would also be one. But we're charging utilities.
Nope. I'm only doing the O and
I
M.
know you are, right. But I mean, we're talking about that, changing that, and ours, just because it's a bigger house, doesn't mean it's using more water.
No, but they reserve the capability.
Right, but I mean, if they should give it up, I mean, I think just that's the thing, they need the ability to give it up if they want.
And they don't have that choice now.
Right.
The rules do not allow that.
Right.
So,
See, that's what I'm getting at. He's stuck with it. He has to pay it no matter what.
That's correct.
There's the mouthful. Reserve the capability. That's the key.
Exactly.
and that's another discussion.
Sure.
Yes. And in this case, we're not reserving O and M assessment of ERUs. You don't need to. Ultimately, if they build on it, it's a sign.
Yeah.
You
don't
have the
have a limited
flexibility
number.
of adding and subtracting the totals.
Right.
You have that flexibility where with water, and actually you don't. You have a capacity issue. So I understand that. So the remaining units will be allocated ERUs based on formulas that relate to the size of the parcel being assessed. So now that you understand what we're doing with the residential, we're set there. Now I want to give you an example of how this, first of all, I have to equate the base equivalent residential unit calculation to acres. Or how many units ERUs can you put on an acre? And so what I did was I went in and took all of the single family units here and their acreage. Added up all the units, they added up all the acreage. The average size of a lot in here is 0.23 acres. So I rounded that off after up to 2.5. So the ERUs per acre are 4. So when I go to a blank parcel, makes sense. You just have, you have 10 acres, well, it's 10 times 4, it's 40. See, that's how that will work. And then that's the basis of it. And then I'll explain the nuances as we get near the end. And here's a great example, the boat slips. Of the remaining 183 outside of the residential units, there are 175 boat slips. And they receive benefit from the district's own budget. So I had 175 boat slips. The total acreage when it was added up was 11.28. This is based in property appraisal. So that's the basis that I have to go with. And so units per acre measurement is 4. I gave total ERUs for the boat slips of 44.8. When you divide the 175 into the 44.8, you get 0.256. So the ERU for boat slips would be 0.25. Used to be 0.4, which I'll show you. But this is a valid way. You have a measurement, you have the backup. It says, well, this is how we calculate. Where before, didn't know where that came from. Now you have a basis for how to measure.
Okay, so you're you said like per acre, if there's a clear, does this apply to vacant land yet, or haven't you gotten there?
I haven't got there yet. We'll get there.
Okay.
I'm just,
Now I get it.
okay. So the remaining 9 units outside of the residential, outside of the boat slips and the residential are commercial in nature and also receive benefit of the O&M budget. The commercial hotel units are accounted for in the residential units, and the gun club is a special use. And really, from a benefit perspective, it might be they were using the ERC too because they had 2 restaurants, right? But and I don't have a problem maintaining it. I really wasn't sure how to measure it because I'm not sure how many trips go back there off. We'll go back and in there. So I thought, well, let's keep it at 2 for the time being. If that ever gets sold, let's say they sell it, want to develop it, then we can do the conversion part going forward. But I think for purposes of what we're doing, I left that one alone. Unless the board has another idea or recommendation, be happy to add it in.
I don't understand, you're leaving it alone, but it has multiple trips, daily, more trips.
It's probably a high traffic impact. There's a lot of, you guys who live out here all the time, you guys have a better feel for it, but Weekends seem to be a big time.
Yeah, it's 4 days a week.
Okay, we can. We can adjust this. I mean, we can give it an IRU, so maybe we give it a fine to accommodate for that. We have that capability, as the board, you have that capability of making. I didn't understand the traffic, the ones that live out here, didn't quite understand the use and how much traffic and how much utilization there is. But it's also open for any discussion. We have that flexibility. The commercial hotel, we all took care of that. The rest of them, the rest, hotel, restaurant, and bar, they've not been previously assessed. However, they're generating. So if that was the case, I added, you'll see, I added a lot to that.
You're saying that the restaurant, the hotel.
Correct.
I do too.
Not for,
That's.
Not for operations, maybe?
yeah.
Oh, I
They are
didn't.
utilities.
I see.
It was be considered an amenity to the.
Yeah, it just came into the hotel.
But they have, you're allowed to go there, and eat, even if you don't have a room that day.
Right,
So
right.
to me, that's a commercial operation.
Right.
Therefore, it's generating
It's
trips on the
definitely
roads. And the same with the bar. So I gave them I'll get into that, how I calculated. Ultimately. So in the table on the next slide, this is what I did for the other acreages. So you can see that the dormitory was 2.75 acres. That could be converted, if it was converted to residential, you would have, they have now 11 ERUs. And at the end, I have a table that shows the comparisons of what the differences are. So you'll see ultimately. Lake Lincoln is 2.62, is 10.47. The commercial area, 2.06 times 4 gives you 8.23. So you see they're multiplied by 4 because of their acreage. So that's their equivalent residential unit measured. The gun club, like I said, I left it 2, changed, and I made a recommendation. The restaurant, I gave it a 3. So if it's generating traffic, then I'm sure the gun club should go up because of its traffic generation. And then the bar, hotel bar, I gave it 1 because some people just go to the bar as opposed to. So that I just put those on there. Those are my recommendations. But unbeknownst to me is because I'm not out here on a regular basis to understand the usage and all of you do, we can make that adjustment.
Okay, so the southeast commercial is, use preference. Split, that's a split.
That's the A and B,
That JC just bought,
Yeah.
right?
He bought one and Steve bought the other one.
And so how does that, where there's nobody going to it, nobody visiting it, nobody, it's not generating any traffic.
Correct.
Then why does it get 12 ERUs?
It gets, because it's the acreage convergence, the same way as the dormitory, the same way as the marina, same way as South Reserve. It did the same measurement. Now, that will change. And I'll explain how that will change when I get there.
Okay.
It's like Europe.
Hmm?
It's like Europe.
It's the leftover here in our partial boat, right?
Yeah,
That's the waterfront. That's a big parcel.
right. That's part of the condos. I believe they're already.
Oh, I see.
Already counted
Yeah.
units that are not counted.
Right. They get a full 1.
So that's how I got to those ERUs. Now, here is the current O&M ERCs, and then I'm revising to the O&M ERUs. As you say, we kept the same as 1s here. The boat slips go from 0.4 to 0.2. The dormitory actually is probably the biggest one. Actually gets more because they had it as an ERC, but because of the acreage, it goes to
I think it's going to change because again, the dormitory doesn't generate any traffic.
I understand that.
You lost it.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but they have to be assessed. If you want to assess them lower, you got to. My recommendation is they all get their fair and reasonable apportionment based on the ERUs. However, let's say, for instance, they go and sell that inventory parcel. You have whatever, it's like 2 point some acres, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then They put in, so they put in 2.6, 2.5. You get 4 units an acre. Like what's being built out here now. So you're going to have 12. Ultimately, right? So right now it's being assessed as if it were, we have ultimately 12 units, or if it went to commercial, which would be square foot. And I'll get to that in a minute, so I'll tell you how we're going to make that conversion. So this is how, let's see, the South Hotel Reserve goes down a little bit. Lake Lincoln goes up a little bit. The Southwest Commercial Marina goes up. All the lots, the 2 and 1.5 are down. The 2 commercials are at 6, but they're at 9.35 and 12. And those are same thing. If you did a single family, let's say you did a single family, you had it. If it's at 12.9, you're probably looking at they're close to 3 to 4 acres. Turns out 2 and 3 acres is their size, right? So if they go and put single families on there, 0.4, which is basically the same, they're getting DRUs if they convert. If they go to commercial, again, I will explain how we will measure that.
Is there a way that if it's a multiple use, say that they do part commercial, part residential on a lot like one of the south commercial lots, is that able to be factored in so that, in other words, they wouldn't be assessed on all commercial when part of it is
Well, they
residential?
exactly, and maybe now is the point before I get to the final slide, is to explain that if they go to a single family, whatever, go to a condo and commercial, they do residential over commercial. Each one of those units, residential units, you get 1 DRU. The commercial square footage. And I did another analysis, and I don't have it on the slide here, but the other analysis, what I ended up doing is I took all of the single family and all of the condos, those units and all the square footage that, because I have property rates, divided it out, it's like 1,300 square feet. So let's say you build a 20,000 square foot commercial strip center. Just as an example. I don't have that sort of food, but you have a nice neighborhood commercial. So you take that, you build a 20,000, divide by 1,300, and that'll give them their ERUs. Equivalent residential, that's what they're, even though they would probably be generating more traffic than the ERU, but that compensates. So that's how those would be converted. You go to single family, they get 1 ERU. Go to commercial, it's based on the average square footage. I think that's a fair way of doing it. It's an easy way of doing it. And I do that like a gateway, I do the same thing. The gateway, in one part of it, I do it that way, and in another part of it, because they're 2 separate parts of there, the other part of it, I do the actual trip generation. If it's an office building, it's 8 trips per 1,000 square feet, however that's all calculated. We don't need to do that. We have that good conversion ratio, and it makes logical sense. It's fair and reasonable, then you get people doing it.
So Russ, if somebody had a 1 acre lot, undeveloped, they would pay 4, they would be assessed 4 ERUs for that acre.
Depends
And
on.
then if they put a house on it, it would go down to 1.
Correct. If you're talking, if it's zone residential already, then it's still get 1. If you have an acre of land that's zone residential,
Okay.
it'll get the 1. If it's zone commercial, it's the 4. Or that's when you get the.
We gotta tie the zoning. Right now, we don't.
Well, you know what I do is if you look at property appraisal data, there's DOR codes, which talks. The DOR codes are 1 for single family, 4 for condo, 99 for acreage not agricultural. You have multi-story office buildings, just single-story office buildings. The codes are all in. So
you can charge the trip charges that aren't made on vacant property, that only could potentially be there. See, that's what I don't understand. But you say the trip charge is based on a residential unit, which is 1. But a vacant property, 1 acre generates nothing
charge more. If it's commercial.
And what if you
Even though
don't?
it generates no traffic.
Because of its potential.
It's because of its potential.
Right.
What about, how about ERC? What do they get in ERC?
That's the issue. I mean, that nothing's being used, nothing's being generated, yet they're being charged these assessments, which is basically a tax. On the stuff that is
There is a difference.
potentially to be
Difference
used,
between the taxes.
not to maintain it.
Just because the assessment's on the tax roll doesn't mean it's a tax.
I know, I get, yeah.
There is a difference. Legally, there's
Yeah, legally, yeah.
Exactly. That's why you have to have the differentiation. If you don't, it is a tax, and that's what referendum, and all that is. That's why we have to have a good system.
It's highest and best use. It's the potential because of the zoning. Right. That's what it is. That's exactly where it is, right there.
It's hard to wrap your head around paying for something that you aren't getting. You know what I mean?
I understand it. It is all.
There you go. There it is. That's why you don't buy it until you know what you want to do to it.
Well, that and every property does receive a benefit. They might not recognize it, but I mean, look at the expense that you incurred on the southeast property. Legal, engineering, it was huge. And that's what's being paid for out of the ERUs. In addition to mosquito spraying, road maintenance, traffic signs, street lighting.
But the reality is, any parcel, you buy it for specific use, whether it's residential, commercial. So if you buy a commercial, forget it's here, you buy a commercial parcel, it's your choice. If you want to sit on it, and it's an investment, and you think there's oil in there and it's going to go up in value, or whatever it is, then that's your choice. If you're going to build something on it that you can build commercial, then that's your choice. Either way, you can do it. That's the key.
Yeah, but you don't get to sit on it for 20 years and go, I'm not going to do anything with it, so why should I pay anything? for
No,
it?
that's right. They buy it and pay for it.
And this process is looking at the general fund operations,
Yeah.
and every property owner has an obligation to support that.
This is the way to measure. Again, there are other ways you can do it. We can say, hey, we want to do 2 units in a grant. So the board's, my recommendation is to make it equivalent residential. It's based on the size, and I have the empirical data that backs it. And it helps back you up.
Right.
When you do the assessment. I get it, I understand it. However, if I bought that parcel, that's going to be a sunk cost that I've got to be included when I do my financial. Well, just, yes, do it. So you still have, as a board, an obligation to provide your operations and maintenance, and you have to fund it. So go back in that, just everybody else pays it, but they get a benefit too. So all the lands I analyze all the lands within the district. Now, finally, here's what it would look like based on your current assessment and what the revised assessment would be. Based on what I had and what I've done in terms of that, residential units go up by 5. The boat slips fall by about $60. And you can see some of these go up. The ones that go up is like parcel ID, that's the dormitory. I think those are the 2 commercials go up by about a total of 4,000 between the 2. And there's some variation in there, but now you have a concrete basis for measuring it. And again, you can make these adjustments based on your feeling and what you think would be the best for the district. That's what you have to keep in mind.
What's that one that goes from 3,000 down to 200, from 3,900 down to $240? What is that?
Which one?
Second one down from the first group. Parcel ID, the second one down.
It's from $4,000 to $240. What is it?
I think that's Terry's house.
I'm sorry, no, it didn't go down to 240, it went up to.
The variance, oh, it's up, oh, the variance, okay, all right.
I thought, wow, I just blew my spreadsheet.
Well, what was the okay, so that's.
The ones that are going down are in, the ones that are going up.
So the other one that went down was that one property for $1,000. Oh,
No, there's another one.
No, there's a
300.
Yeah.
And then also, and then the ones that went down with the boat slips.
Yeah.
They went down. And then I added in, like I said, the bottom two are the restaurant and the bar. So the equivalent revised assessment would be $400.49. And right now it's $396.45. So that, at this point, remember, we have to pass that two-prong test. And now you're passing it because you have a method that was fair and reasonable. And you have the data to back that up. That's the first thing. And then everybody's receiving a special and peculiar benefit, all the properties. And the conclusion is this methodology passes that two-prong test we talked about. It was developed with professionally acceptable data and multiple. We have a basis for it. You have a basis for it. And then the methodology is a recommendation. The District Board of Supervisors has the final decision with regard to determining assessments. So with that, questions or comments?
I think our eyes are pleased, too.
So now,
My chart.
Well, you say we have the ability as a board to accept it or not accept it. It's a valid, how do you not accept?
I think we'd be stupid not to, because it's an outside assessment that's accurate and it's up to date. I mean, we'd be foolish. I mean, right now, it's like rolling dice. So this makes perfect sense.
and this is only O and M.
The other, there's two parts to that. When your budget changes, the assessments change, but they'll flow through. All you'll need to do is just plug in the number and it'll come through. So their assessment rule will be already. So you put the budget in and you have adopted your final budget, the assessment rule is already determined into account. And the other part of that is every year, before you go to your May preliminary budget, we need to visit it and see, to make sure if there are any changes. Maybe they sold a parcel and all of a sudden it's commercial and they're going to develop 20,000 square feet. We need to make the adjustment on that parcel. Somebody builds on and somebody builds on a lot that of the 1.5 to 2 lots. That's, another time we'll have to make a change. The third part is if maybe one of those parcels that's open goes from, it becomes a residential one, we will have to make that assessment and measurement at that point. But it's not hard to do. It's pretty easy really to set up. It's just we have to make sure that every year you're making that adjustment based on what changes are happening.
The only one that bothers me is the restaurant bar, because if they're coming from outside of here, they're coming on 41 and just pulling in and eating. I mean, I just don't understand charging them for that, I guess.
Well, and I understand what you're saying. They're still generating traffic on a portion of the roads, first of all. And you're coming in the entrance, and you're maintaining that. The landscaping, they have the enjoyment of the landscaping when people are driving by. I mean, how do you measure that? I mean, it's really true because it's a part of the road. And they're generating a lot of that traffic. So they are benefiting from the operations and maintenance. I put them in there because that's what I felt about it. You have that flexibility of changing that. I mean, that's a board decision. And those two, I really didn't have a good basis for measurement, other than I could have went into the ITE, Institute of Traffic Engineers, and look up at restaurants. Hey, they're generating 600 trips a day. Well, that's in the urban area, not out here, but they are generating some trips. So consequently, you can take that. Is it equivalent to 3 residential units? Maybe.
Would there be a difference if it's designated as part of the hotel, which it is now, and the hotel draws the traffic count, and that's just an asset of the hotel, much like the gym is or whatever, as opposed to, let's say the new owner decides to lease the space to an operator, and he says, here, you pay me once a month for that space. That's a different situation, like hypothetically.
Yeah.
Let's say you put a McDonald's in there that generates its own traffic. That's a whole different thing than if it's just a dining room in a hotel.
Correct.
So how do you look at it?
Well, in that case, I was still, in my mind, the way I was looking at it was the fact that that restaurant isn't there just specifically for people who are staying.
Right. It's
not the bars.
Right.
They're still, so it's
public.
And they're generating traffic.
That's right.
So that's why I did it that way. If you wanted to say, well, if you did it inside, that's the way we look at it, that's how we back it up, and we agree as a board, that's what we're gonna do. That's a minor adjustment.
Yeah. So O&M, so I get it. Stay with the property, it's fixed, can't sell them, can't transfer them, can't give them away.
Right.
It's the utility ERCs that can be transferred, sold, right? Mike, do I have that right? Okay.
And if they don't have enough, they have to buy more.
Right. And right now, the way it sits, like Mr. Nguyen, if he needs 100 ERCs, he can buy them right now.
Right.
And hypothetically, this isn't going to happen, but hypothetically, if Steve McNamee had ERCs that he doesn't want, he could sell them to Mr. Nguyen, or he can transfer.
The utility.
The utilities,
Right.
right. And the OEMs or O&Ms are fixed.
And not transferable.
Right, not transferable.
Which is going to raise a small problem, considering somebody wanted to transfer something.
And if they're adjusted, it would all be handled administratively.
Right, yes.
Nothing on O&M has to come back to the board once you adopt something.
It's the only, doing it this way is the only thing that makes sense. I mean, it's crazy otherwise.
It did appear it was all over the board.
Oh.
It's going through the years, but this will give you a little bit of stability. Yeah. And the opportunity to change it as you need to every year and adjust it to what really develops. I mean, I built in that flexibility.
How do we, because I agree with everything you said, how do we yearly adjust this? Is that, I'm not dumping it on him, but is that an automatic, is there a spreadsheet for it that'll do it? Is it a function? Because we got to make sure we do that once a year.
It's only a function of change.
Generally, what most districts do, they call me up and say, hey, listen, would you take a look at it? And I give you a quick memo and charge you a very nominal fee.
Like that.
And then it's all, then I give them a new workbook.
How do we look at the losses? Like Huron's been a loss a long time. The other lake, whatever it is in here, Orchid Cove, been a loss for a long time. Lot 13's a loss.
That's all calculated in your revenue. And then if you've got chargeable revenue or ERUs of 800, divide that into your budget, and that's what it is for each ERU.
So that's looked at
And
every
if
year.
somebody doesn't pay, then that's a loss. You're not meeting your.
And here's another situation. If one of those county-owned units, they sell it on a tax and they sell it. So now you have an end user, we had another ERU in your.
Right.
And that's.
Because those stay, they're just not paying.
Correct.
Right.
And they're not accounted for in numbers.
Right.
Because in these numbers are the actual end users, the ones that, because the county can't. It's a government. So, anyway, that's the type of adjustments we would need to do every year. I would pull down the data and look at it and say, well, they sold that one, so we need to add it back to ERU.
Oh, my God. Where were you?
Later on in the meeting, we're going to be talking about capital improvement plan.
Not 10 years ago.
Later on in the meeting, we're going to be talking about the capital improvement plan, and there's some projects that have been designated associated with drainage and roadways and so forth. There's no issues that are going to come up as far as us applying those costs across the entire community.
No, well, no, you can still keep them as the same benefit.
Yeah.
As the ERUs. Now, if we're going into, and really, if you were to do that and you decided to go out on that, just as opposed to do it as a operations and maintenance, because it's a capital improvement, you can do it with O&M. A lot of times because it's such a big expense, you want to spread it out, so you're going to use bonds, of course. You can still use the same methodology that you can still have.
And you could take an area. So say we're going to go in and completely redo roads, storm sewer, everything in a particular area, and you've got to borrow, we can set that assessment area up specifically for that bond, and they'd be the only ones charged. Normally you do the whole community. It is a bit, the whole community does benefit, as long as you keep doing that and treat everyone like you guys have said, treat everybody equal, then, if you're going to do one area,
The only way
you
we
do
can
another area.
Question I had is, for piggybacks on yours. As far as the traffic goes, the marina itself does a tremendous amount of traffic that goes in. Is that factored in to make sure that they're paying, quote unquote, their fair share?
But they're government.
I mean, well, you got two parts. You got the marina, which is government, and then you've got the boat slips, which is private.
That's what I'm talking about, the boat slips.
Yeah,
Oh,
boat slips.
'cause
Yeah,
the boat slips themselves, because you've got people coming in and out, you got the ramp, et cetera.
But you have 175 of those.
Yeah.
And again, the allocation, I think, was the fair
That's
way
the
of doing it, was on the acreage basis. And that would account for the trips. If you're looking there, we're at 0.4. So let's say we determine that a single family home generates 9.65 trips. That's the ITE, okay? So you divide that by 4 and say they're generating, each boat slip is generating 2.5 trips a day. So it's accounted for in.
What you're saying is, with Port of the Islands District, we really shouldn't focus too much on the traffic counts and stuff, because it's kind of not going to help us.
That's correct. I mean,
It doesn't equate.
There's no true basis for measuring. The only true basis is to put out the trip
Right.
count.
You're not going to do
And
that.
that's going to cost you more to do that than it would be to.
So you can't really put too much emphasis on the traffic counts.
Correct.
It-
Other than
it's potential usage.
Other than you can make that adjustment, for instance, the gun club.
Yeah.
You can say, well, maybe they're an equivalent of, they generate 20 trips, so maybe they need to have
4 instead
four.
of 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I would rather take it from off of the restaurant and put it on the gun club. But that's, I'm just talking for me, but it seems like the restaurant is us. I mean, most of us go there, in the bar. And so there's not, I mean, there are outside people, but not as many, so we're already paying because we live here. I don't know, it just seems hard to.
And I agree with you. That was my recommendation before I had a chance to talk to you, to understand, just like the gun club, the truth about the trips, we have that flexibility built in, we can adjust that. This isn't set in stone. If it's just making a recommendation, if you want to change that, moves up. It's not exchanging one for the other. Let's take a true look at the gun clubs. They're generating, what's an equivalent, how many trips you think we get a day? Then we'll calculate that, calibrate it back to the ERU, give the appropriate ERU.
What about seasonality? Like, they're highly seasonal for 6 months out of the year. It's like a graveyard. The other 4 months is when it's like, and it's 4 days a week. So how do you adjust in seasonality?
Well, in seasonality, I say, these things you can really get into detail in depth. In a case like that, what I would do is, let's say they're generating 20 trips a day right now. Let's cut that in half. 6 months of active and 6 months.
I mean, just your own.
So that goes year round. So there's ways of calibrating. So which we can do. I mean, I'm just making the recommendation.
Yeah, no, it's
Say
good.
this, adjust this.
You definitely needed this.
This is great.
That's good.
And how we'll go from here, Russ will send us something in writing that I'll get to the board. We'll need to set a public hearing, correct, Lenore? And then you can adopt it in a public hearing to give the community an opportunity to comment on it.
Can that be tied to the March one or no?
It's still, you still got to advertise it. You can't.
30 days out. 30.
Is that what the act is? We might not be able to do it in February.
Do it in March.
Yeah.
But it still gives you plenty of time. I mean, that's why we said all districts, hey, I need them now.
What was the bottom line variation of it? How much more or less?
Here he's coming now.
Yeah, here comes.
Don't say it. You give her to be.
Lenore was much quieter than you are.
Much quieter. But I do believe at 2:30.
No, Gateway was yesterday.
Oh, I see, it's just based on the budget there.
Correct.
Yes.
So the bottom line's the same.
Yeah. Is there a?
I didn't change the budget. The only reason
Okay.
I used this year's budget so you can see what the change was.
All right, let me ask you this. Is there
can we figure out a dollar amount for an ERU? In other words, for those people that are going to go up, and they come to us and say, my taxes went up X number of dollars. Because our ERUs, in other words, they went from 4 ERUs to 10 ERUs.
It's right there, it's right in the variance.
The variance, $5.
The last.
That's what I'm saying.
It's only going to affect you.
Oh, the residential was $5, but if you change the.
But we'll still have to do a mailed notice and a public hearing on increasing it.
Right, that's what
And that'll be when you do your budget. Even though it's just $5 for most residences, you still have to do it.
Yeah, and also we will have a separate hearing to adopt methodology.
Right.
That's what we're talking about.
Yes. Yes. Is he gonna be here for that?
That's not part of this contract right now, so.
I think it is, right?
Would,
It'd be a good idea.
yeah,
I shouldn't have.
Take it off the month.
Russ,
We did that at Gateway, right? That's right.
Russ, there was a request that you be at the public hearing. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good idea.
That's.
Good idea.
I won't charge you.
Outside source, good idea.
Okay.
Pardon?
Wear a fire suit.
Yeah.
I wear my hockey.
There you go.
So we'll set the,
That's great.
we would need a motion not to accept this, but a motion to set a public hearing for the adoption of the assessment methodology for the March meeting.
Well, I think what we'll do, we'll have subsequent resolutions that we need to,
Right.
in the February meeting to set the hearing. We'll coordinate that.
Okay, but is that going to give us enough time? Russ thought it was 30 days.
I believe, well, there's actually 2 resolutions. Right. So I think we have. I'll make the motion, he's moving it.
Okay, Tony's saying you don't need a motion now, that we're going to do it in February.
He staff, set the rules in motion to get the necessary resolutions.
Okay, so this will be to set a public hearing for March.
And then we'll bring the resolution back to the board next meeting.
Yes.
So we have a second.
I second.
I'm
All in
sorry,
favor?
I was jabbering. Ray made the
Ray made the
motion.
motion. I second.
Excellent
Very
job,
much.
excellent job.
We're all in favor.
She said it, and I said,
Oh,
Thank you.
Yeah, 2 motions in 2 seconds. Thank you for your time.
Thank
Thank you.
Nice presentation.
If it's possible, we'll put this up on the website. It's just, the ADA is something that's always free. It's easy to put things up. It's just,
But you're doing a public hearing
yeah.
anyway.
Well, once we have it, then anyone that wants to see it, they can get a copy of it.
I just think it'd be so much better for the residents if he can answer questions. I really do.
I'll take the presentation.
Yeah, I think it'd be way better.
Okay. Thanks, Russ. Can we work around you while you break?
Yeah.
Ron is here now. Would you like to move into that?
I was gonna say.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Let's get rid of it.
Okay.
It's ready.
Go, Mitch.
Good morning, afternoon, everyone. It's not, right?
No, it's not.
So a lot of stuff on here is the same as every month. We still have the upgrades to the fire pump station. I've been working with David on that. Just going through the panel layout and working with the design engineers. Operations, the wastewater plant is running great, making excellent effluent, no issues at all. The water distribution requirements were all met. I did have multiple complaints of high chlorine. We put some new chlorine pumps in and chemical pumps at the plant and had to readjust our calculations, but at no time was the chlorine ever above the legal limit of a 4.0. But we did work with that, got it down low and flushed throughout the system. I had multiple calls. Everyone I spoke to was extremely nice, and we got that all resolved. I don't think there's any issues at all now. So, the reuse pump station is back working. VCI fixed everything, replaced the PLC, no issues there. Wastewater treatment, we treated 4.8 million gallons of wastewater. The water, we made 5.5 million gallons. In reuse, we sent out 7.7 million gallons. I think we installed 6 new backflow preventers and new meters throughout the distribution for new construction. In the preventative maintenance section, the ROs, both of those were cleaned. I think we talked about it last month. We replaced all the pre-filters. We've inspected all the pump stations. Everything's good. The number 2 blower at the plant we had an issue with. It's been removed and sent out for a repair quote. Once that quote comes back, I'll bring it to you, whether you want to repair it or replace it. But I'm sure it'll be well, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty certain that we'll want to repair it. No odor complaints. Generator ran fine. We had the storms that came through on Sunday. The power went out, the generator came on, no glitches.
Nice.
So everything worked there. Luckily, no damage on anything, so that was good. Security cameras, I think of the 5 cameras they're installing, they're working on the 3rd one today. They're slowly working through them, and they're getting the other 2 ready to go, and they'll be connected once the fiber optic is repaired. We do have that scheduled, but it's not until February. It's very hard to find someone to work on fiber optic.
So this side will go for you?
No, I ended up with a different guy, yeah. The backflow preventer handles, they've all been replaced. I did have one gentleman that called. I guess we missed one. We went back and got him. The storm drains, we've cleaned multiple storm drains. We're finishing up today. A lot of those storm drains that are on the list to clean, when I say storm drains, they're just the culverts under the driveway over on Newport. The ditch is higher than the culvert. So we're just shoveling it out, doing the best we can, and then taking the truck and cleaning the pipes and sucking it up. But I'm sure that when rainy season gets here, they're going to fill back up. I mean, it may take a few years, but definitely the ditch is higher than the culverts that we're cleaning. RPZs, they've been certified. There might be a few stragglers out there left. The guys are going around just to check that. The gravel, we delivered the gravel and spread it back around the curve. The rain, though, on Sunday, I seen in all the traffic for the gun club, it looks like it's kind of washing out again already. So I don't know about that one. Maybe we would want to look at doing something different in the future. And then the meters that were changed out, that does not remain the same. There were like 100 stragglers left that we were waiting on. Those did come in December, and we're finishing those up. You've probably seen my guys around the community switching those out. So hopefully really soon we'll be 100% automatic read. And I have had a lot, like 6 or 7 people, or maybe even 10 that have called and said, there's no way our bill can be this high. You're making a mistake. And we're able to go out, download it, and show the graph, and everyone's understood when we show the graph. So it's a good piece of technology for us. So I think that covers everything that I have, unless you have any questions.
Pinch the, like an Orchid Cove,
Yes, sir.
the lines that go into the units, there's a valve in the front to turn the water on and off into the unit. Oh, and then the other ones are the backflows, right? The one before the backflow?
So yes, there's the one on the backflow, and in Orchid Cove, you actually have 3. You have the one before on the top, before the backflow, the one after, and the one going down.
Because they took a lot of them.
Yeah, we tried to take all the ones at the front, and then some of the ones going down, we can't get those handles. So if those handles have rotted off, we took that handle away, and we've replaced the one up on the top.
Yeah.
And the recommendation, if you're going to leave for a day or 2, you can turn it off there. But if you're leaving for season and want it off, call us. We'll come shut it off in the meter box and then you don't have anything to worry about, and then just call us when you come back, and we'll get it turned back on for you.
Instead of just shutting the top one?
You can shut the top one.
You're gonna go, like, so say you're only here 6 months. If you're gonna go, you call them and they'll turn it all the way off.
I got it.
And what happens, sometimes the people turn it off and they leave for the season, and somehow, I don't know whether it's landscapers, the neighbor, it gets turned back on, then there's water usage, and then they get upset. And when they get upset, we only know for sure if we turned it off, because I can put a lock on it.
And that's what your rules say.
Yeah. Change, I mean, we'll change.
Yeah, that was remaining though.
And the meters in North Dakota got now,
I think there's 2 left.
and I know they've been in there.
Yep, there's 2 left, I believe they're working on.
I'd like to personally thank you and the rest of your team for fixing our grade. Thank
That
you
was
very
easy.
much.
Once we had the right one, it's no problem at all.
Amazing, right, Ray?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
That's a good one. You're fine, go ahead.
I'm gonna be picking on every
Sure.
today. Okay. I got your invoice here,
Yes.
and by the time we're done, we're at $65,000.
For one invoice?
No, all of them.
Oh,
Sure. For the month. Okay? For the month. So you got your operations per contract in here, 29,000.
okay.
But then I'm wondering what I'm getting for that 29,000, because I'm getting charged labor here, I'm getting charged labor here, I'm getting charged labor, I'm getting charged monthly compliance, and then I'm reading your contract, and stuff that's included is laboratory testing, analysis, repair and replace equipment, clean and lubricate equipment, make equipment inspection and needed adjustments, perform periodic maintenance and as appropriate. I mean, this goes on.
So that is correct. So anytime we grease a blower, we change the filters, as we go around and check the lift stations, you never get charged extra for that. That's included in the monthly contract. The operator during the day, the second shift guy that comes in and checks, the weekend guy, my office to take care of all the paperwork, the filing, the reports to the DEP, that's all in that monthly service. And then anything above and beyond, like if there's a breakdown or a repair, it's stated in our contract what I can charge you, and that's how I bill you. It's also,
Well, yeah, and that comes up here too. It says anything that exceeds $2,000 has to be approved by this.
okay.
But
That's-
maybe I'm after a more accurate invoice. That's my big thing. These invoices, if I was running a business, I would think. Okay, so except for one, this community field services is our excellent.
Is all right.
I need.
That's correct.
Yeah, I need more of a breakdown on this. When you say parts,
So for
maybe I
example,
need employee numbers or something that.
can you read a line out to me, for example, of what one that you're
Compliance,
dissatisfied with?
Well, we got a monthly compliance of samples of wastewater, 1,097. Why is that in there when it
That's
says
the
that?
testing.
That's the testing. That's not me, that's a laboratory.
That's laboratory testing and analysis that's included in the general services.
What was intended is he's pulling the samples. He's getting them to the lab. But even Severn Trent always charges for the lab analysis. That wasn't, they can't perform that. You have to have a certified lab to do it.
So I need to better describe that, I guess. And this was discussed when I met with you guys, when I actually was hired. That exact line, so.
But I mean, I'm reading off, perform plumbing, electrical maintenance. I mean, you got a regular maintenance schedule?
We do on certain things, yes, sir. Like, for example, changing the oil in the blowers and the filters, that's done on a regular schedule.
So what happens when we replace these pumps, right, and stuff like that?
So a lot of
Where's
times.
the invoice for the pump? You got the invoice?
No.
Who gets the invoice?
Well, for the pump, I don't believe we have.
I don't supply you an invoice before I buy it. I can supply that if you like. I have a set percentage. I don't know if it's 15 or 20 or 25%, but I can only mark it up that amount.
And then sometimes we pay, you guys pay invoices and sometimes we. I don't get it. It's like one time you're paying Waterworks, but we have contracted services for the SCADA.
So
Waterworks is the meter.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, then other times the SCADA is included in his.
That's correct.
Just like the laboratory tests and stuff. So it's
Because
included in his billing.
you pay me as a company to manage certain things of the utility. So if I call BCI, they come and fix it, they give me a bill, I pay them. I have the markup that I'm allowed, I put on there and I send it to you.
Markup.
It's in your contract, yes, sir.
That I didn't do. Okay. And but I was going crazy with stuff.
Sure.
But yeah, maybe, I don't know how you're gonna make me happier with the invoice.
I am glad to meet with you one-on-one and sit down and try to come up with how you want it itemized, or if you want a particular, because we do everything, we have an app with maintenance software. So every time a person is here doing work, I have a record of it. So I can say, okay, for example, Travis was here for 2 hours on blah, blah day. And I never, for example, say we're back there working on the filters. If the operator is there and I have 2 maintenance guys, you only get billed for the 2 maintenance guys. I've never.
Got that? So if you're audited sometime, that would all be there, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, that's good to know. I'm not saying I'm gonna audit you or ask for an audit. I mean, it's good to know that.
Sure.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I kind of like to know why some things don't fall under this monthly maintenance. You know what I mean?
It all.
I guess we'd have to sit down and.
Yes, absolutely, which I'm glad to do so. I'm glad I can meet you at Cal's office. We can go over it together, however you want to do it. It doesn't matter.
There, be right here.
Perfect.
I don't want.
Sure.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
But yeah, it's, like I said, I'm not singling you out. We're not done with this.
Absolutely, that's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ron, yeah.
Am I allowed to leave or will you need me?
I think,
Good.
yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
And everybody should have a program you got.
It's called Harvest. It's very.
Harvest. Yep. Yeah.
Ron, you're up.
Stranger.
Is it okay if I come sit at this?
Sure.
Yeah.
How are you
You're gonna
enjoying
need a
retirement?
chair.
I am. Thanks for
You might have to take that out.
Unfortunately, I have a lot of stuff. I have the printed out version that you got by PDF. And that's how big it is.
Yeah, we got one too.
Oh, you got printed out version?
Yeah.
Well, I want to put mine in front of me so I can refer to it, as well as when you have questions, I can put a tab or something on the right page and you can then decide what to do next. You can set up my little office here. Would you like me just to give a brief introduction of what it is I did and then open it to questions, or what format would you want?
That's good.
Sure.
Well, it's good to be back at Port of the Islands. I haven't been down here for a while. I think you may have seen it alluded to in my report. I first started working with Port of the Islands in, I think it was the fall of 1990. And pretty much worked
continuously with the community and this board. I guess officially until I retired in March last year. Although I guess 6 months to a year prior to that, David was transitioning in since I knew I was going to be retiring at some point. So, I had a head start on the subject of history since I lived it. And a lot of the stuff that was suggested that should be researched for things that fortunately I could use my recollection and say, I think about between 2000 and 2002 is when that was. So when I went to Cal's office, well, let me back up one step. But the assignment came to me as the board had a workshop or meeting and had come up with what everybody had as a priority as far as topics, and then there was some combining of that and a ranking of the topics. Cal asked me if I would agree to take on this assignment for maximum, I think it was 50 hours, at about half of my normal hourly rate. And since I like Port of the Islands, I said I'd do it, even though I knew I'd spend 150, which I did. And so what our agreement was I would start at the top of the list and go down as far on the list of topics that I thought I could cover, and also that had by far the highest priority scores. And so these were those 6 topics, and that's how that came about. One of the things that I think we talked about in board meetings, myself and usually the attorney, over the years, was the DCA agreement. And whenever something came up where the DCA agreement was part of the explanation of why something was what it was, well, we probably didn't go in and explain very, very much. I mean, we just referred to it. And so, probably 30 years ago, the people on the board knew what it was, and probably in more recent times, people may not. And so that's where I wanted to start. And before we get into any weeds, the importance of that. What it was this area had been disturbed prior to the state of Florida having a lot of environmental regulations that otherwise wouldn't have allowed this to ever been developed. And part of that DCA agreement, I think it was 1985, the actual copy of it in here. And that's what I tried to do. Every time there was an important document, I tried to put that document here so you have a ready reference from here on forward to some of that stuff that people asked about. Also, I tried to put in enough when we had a discussion here at a board meeting. I tried to put enough of the minutes that related to that topic in here so you could see that it, what was discussed. In those days, it was verbatim minutes, so you can see the discussion. What was the question that was asked by a property owner or during the meeting, one of the residents? And what did the board say? What was their discussion, pros and cons on it? And so I tried to put enough in here that you would get the flavor of that discussion. And if someone had interest, they could then ask, Cal's group, well, how about getting the minutes a couple before and a couple after that, and maybe there's something else. If somebody really wanted to, dig. And so my intent was not to be exhaustive, it was to use examples. And so if I would have been exhaustive on the stuff that related to these topics, we would have had something, like this tall. And that would have been way too much. in my opinion. The other thing, just so you know, what I did is I was in Cal's office, at least 4 days, 4 or 5 days in a 2-week period. They covered it in 2 weeks. Anywhere from, 3 to 6 hours each time I went. And he had gotten all these boxes, big bankers boxes. And I mean, there were stacks of them. And I believe that even with zeroing in on the timeframes that I thought would cover these topics, I'm sure I went through 10 feet of paper, if not 20 feet. And I didn't go through all of them. I mean, 30 years is a lot. So I'm not claiming that I covered everything. So, hopefully that's, you understand that. I think I'm pretty thorough on the topics of the history and at least the intention of the board. And again, I was a staff person. I was district engineer. I never voted on any of this stuff. I was asked to be the technical expert on certain things, and I kept track of stuff. I gave presentations, I made recommendations. Sometimes the board did what I recommended. Sometimes they changed it a little bit. Sometimes they may have just not done anything. I mean, so I didn't make policy. I was the engineer. And so, again, when you read this, what you ought to look for is what was the discussion of the board members about these topics. And I think, again, I'm biased. I lived through it. I worked with probably, 30 board members over 30 years. I mean, felt everybody I worked with had a real vested interest in the community, and that's why they were on the board. And I enjoyed being part of POI. So that's kind of my introduction. The DCA, the state, the agreement with the state. The key there is, Ray, you're a realtor, right? Okay. If somebody was wanting to build a subdivision and they wanted to know about building a subdivision across the canal, what would you tell them? You tell them they can't do it, right? Now today, it's even more firm because the state owns the land, or some state entity owns the land. Okay, well, when the DCA agreement was adopted, all that land was part of this community that was being owned and was being asked about to determine what could be done in the future. So the deal, and I'm way simplifying it, you have the full document here. The deal was, don't ask about every building over there. So a lot over there was the land was going to be worth zero. Just like all the land for miles around here is worth, now it's worth zero for building homes and for human habitation. It's worth, maybe an infinite amount of money for the environment.
Right.
And that's the key too, is we're in an area of state critical concern, and there's all kinds of other designations where the bottom line is like the water. Every drop of water here at Port of the Islands is for the environment, except what Port of the Islands has a private claim to, that they can continue to, get permanent, renewals. But other than that, none of the water for miles and miles around out here is for people. It's all for the environment. And so there was a requirement, this property, they called it the initial development of Port of the Islands as a CID, the northwest quadrant. This was the northeast, southwest, southeast. And so that was given up. Any rights to argue about it in exchange that the other 3 quadrants could be developed to the density that Collier County had on the books at the time. That's the simple version of the agreement. Now, the agreement also said, it was a consent agreement, so both parties had to agree theoretically. The other part was, they had to do what they had to do to make the community fit within, environmental constraints and water use constraints and things like that. So for the island CID, could develop water system, both potable water, fire and irrigation. They could, have a wastewater treatment plant, as long as they could find a way to dispose of that effluent from the wastewater treatment plant that met state rules. And this is all going to be, and what I think a lot of people don't know was this was an almost impossible task even then.
Right, it had to be self-contained.
Yes. Yeah, because look, we're surrounded.
Right.
And that's the beauty of Port of the Island. It's out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded, with nothing else like it. Okay, so we had, and I know about this because I was the engineer that did most of this. I met with the state of Florida Environmental Protection for, I guess the division or whatever back then, but they changed it. But I met with those people going back to 1990 because the facilities that were here for the North Hotel and the South Hotel, which was the only really uses that created, let's say, wastewater, those treatment plants were failing, even at the loads they were at. We had problems with the state of Florida. We had to have consent agreements. We had to come up with plans to do things. We came up with a creative solution, and that's the only way this community was developed. Now, if you look at the costs every year, a large percentage of your costs have to do with utilities. If you didn't have utilities, then you wouldn't have come up with a solution. And it's a solution that, yes, because of two reasons. It's a small community, small, you don't get the economic advantages of the large community. But it's going to cost more per unit because you're small. You also have the purity unique. Your solutions are unique. They're more expensive. They just are. And on top of that, you're small. So the price per home is going to be higher than it is in Collier County. I mean, utilities, it just is. But at the same time, there would not have been any value on a lot for the island if you did not have those utilities. Not gone through and done. The last thing related to that, it was decided the right thing to do was to build the capacity initially, because everybody was going to be assessed for the potential of building on their property, which they were going to get the benefits of being able to build on the property. So it would be like the land across the canal. If they wanted to build the first year, they could. If they wanted to build 10 years later, they could. That was their choice when they could, but they could. That was the only way to make all this work, was to build it at once, because otherwise, again, your cost per unit would have gone up exorbitantly if you would have built it in phases. So you had to build the whole capacity. And everybody that owned a piece of land was told, actually told probably before they ever bought it. Because the land was all sold by the developer pretty early. It was already known that you're going to have to pay for the right to have a piece of property in the middle of nowhere, that otherwise was worth zero.
There it is in a nutshell.
And I guess I thought a long time about this. I need to just say it.
You're right.
Now, there's one of the things I put in the report that I said I thought a lot about before I said it. And it's clear, should be clear when you read the document. It's not necessarily what I said about it. By the documents themselves is just like anywhere. people that bought property last 30 years, a lot of them were speculators. They said, oh yeah, we may build a house someday. And they held a lot for a long time for the building. They may have bought property figuring as soon as the value went up and there was a real estate boom, they sell the lot. A lot of people did that. So there's a lot of this that's been driven, in my opinion. I don't want to go into detail because I'm just an engineer. I'm not a realtor or appraiser or whatever. But I lived through it. I met with those people every time somebody had a wild idea what to do for the audience. And we talked to them about what they would have to do to fit into the criteria for water, sewer, and stuff. But there was speculation. And it's very clear when you read these documents, especially when the value of an ERC comes up.
Wild speculation.
And I wasn't here earlier today, but I saw your agenda and some of the things that you had. And one of the things that again, I'm not the engineer. I haven't been your engineer since March. So I'm not involved with any of these projects. But I know on there was some discussions there, I think, about the Southeast commercial. Well, and I did the research on it, and it brought things back to my brain, because I was involved with it. I just didn't remember exactly the date. And over the years, when people ask me, I give them general ideas of my recollection. Well, now we got the documents, and I can tell you I can give you the quote. Okay? So we have Southeast commercial property. Somebody bought it. They want to decide what they were going to do with it. They called up me as the district engineer, and they said, okay, we're trying to figure out what the best use of this property is. It's going to give us the best financial return. And we know we have some number of acres. I don't know if it's 4 acres or some number, 5 acres. And they said we have, I think it was 20 utility ERCs. We're trying to figure out what we're going to do that's going to get us the most return on our investment in this land. And so they did know that at that time, Orchid Code was trying to buy the ERCs. They knew that the shoe carts over at and their partners, different partners over the years,
Were buying the ERC.
they were buying ERCs and they wanted the CID to sell them ERCs. Because when you read the documents, don't take my word for it, nobody would sell them ERCs even for $500,000 to get 12 ERCs. It's in here. I heard it. I remember it. And when I said that a few years ago in the meeting, people told me I was making it up and I was a liar. I'll stop there. He's got the documents. And it wasn't just him. Everybody, there's quotes of all these owners turning down 25,000, 30,000 in ERC. Why? The people that own the Southeast commercial property could have sold. And they didn't want to because they thought the price was going up. And that's speculative. Okay, and I know I'm going a little long here on my introduction, but I think it's important. And why did they want to sell? Because the price they thought was going up. They also didn't know how many they needed to get the best use of their property and the most financial return. And that's why the CID had a rulemaking session that's talked about in June that I was very involved in to make it where we have how you define what you could build on property based on ERCs for uses that had not been contemplated in the original concept. Yeah. So we did, read that discussion, I said, well, based on what they talked about, here's what I would do. As an engineer applying sound practice. sound practice being utility practice, as well as what other government entities in the area were doing, as far as their rules, that we believe right ballpark, consistent with everybody else. Okay, so you actually went through rulemaking, come up with, how we would go about it, and someone made a proposal of what they were going to build on their property. And I say, today, someone was probably in here doing something similar to that today. But you have a rule now. You came up with years ago when they first, the previous owner of that property asked the same question. The previous owner said, yep, I was off for 25,000 ERC and I'm not selling it on my deal. So I'll just stop that issue with those comments. I think it's important that, you got to know history to not repeat it.
Without a doubt.
And so, the topics I covered was assessments and ERCs. Now remember, again, I'm approaching it as an engineer, not an accountant or auditor or, any people that kept your budget, because that's not my profession. So I can't speak to, how someone calculated the numbers or things like that, but I can tell you what the theory was from a development standpoint and from an engineering standpoint. There was a question about commercial properties, and we can talk about that. There was questions about the marina. And one thing I want to say about the marina is there was when I did my research, there was something in the back of my mind from the very early days, going to CID meetings in about 91, I think, or 90, about the marina. I remember, because it wasn't something I was actively involved in. I was dealing with the state of Florida, the wastewater treatment plan, and the fact that it wasn't in compliance and they were going to shut you down, and we hadn't even started, developing on it. So those, I was on that end, but there was these issues about how many boat slips were at the marina. I remember going to a meeting. It wasn't my thing on the agenda, so I was just sitting off to the side. And people were talking about counting the boat slips at the marina and things like that. Well, I remembered that, and I looked it up. And you'll see in one of the appendices some documents probably. And if they're not there, I have them at home in my file. Again, I didn't want to overburden on something that ended up not being a wild goose chase. Because what happened was the original concept POI included the community owning the marina. But it didn't happen, okay? So there was a lot, I bet you it was a dozen meetings. And they used to have meetings like every couple of weeks in some of these years. There was a number of meetings over and over. It just kept coming up. It was on the whole business list. And the engineer, who was one of my former partners, felt David also worked with, named Harry Holloman. Harry was the district engineer for whole Montez, and I was working with the district engineer as an employee doing the water and wastewater type stuff. But Harry, he'd go out and count slips. And he'd say, well, how can we buy, I'll just make it up, how can we buy 100 slips if I go out and I count there's only 86? Then the next meeting, he'd say, they had done some more work or something, and someone's talking about, well, the contractor or whatever is by, some number of slips, and he'd say, well, there's more, but that number is too high now. So that's what I remember. The bottom line is, the whole thing fell apart, and it didn't happen. So the owner, the developer, retained the marina, didn't sell it to the CID. And there was the money that was in the original bond budget to be spent on improvements at the marina was never spent on the marina. It got shifted to something else for the overall community. So if anybody ever asks about that, yes, there was some talk in the early years about buying and selling the marina and leasing it back and all kinds of stuff. And if anybody brings that up, that never happened. even though it was in a lot of stuff. If you follow it for about 2 years, you'll find that finally it just goes away. So, I guess at that point, given some of my introduction, I better just let folks ask me their questions. And if appropriate, I'll refer you to what tab number in the document. And we can all sit there and read it, whatever.
Any have any questions?
I got one question on, because we're discussing this now with the swale system, et cetera, that we have here. It's after reading, which, like, as I said, it's like reading War and Peace, but it's extremely interesting read. I really enjoyed it. I learned a lot that I did not know, so I want to thank you for that. But with that, the way they work, the storm water management, et cetera, here, the way the community is set up, unless they came up with that, they probably wouldn't have had this development in the first place, because this was such an environmentally sensitive area. They did not want runoff from streets, et cetera, going directly into the Fauke Union. And so that's why we came up with the swale system, which is basically a filtration system to allow the water to, gradually filter through the soil and then back into either the aquifer or the canal. Is that?
Yeah, let me make some observations. Again, this is from having been here for over 30 years. And I may, if I'm not 100% accurate, it'll be, in the high 90s. With some of these statements I'm going to tell you, I'm going to try to summarize it. My recollection is your district engineer and this district was not the permittee generally, maybe not for any of the stormwater. The developer of the properties generally was. And they had their engineer, because Paul Montez was your district engineer. Other than maybe one or two instances, Paul Montez wasn't the engineer for the development. So like, for instance, when Stella Maris Phase 1 was developed, I think Paul Montez was Stella Maris Phase 2, Stella Maris Phase 3. It was it Wilkinson? No, it wasn't Wilkinson. Wilkinson did the caves. But there was different engineers did different things. They did the engineering to meet the requirements for stormwater management for different agencies. Often it was for the county who was acting for the water management district. So it wasn't even directly for the water management district. But in summary, so I wasn't involved as the engineer doing those permits or designs. We never even reviewed them. I mean, because that wasn't part of the CID's function. That was the county review. And so like Orchid Cove, since we're sitting here in Orchid Cove, they did all their own stormwater management. Orchid Cove did it. Now, Orchid Cove is a separate one of these topics, and that one gets really down deep and dirty before we get done. But Orchid Cove, they were doing basically they were doing everything they could so they could be a private, not under CID rules. They retained private ownership, and that was their position. So they told Cuyahoga County, we're going to control as private owner all the utilities, all the roads, all that stuff, stormwater management, everything in Orchid Cove. All we're going to do is have our roads connect to the CID roads, which is a county function to tell you how to do that, even though it wasn't a county road, it's a county standard. And there was a lot of discussion in the board meetings about that. Stormwater management was another one. They did their own design. They had to meet the rules. And as you said, the rules are, we're not trying to impact the environment. It's like which we call a pre-post comparison. So the amount of stormwater in quality of that water going off-site was supposed to be the same or better after the development. And so that was the goal. And then there was generally, as far as the design standards to achieve some of those things, there are rules that have been adopted by the different agencies. And so, for instance, like a swale is supposed to retain water up to a certain volume of rainfall before any of it flows out. And then because that's not 100% practical, then there's a provision in the rules to have like a bleeder orifice or a small pipe or something leaving to gradually drain it. So there, I mean, there's a whole bunch of rules about that. And yes, all the properties out here had to comply with those rules, and it was done over time. So it wasn't always done consistent because the rules might change or which agency was reviewing it. So if you have South Florida Water Management District person review one to comply with their rules, or if you had a Collier County reviewer reviewing it to see if it met the county rules and the Water Management District rules. Things were, I mean, you can walk around the community and everything's a little different. How it went about it. But it all met, in the end, Collier County's rules, because Collier County is the ultimate approver of site development, right? I think I'm summarizing it pretty, I mean, again, I'm leaving out all the details and stuff, but I will tell you one thing. It's my observation, and I'm not saying this as your district engineer, because I'm not, but Port of the Islands board over the years and different parts of the community as they were being developed over the years, I think there could have been, and this is just my opinion, and maybe I shouldn't even be saying it, but I will, because I think it relates to what you were trying to go to on some of this, is there's different areas here that some of the CIDs are responsible for the stormwater management and others that they're not. And even some that where you ask the agency who's responsible for maintenance, they'd say the CID, but yet over the years, the CID said, no, I don't think we're responsible.
We're doing that right now.
And I'm going to tell you one that I think you need to know, and that is the Ks. The Ks, and I'm almost positive that I'm not saying this wrong at all. The drainage system in the Ks was paid for by the bond issue, the original bond issue. And the streets were, and the sidewalk, and, you know, it's all laid out, you go look it up. And when you read it'd probably be in the plat as well as in the, maybe in the SDP, site development plan, which is Collier County, both of those processes, then it would say that Port of the Islands Community Improvement District is responsible for maintenance in perpetuity. Because that's one of the things for these environmental agencies, they need to know who's going to be responsible forever. And they like it to be local government instead of being an HOA or a developer. And so POICID is local government. And so you're going to be around theoretically forever as far as the state's concerned. So for you to maintain it is a good thing, because unless you just don't spend any money on it. But I think there's been discussion at the board level during the years I was involved as to was the CID even responsible for that maintenance? And so I'm just going to, like I said, I told you, I just tell you like it is on some of these. So there's some parts of the community that you've done maintenance on. Generally, I think the board always took the position if it was like a ditch on the side of the road, it was real obvious that it was part of the road system. So generally, that's where most of the drainage work has been done. Is the ditches, you know, swales and ditches and culverts right along the road. And if it was somewhere else in the community, then it's like, no, we can just tell the homeowner they need to fix it. or the HOA. Now, that's something that you, as policymakers, need to decide what you're going to do. And you're going to take over all of it so everybody gets the same. And then you charge everybody the same because it's part of the assessment. That's the commitment. I'm just going to tell you, that's one that I know was kind of lacking. So.
That's putting it mildly.
But I will tell you this, not to be protectionist or whatever, but if you want, it's not in here, but if you want to go through and look at all the minutes and meetings on this subject, I think there's one thing that would be consistent, is that there was a person named Ron Benson that was the district engineer that would always start to go, well, I think we ought to, we ought to go out and survey that swale so we can then ditch it out and get it right again because it's not right. Well, I was the guy sitting right over there that would say that year after year. And so, not that I'm trying to avoid any responsibility for having advised the board, but I think on that one, I was probably where you are going. Sorry, it took such a long way around it, but I think that some of these, it's important to understand how big the issue might be for the future. You make it where you think maybe it ought to go. It may end up being a big project.
Yeah. So you made a statement a little while ago in reference to Article 13 that it may be worth nothing, right? You said like just.
No, that's not what I said. No, I said land on this side of the canal.
Oh, no, I get that. No, I thought you said something about.
No.
This whole area couldn't be built without.
Yeah, and just, I personally avoid saying parcel 13 because that's not parcel 13. On your original development plan and all through the years, that wasn't ever parcel 13.
Right, they named it that.
You named it parcel 13. That's okay,
right.
but I just wanted to say that. And I would probably forget something, but that property has a lot of value.
Okay, but that's what we're getting at. We're trying to sell it. We want to be able to know what we're selling. And I was discussing with them, because I was looking at individual properties in the estates right now. And the land was like, you'd look at a 2.5 acre lot and you get a DEP on it and come back to it's 1,000 square feet that's buildable, maybe not even that.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to happen with this? If this has 10,000, 10 acres. 10 acres set aside for potentially conserved conservation value. We don't even know what that is. But what about the rest of the land? Is it
Yeah, it's zoned RT. It's zoned RT. You can have 16 or 20 units an acre, and you could have a 10-story building.
So that means.
It's the highest density in Cuyahoga County.
But so there's no new rules, there's no new regulations out there in effect that is going to stop something like that. There's no DEP regulations that are going to come in and say, well, wait a minute, the standards are, because they changed the height level of the sea level that you can build down and everything.
No.
Nothing else.
Still gotta meet your FEMA.
Right.
Yeah, you would have
But
to
that
bring
land
a
is
builder.
free and clear to build on.
Yeah, you'd have to bring a builder, anywhere you build out, to meet certain standards.
Right, I wasn't worried
But
about that.
that's not.
I was worried about we consider wetlands now, whereas maybe before it
No,
wasn't wetlands.
it was not wetlands.
I know.
The wetlands is north of that, the gun club.
Ron, what he's concerned about,
Could be a change.
I was gonna ask the same question. And as far as we've gotten on it, that's why I didn't want to vote on a commercial broker, so we asked you this question. There's a designation that he's researching right now of 10 acres up in the northeast quadrant, just south of the settling pits for the water plant and the gun range, just where the road turns like this, that corner. It's dry gulch desert land, just like the rest of it. But at some point, the developer, whoever it was, did a handshaker, it looks like, designation that it was conservation. Now, it's not an easement as far as we can see. Do you remember it?
No, it's zoning. Right. It was zoned, when they, Cuyahoga County zoned this property prior to the DCA agreement. Right. There was a line on a map, and we're talking a map of, like showing the whole county, so it's not really accurate. I mean, it had an intention, and it showed a line, and it said conservation. Right. Below that said RT. Right. Okay? I mean, if you look at the original, if you go back in the documents and you look at them in the county records, it's kind of like imprecise. Okay, now at some point, somebody who was maybe going to do something with the property may have gone to the county and said, well, let's define where this imprecise line is. Okay, so the way that I understood it was the impact, the major impact on the owner of that property was he had some number of acres, that tends to number today, 10 acres of the 50 was conservation and 40 acres was RT. Right. That you take the RT zoning and its number of acres, myself and Dan Cox did this, and we went before judges and, you know, there were trials and everything else, where we went through this with planning experts and everybody else. So this, what I'm repeating is what I lived through, including going before a judge. And Dan, I'm probably sure gave all those records. So the planner said, you take the number of acres RT zoning, you take what you can build on RT zoned land, multiply it out, and that's all you can build on the entire property. Because that's what you got. Now, then the question becomes, do you have to stay away from building anything on the 10 acres? And the answer always that I heard was no. Right. Because it was not an easement. It was simply a zoning district. Exactly. But I will tell you something else. You asked me this question, something you said brought it to my mind. I hadn't thought about this in a year. There was, if I recall, a very small isolated wetland in the corner of that property, northeast corner, I think, over towards. But it's further north. Where the wastewater. Yeah, it's further north. And that some of that, well, David and Montez can go through their files and they can find the maps that were done when the environmentalists in the state of Florida did that whole thing back in, it was about 90 or 91, David. And they went and they staked out what was wetlands on that whole north property. Right. And there was a little bit of it down in there where you just said was a dry gulch or whatever. Well, at one time, the state of Florida said, and I don't know if it was an acre or how big it was, that there was a piece in there that they claimed that you wouldn't have been. And so maybe I shouldn't be bringing it up, and you asked the question.
But I think it is what that's where Soto Camp has to do the bush hog or whatever.
No, that's further out. No, that's on the well. But my question, here's the point that before I lose my thought about it. Yeah. You brought it back. Yeah. You know, into my mind. It's been lost for years. There is a small area there. It was mapped by the state and agreed on when all the wetland stuff was being agreed on, like 1990, 91. It's on a map. I would guess that the map controls. So even if today you went out there and there's not a single wetland plant growing, but it was wetlands 30 plus years ago, you probably would not be able to build on that one little area inside that line that was agreed to. And that's something that the owner, which is now the CID, probably ought to look into. Oh, we are. And so, but if Tony's looking into it, it doesn't have those maps, you might want to ask David to look for them. And it's probably, we're talking 30 years ago, you can guess Montez file, some of them, the POI, a lot of them, POI, we kept where we could get to them because we knew someone might ask. But that one might be one that's in boxes offsite storage, so.
I think that if you walk back, I mean, not you, but if you walk back there, I have walked back there, it's not wet. And.
But that's not the important.
No, I know,
Being
I
wet's
know.
not-
But just north of
Could
it.
be hydric soils.
Yeah, but just north of it is.
Oh,
And
yeah, well, that's all.
that's where I think it came in.
Well, it's all been mapped.
Yeah.
It's legal.
Yeah.
It's binding. And the reason that we as a CID never worried about it is it wasn't any of our business. That's the owner of the property's business.
Do you remember the settling ponds for the waste treatment plant that are back there?
Storage
There's a
ponds,
sign-
reject.
The reject storage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is south of that.
yeah, sure it is.
Yeah,
Okay.
Haley South.
Yeah, that's where I remember.
Yeah. So I've got another question is off of that. In your opinion, because you lived with us a long time, let's say it's, there are 266 ERCs left and
When you say left,
remaining available.
Unused.
CID owns or.
Yeah. And,
We're not talking about that one piece.
no.
That's-
But the developers that have come before us over the last year that wanted to do RV parks, all wanted to put in 300 unit RV parks and plus clubhouses and stuff like that. It doesn't look now like it's going to go in that direction. We don't know. But also, I don't think anyone in this room ever thought the hotel, the South Hotel was going to sell, and it sold for a lot of money. And there are 6 unused acres over there. It's been advertised and sold under the premise that it's possible to build 90 condos or 153 hotel units over there.
Well, it's
on
already
the
been
6 acres.
approved by Target.
Yeah, so,
And the exact development plan is a copy of that in this.
right, so my question is, not so much the water plant, but can the sewer plant handle both of those projects without us having to spend any more money for improvements?
Okay, this is an important concept for a lot of reasons. So let me back up just a minute. When we did the development for the, as far as coming up with what it was going to be built, as far as community improvements and utilities, which was where most of the money went. We came up as a CID, and I helped do the math. I didn't come up with how many units going anywhere, but I took the numbers that they provided and didn't. We came up that there was 1,032.6
Right.
ERCs of future plan development. And so we recommended rounding some things off and doing what we did to get permits from the state. If you have a utility system, handle 1,032.6 ERCs of utilities. Those 1,032.6 units of utilities were allocated to all the properties. And so that was why an ERC is really a development right now. If you don't have an ERC, you can't develop. So when Mr. Holochek bought that property, and he came in before the board, there was a meeting where he made a statement, and I had heard the statement outside the meetings from him. He was told by some advisor when he was buying land, like some realtor or something, that those ERCs are worth about $25,000 each, which that's about the number everybody's throwing out.
Yeah.
And he bought property that had 181.
Right.
181 times 25,000 is $4.5 million. I don't know for a fact, but I think it was always thrown around, he paid about 10 million.
It did.
So half the what he paid was for ERCs in his mind. And that's what he said in one of these meetings. He said, I knew I was paying more for this property than the land alone was worth because it was development. He was working with a company that built RV parks. It was, I think, Monaco Motor Coach. They built $1 million motor coaches. And we're building parks for those people to park in.
Yeah.
So he had somebody like that. So it was important to them to have enough ERC. Okay. So they weren't wanting to give up any ERCs in those days. Now, the question always came up, how many ERCs do you need for a motorhome? Well, for the islands and Always, they used 0.4 ERCs per motorhome. Lee County back then, and I think still does, uses 0.4. I think there's another county that uses 0.33. I mean, we're in the right number.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you get 181 ERCs that you owned at that time, divide by 0.4, that's how many RVs or slips that they could put in. So that's where some of these numbers, do they make sense or not? They probably made sense. Okay. I mean, do the math. And then when he sold a small piece of property, which is CID, and put the stormwater management area on it, he said, well, how many ERCs per acre and how many acres? And everybody agreed 6 ERCs. So we take 6 from 181. That property has 175 today.
Only today it has none. Because when the CID board bought it in lieu of foreclosure from him, and this is what I don't get.
Well, the CID owns the
Right.
property and they own the ERCs both.
And
They connect out.
right, it doesn't come with a fixed number of ERCs in
Yeah,
it.
probably not.
Like, can the sewer plant handle that many motel rooms, that many condos,
Okay, that's where,
plus this?
okay, that's why I started telling you about
Yeah.
2032.6.
Yeah.
As long as you, and again, one of the jobs I had for 30 years was to make sure developers didn't build more than they were supposed to, or had paid for it. And if they needed more, they needed to transfer it, all those kind of things. So we kept track of that.
Yeah.
1032.6 was the number. It was it. That's it. No more.
That's correct.
Okay, so as long as you stay in 1032.6, I'm telling you that you got enough, because I did the math, and I followed the numbers of flow for flows. I did studies for you when you asked me to. Every time it works. So the 1032.6, if that's all that you're going to build in the entire community, you're okay. Now, I was asked in 2002 by the board to consider, could they add more than 1032.6 or 1032.6 maximum? And I did a very quick analysis, limited scope, and I came back and I said, yeah, you could do 1,100, maybe 1,200, because your facilities are big enough, partly because of round off, and partly because of planning so far into the future, you start out a little conservative. And so they never, well, the board made a decision not to add more. And you can read all the discussion, and I put a lot of that in here because it is important as to why they didn't do it. Because, you know, people that had ERCs that were counting on selling them for 40 and 50,000 each, and all of a sudden CID is not going to create more. And you can read the words of one of your board members that said, would we be liable for devaluing these theoretical values for ERCs? And I'm not going to answer that question. It's not an engineer's question.
Right.
But it was brought up and considered. So if you needed, as a board, you needed more than 1,032.6 ERCs, and you asked me, I would tell you, yeah, at one time I thought you had a little bit of money. Okay, do you want to go there? Probably not. You don't need to go there. My guess is you're probably going to stay under that number.
But you could.
But you might have been able to.
When you did the calculation, that's the question. When you did that calculation, at full buildup, he's asked this question, at full buildup, are we running at 100% capacity most of the time, or is there a buffer built in?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it was something that was very thoroughly analyzed, and I think one of the documents that's in here even goes to that subject. There was a question before 2000, I can't remember what year, by the board. And the question was, the hotels, like I remember those years, the hotel, there was a viable conference center hotel on the north, and there was this hotel on the south, and they were going to build more probably units. Their question was, hotels have a higher peak flow consumption of water, and they have a higher generation rate in the peak for.
That's okay, go ahead.
Okay, so they have a higher peak. So there's a lot of times where the hotels, rooms are low occupancy, other times are 100%. So the question was, how had that been? We said, we factored it in as high occupancy. We made sure that whatever you had built for utilities would handle the peak. That's the way you do utilities. On sewer systems, you look at instantaneous peaks, because you don't want poo-poo on the ground, right? So the pipes got to handle it. And for water, drinking water system, usually you're looking at like the peak day. It's not the peak.
Yeah.
Instant. It's not as critical as far as environmental damage. So one time, and I did it personally, I gathered from the hotels occupancy every day for like the whole season, a whole year. I took the water plant production and how much was going out to the customers, and how much wastewater was coming into the wastewater plant. I looked at those records for that same period of time. We then correlated the two. So at that point, we knew when a hotel room was occupied, it's in flux. And it came out that it was about right to what we had always done as far as single family and other users. And so at that point, we answered the question. We had covered the hotels and those types of uses for peak. It was based on occupied. And so if that's what they're doing at the hotel, you're probably okay. And you're using, just so you know, you've always used 0.6 ERCs for a hotel room. Why is it a little high compared to some other places? Because we were including that peak factor as our primary consideration. Whereas big utilities like Palm Beach or Broward County, where we had looked at it, comparisons, they might have been using 0.4, 0.5 for a hotel. We were using 0.6 because we wanted to make sure we got. Now, hotel would come in and say, well, we think you're charging us too much, and we already said, no, we're not. We're charging you based on our system handling peaks. In a small system, peaks are critical. So it's covered. You're covered. Long answer, but you're covered.
You brought it up earlier about we were going to ask him about the pipe.
The horizontal well.
Oh,
Thank God you said that. 3 or 4 years ago, you did a program in here with Cap. And we're talking about the whole check parcel before the CID owned. And we're talking about use. And at that time, you did it right over there.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, at that time, we talked about a new type of pumping station with lines that go underground along the canal. And at the time, you said it would just be like a small little building for the pumping station, and you could shoot a straight line into the water plant. And the advantage was, at the time, it was about 250,000 then compared to replacing a new main out to the wellheads. of $1 million. And you said it'll be about a $750,000 savings at the time and a much higher production of potable water.
Okay, well, yeah, we could probably find those wouldn't have been verbatim minutes probably, but we could probably find minutes which would help refresh my memory. And it's even possible that some of those notes, which were probably, I mean, it wasn't a formal thing.
No, it wasn't.
So
it was after the
I
meeting.
mean, my notes may have been, not something that you might find today in Home Montez records, or maybe it is, or, but I'll tell you what I recall, and some of the things you said are right, but they're only part of the story.
Okay.
And I mean, that's because I was thinking it, you were hearing it.
Yeah, that's the part we got.
Yeah, okay, so here was the way I remember. I was asked by someone or all of the board, so it was either a one-person question or a 4 or 5-person question, is if we get that property and there's nothing that we can do with it to sell it, to make money, is it having value to the community? And I said, well, obviously it's got potential value as just green space, passive recreation.
That's right.
And I said, you could also potentially put something on it that was utility related to the benefit of the community, because you could use the property for some use, and potentially you could do that and do passive recreation at the same time.
Right.
But then, if you went with some type of like this horizontal well field, you wouldn't be able to develop it, like build houses on it or, other things, because you'd then be potentially contaminating your water.
Right. You said it would have to be made a water district.
Yeah, well, you would own it as the community.
Right.
You would have
Put restrictions
control
on
on it.
Right, and
So-
nothing could be built on.
Yeah, right. And so, but that would be something you could do as a community if there wasn't something else that made sense. Or if enough of the residents just plain said, we don't want any more development, we'd rather it be green.
Right.
I mean, that happens in community. I mean, you got conservation collier, field stuff. I mean, so you could have done something, or you still could. Okay, so here's what, when I was asked.
Yeah.
I said, I'm gonna go talk to the hydrogeologist that I work with, who I know has done something like this, and I may at first not even said what I was thinking. Then I came back to like the next meeting or the meeting after that, and I said, okay, there is one thing potentially could be done, and it was these horizontal wells.
Right.
Because here is the issue. And years ago, we did a groundwater investigation for the CID of where to put wells. You already had those 2 wells way the heck up north and off to the east, and they're okay. But we were going to build a 3rd one, and so we needed to find out where to put it. Well, we put it the best place we could based on that study. And as you come to toward west, from the existing wells toward the canal, you get saltier and saltier water. There's been saltwater intrusion. When they blasted the rock and built the Pocket Union Canal 40, 50 years ago, they disturbed the aquifer. So the saline water can intrude easily into these other aquifers, and it has. So that's what your wells that are like 15 feet down, as you move that direction towards the canal, the water quality gets saltier. Now, don't worry, when we designed your water plant, we made sure that we chose the type of membranes that you have, so if it ever happens, you're going to still be okay. And it didn't cost any more money. So we just picked the right ones to be safe, and it didn't cost any more money.
But the issue.
So the issue on this other is is there a way to put in wells that are shallow that will give you good quality fresh water without getting into some of these saltwater issues that if you drill a regular well vertically, you would have. The hydrogeologist gave me some information. He and I both talked about it. I came and gave very brief, I probably charged CID, just a few hours of my time having researched it and coming and telling me, yeah, there's something you might do. And I probably said, if you want to pay me and the hydrogeologist, or hold on to the hydrogeologist, $10,000 or some number, we could research it to really give you an answer. Okay? The board didn't want to go there, so they didn't authorize it. So everything I would have said in that meeting, if we go look it up, is sort of a very loose, conceptual.
That's correct.
And so I may have thrown out some numbers, and I think we did say that it would have cost less, and the cost of replacing the pipeline out to the well field was expensive. So that could be a trade-off towards some of the cost of putting the new system in.
Right.
We didn't have all the costs of all the components of what the new system would be to compare it to what you would otherwise do. So I would say if there was any numbers that I said, they were incomplete. And they may, and what you just said may not be 100% what I said, or it could have been what I said without filling in every line.
But would it be, in your opinion, today, doing that kind of, forget the numbers for a moment, doing that kind of a pump, a new water retention, would that make a lot more sense for us and be 2/3 less expensive than looking down the barrel of at least $1 million to run a new line out to the existing wells?
I would caution
Look
you
at that.
to have your engineer do an evaluation, just like when I was your engineer. I said, if you want, here's a concept that might work, there's trade-offs.
Yeah.
We could investigate it and do a preliminary engineering study to put those kind of economic numbers to it. And so that wasn't done.
Right.
So anything that you're suggesting I said, which sounds like some of the things I probably did say, were all followed up with, we'd have to do a study. This is just like the first.
No, I understand.
He was like the first 3 bullet points out of 20 point list.
What I'm getting at is if it would save us $1 million.
Well, I'm not sure. That's why I'm being cautious. I don't know that.
Yeah, it's something that more so the hydrogeologic people involved as far as doing that study to see if it's even feasible to do the horizontal well system. And then we can compare the cost versus the.
Omar Rodriguez.
Yeah, right now.
Right, Omar.
Is the person that I worked with as a hydrogeologist. And Omar at the time was pretty confident that, because he had done other hydrogeological work for us out here, that he was pretty confident he could make it work. What we did and what he gave me was some costs of similar projects, which is dangerous because we hadn't done the study yet. We're just like, shooting from the hip enough to say, are you interested in spending a little money to find out if this is really a good thing?
Well, we want to thank you for this report and your time and your history.
I'm sorry if some of my answers are wrong.
So you did a great job. Great job.
Well, I've always enjoyed Port of the Island, so that's why
We miss you.
That's why I personally stuck with doing Port of the Island as long as I did, instead of having, someone that worked for me.
Listen, that we don't like
do
it.
it. You, as a current board, may not know the history, but this is David's thing, but the agreement that you operate under with the engineer goes back a long, long time. It probably goes back 30 years.
Yeah.
And the agreement has a provision that the rates that are charged are updated every year or two. And years ago, this board agreed that it was reasonable for they found out, and I told them, because we had a contract with Collier County for years, and we still do, it's one of their general contracts. Collier County's contract, they have every engineering firm around, all over the country wanting a contract. So Collier County goes out, does a survey, and they publish a rate schedule. They say, if you want to work under this contract, here's the rates you can charge for different people at different levels. And so it's negotiated, it's like take it or leave it. So it's competitive. And so we agreed with CID board years ago that when Collier County updated that, that's the rates Montez would use. That way we didn't have to have independent negotiations of something the county did. And there's provisions in state law that allow you to tag on other contracts and stuff like that. So the only reason I bring that up is as far as the fact that I stayed involved as long as I did, one of the things I did was I didn't charge, me being the manager at Home Montez, I did not charge you my normal rate. I gave you a lower rate because I like you. Because I would have sent somebody else that would have, that's what they would have charged, okay? And so that, not that that's important, but it was just, that was my theory of doing business with Port of the Islands because I like Port of the Islands. So, thank you for having me.
Thank you. Good seeing you again.
Real briefly, just following up on what you said, Ray, is the savings I think you reflected on, Ron, was the distance of pipe, distribution pipe from the new location compared to the old location, which has to be completely replaced. And that's over a mile.
Yeah. It's a mile and a half.
The mile, yeah.
Yeah, so the number, we didn't get into all the numbers that day. And so you're remembering numbers that I threw out that were only part of the story.
Oh, no, I know. But it was a guy.
That was the start.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if nobody wants to buy the property, community wants to be able to use it to ride bikes and walk dogs, then you could also do something else. That's the problem.
Don't do big piles.
Yeah.
So I think we have the engineer's report.
All right, good. One of the first items is we wanted to come back a little bit on the CIP. I know that was something we presented in August, September timeframe, and we really haven't done too much updates to it since that initial meeting. We did talk a little bit about pushing the irrigation fire pump station up towards the top of that list, and we've talked a little bit about drainage since then and so forth. There are a couple of corrections that do need to be made. One of them has to do with Evening Star K and as far as some of the responsibilities for maintenance there. And that's back on page 9. And it's incorrectly stated that the CID is responsible for the drainage facilities in Evening Star K. We are not responsible for that maintenance in that area. So that's a correction that does need to be made.
But it's not we were taking over all.
Well, that's another discussion item down the line. I don't think the board's made a decision whether we want to take over all the communities within the
It's not
area.
an official, but it's an
Sometimes-
indication that everybody said they'd like that all of it to be taken over.
Yeah,
So-
and we'll get down to that a little bit. So with that said, you know, another project we did identify on table 9 in the back was on underneath roadway drainage. We talked about doing Stella Maris's North pavement as one of the #1 projects. Well, of course, now that's been put on hold. There were some issues about the drainage and how to handle all that. So anyway, that one's on hold. Not to say it's still not a #1. And then based upon discussions over the last several months now about the drainage in the case, while we may not want to do the entire project, going in there and getting into backyard swales and doing some things, we may want to consider doing some intermediate projects, such as the one we're trying to get some bids on as far as replacing those small diameter pipes underneath the sidewalks with regular flumes and so forth. going and addressing, getting the roadside drainage at least back to the rear yard lots. And that's something that we probably need to do sooner than later. With that, I'll just open it up to questions you all may have about the CIP. I don't want to spend too much time on it. It's been a long day already, and there's a lot more that you still need to accomplish today.
Are we able to, I don't want to get into it, but I'm just asking, I don't even know where it is. But the folks that came in as an example that are having the flooding problem now that they never had before, okay? Are we, is it technically feasible? Are we able to increase the size of these swales on their land or dig them deeper, whatever has to be done to remedy these new problems that we're facing? I mean, and the reason I'm asking is, there was another lady here, and I certainly don't know where her new house is, but she came right out of the box shooting saying, you're not taking 15 feet of my property because that's where my pool is and the whole thing. And I'm saying, wow. And I really don't know where her house is, but I mean, obviously, there's encroachment.
It's an easement. That was an easement.
Yeah.
We were gonna, and we're still talking to those people. I need to get back to them. But in that particular case, they were looking to put something more solid over the swale so they can accommodate a golf cart crossing it and so forth. So we were approaching them about, it's one of those areas where the way the existing drainage easement is set up, we don't have very much drainage easement in their yard at all. So we were trying to capture a little bit more in that area. And that's one way that we could try to capture some additional swale areas. As you're aware of, the drainage easement itself is based upon the property line, which falls in most cases out of the canal. So we lose a lot of our drainage there. We can dig out the swales to what the intended elevations were and add capacity back where they filled in. But as far as creating more swales and so forth like that, very, very difficult. We need to, unfortunately, there's no land open that we can just dig a big pit and put water into. So we're going to have to get a little innovative and look for some different ways of doing that.
We were talking about the flumes.
Yes.
Are we going to, at the same time, work on I call them not
the swale
itself, but the connector to the swale, to the roadway.
Actually, that's part of that overall water management system.
So we're going to be able to bring it back further into the swale.
Actually, the package I put out for the bidders on redoing those under sidewalk flumes and so forth did not include an extensive amount of regrading back to that back ditch. But again, that needs to be a part of that intermediate project that that I just mentioned to help improve getting the water from the road at least back to those swales where it belongs.
Right. The reason I asked that because just doing the flume is not going to change the people's problem that they had here last time.
Yes.
Because once it backs up and it backs up on the rear swale, it's going to continue to back up until it gets back to the street.
Yes.
Makes no difference whether you've got a 3-foot hole bringing it back there. If the swale in the back is filled,
yes,
then it's going to come forward and back into the street because that swale is not opening there unless you get to the point. Well, I think we discussed this. Unless you get to the point where they have the emergency cutoff valve that opens up when the swale gets so deep to let the water into the Faka Union. That's not what it was meant to do. It was meant to hold the water and let it go ahead and drain down into the aquifer and the canal.
Partially correct. It was meant to provide that water quality. At some point, again, we had there's a little 3-inch orifice in most of the structures, and it bleeds it down. So there is some discharge that does occur. When it gets way up there, it's supposed to spill over into the top of the grate and go out that way.
Yeah, it's got a grate.
Yes. But, again, it's a matter of how far we want to go at this time. Do we want to actually go in and down each of the back of the yards and clean that swale out and get it back to the original elevations? Or do we want to do it in some phases to this point?
Isn't the county making the elevation, making it deeper than what we originally had?
No, the county's not taking any jurisdiction at all with the drainage. they're leaving that all to us. And over time, I'm finding out more that they don't want to do too, as far as right-of-way permitting and things like that. Like they're not even controlling the driveways, what's being built on driveways or anything else. Which is another subject that we'll come to a little bit later. I don't want to be jumping around too much.
Is it going to hinder us? Let's say we start doing this. Is it going to hinder us with construction still going on?
Well, that's why I was kind of suggesting that we hold off on the K's area as long as we can, as far as getting in the backyards until some of the construction was done. Let whatever natural siltation that does occur or accelerated siltation due to construction occur, so we can just get in there once and clean it out. I kind of put on the CIP that we would go over to the Newport area where we do have other issues. Mitch mentioned it this morning about the fact how the ditches are higher than what the culverts are. We need to address that area, get it cleaned out. That could maybe be a project that we do in the next year, and then do maybe some intermediate work in the case, and then the following year come back and really hit the case hard.
The only problem is we don't want to combat a flooding issue this coming summer, especially with the new homes in.
Right, it's a matter of budgeting. If you had unlimited budgets, we'd go in there and do it all in one big swoop. But again, budgeting. You got a lot of CIP projects on the backlog right now.
Yeah, a lot of these projects take some time to plan, prepare, et cetera. And you do have money in your budget or in your accounts.
Just prioritizing.
So, yeah, I mean, and if you think that stormwater, David can put together a plan to be able to address these things, but we just need you to tell them, authorize them to do it.
How does everybody feel about this?
I feel like it's super important. We need to take care of it.
By summertime, we're going to be
These
underwater.
people have already been here like Deb said for 4 months. I mean, we haven't.
Oh, no. And we don't want to build this during the summer when it's wet out there. That's the problem too.
But we got to start planning and start
being
proactive.
The sidewalk, like that would be done by summer, right? It's going underneath the sidewalks.
Correct.
The flumes, but that hasn't been authorized yet.
Right, I'll update you a little bit. I got an update on that as we go down the engineer's report.
Right. And like Sam said, the easement after that.
We can do some of that. Yeah, it's going to be probably 2 different contractors, so we may want to get a separate contractor who is nothing but earthwork and, well, almost, I'm not sure whether Robert would be interested in digging that out with his crews and sodding or something like that.
Well, if we come up with some plans, we can get a bid.
Yeah, but again, it's something a little bit different to do with the concrete work.
Is regarding the CIP, that's a working document we'll work on. And if you would like to make a motion to authorize the engineer to begin planning and developing specifications for that work. Okay.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Just to be clear, we would look to do the intermediate work in the case this year more immediately, and then look at doing Newport.
Because we can clear that. And so you have intermediate work in Hayes and Newport.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. And what I'll do is I'll work up a proposal just so you can see what the anticipated costs are and so forth.
Before we move on, Tony is leaving in 30 minutes, so.
You want to do the rules and procedures?
I have a meeting with the council for March 6th, chapter 15, where it is. I apologize. So I don't know if the board's inclined to want to have a discussion on the draft. And once again, this is just sort of the revised rule procedure. This is just a discussion we're going to schedule for during March again, trying consideration to get another bite yet for February on. Recognizing that what I prepared, I did not finalize all the citations and references to the board. I'll wait until we get all done. And until we have, after the next meeting, we still can refine it by the time we get to hearing in March. But the main, in some of the items too, I know there was a discussion, I think one resident said that they wish to see the E-Verify
language in the rules of procedure. I would suggest that that not be in there, because what the legislature does in their infinite wisdom is 1 year they put it in and next year they take it out. So if we put in something that the legislature has adopted now and next year they change it, they want to go back and change the rules. It's not a pleasant process to do that.
Yeah,
So
and if it's in the rules or not, you still got to do
that's
it.
correct. And what is an alternative to that, or is an adjunct to it, I'll call it. Some of the boards I represent have policies. They adopt the policy, and the policies don't need to be adopted with the same formality as the rules, but the policies can implement the rules. And so the board can say, as a matter of policy, these are the following statutes we will make sure we comply with. And one of them can be the E-Verify, the public records language, and any other language. So that's what I would suggest, that those kind of items we could separately do after we get the rules adopted, work with Cal to get some policies. So people can look at one book. I think it's a good idea. These are the policies. You have the public speaker policy by Cal, meeting procedure policy. The next is contract for the policy. But to put them in the rules, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's
Too difficult to change.
It's a pain in the neck to amend the rules, trust me. So what, again, so the first parts were mainly we're going through, we're cleaning, not cleaning up, so condensing some of the language with regards to normal operative procedures and operating, and those were not changed from last time. With regard to entities and competitive bidding and solicitations, we use the state statutes.
Give me just 1 second. What you have that we gave you today is a marked up version.
Right.
So
It's the red line version as of January 12th. You can see it across. And that incorporates some changes in the last board meeting. We had some discussions. Some of it's in blue and some of it's in red. And there's some comments still we need to double check on. But I think the biggest part from the board's perspective was when we get into the utility aspect. I think that was sort of the nuts and bolts. And when we get into that, a couple of, I think, major recommended changes are take the rates and fees out of the rule.
Right.
And you saw how the process would be by separate resolution, that board would adopt the rates, fees, charges. And there's always required a public hearing. But the public hearing process for that notice process is a easier process, but the public still is entitled to be in the paper. To be an ad in the paper saying, here's the current rates, here's proposed rates in the public, and then comment beforehand or at the public hearing. So that will still take place, but to change the rates, you don't need to go back and change the rule.
Okay, good.
So that's that's right. Section 4 is what I proposed. Again, is calling it the utility rule, and just added in some additional definitions. I think based upon discussions with this definition of a day, we talked about the finance director, and again, trying to make it administratively easier. It's on page 25 of the, I call it the blue line version. The finance director is the district treasurer or the designee. So if there's somebody else that actually is in the office handling those matters, that's the designee. The fire district, mentioned that, irrigation water, and I defined what that is. It's water utilized for irrigating, landscaping, or vegetation, and that comes from some other rules that are out there in the state administrative code. And then we get defining the definition, define potable water. Again, that's a definition from the Florida rules, administrative code. Private pool or private swimming pool, that's again from the administrative code, because that was a discussion about the connections and versus the public. Utilities director, I know the discussion was, do you really have a utility department? So I just tried to create more flexibility at page 27. It says, or designate, or the designated primary employee of a district retained utility service operator, like Mitch. So that's sort of a catch-all for utilities director. And then defined water. Then we had, again, just sort of in the general, providing greater notice for the district, an opportunity, as opposed to 24-hour notice for connections, have to be in writing 72 hours to give the district opportunity to somebody there. And again.
Did you point out that they happened on a Friday,
Yes, right, Friday, you go, holy moly. And so then we talk about applications for service. And again, most of that was unchanged. We go all the way over to page 30.
Oh, real quick question, Tony. On the application for service.
Yes.
There's an equivalent residential connection based upon a multiple of 5.75 ERCs per acre, as shown in the building permit application for each phase. I'm not sure where that language came from, or if it's meaningful, or what we need to do there. It just jumped out to me that, why do we have that there?
That is, I've seen that language in many districts. I think that back in the day, when Southern Trent back in the 80s and 90s was a district manager for a lot of districts and they had utility systems, that was pretty standard language in there. There was that you wanted to capture, the person would have to pay for the whole project from. That was part of what was going to be done in phases. Again, if the board wants to delete that provision, but that's what it's there for. In other words, they may have a condo project and they may say, we're going to build 100 units, but they only build the first 10. They want to see how sales go and everything else before they commit to the rest of the property to be part of the declaration. That's what that's in there for. So, I mean, if the board wishes, Dave and I and Cal can have a further conversation about that, whether to keep that in or not. But that was, again, if projects were built in phases, they would just pay incrementally. But again, if the board wants to say you pay for the whole thing up front.
Or by phases or something, I'm just not sure about that 5.75.
Oh, you're talking 5.75?
Yeah, why that hard number?
That, my understanding, I'm not an engineer, but that is what is like 5.8. That's what's been used in the past, primarily based upon like a water management calculation or utility utilization. If that's a bad number, just let me know.
Okay, because I know other places, like the presentation this morning, we're talking about 4 units per acre or some things like that, and
Yeah, this is utilities.
Right.
That's a way different concept than the other.
Yeah.
So we all can have a call. I mean, this is
Sure.
there since the inception.
Yes,
It's not unusual, but if you want us to revisit it.
And the other thing, all the way back on page 15, 3.3, and you had a comment, should this be increased to $10,000 purchasing limit? Before it was 3 bids are needed, what number were you thinking?
I was thinking of any number. It was just that there was a number there.
Yeah.
And again, I wasn't present at the creation.
What would
you?
Does seem low.
Yeah, now if Mitch has to buy a pump in an emergency, what does it cost us?
It should be upwards to 30,000.
Actually, it is low nowadays because back when I was in college, gas was 27 cents a gallon. Okay.
Yeah.
Like 57 Chevy for $2,500.
Right.
So I mean,
Yeah.
big difference. TVs were still
So
$40.
what would you guys suggest?
50,000?
Okay, I mean, you want to change that now?
Or
In the draft? It's on page,
well, it's before 3 bids are required.
yeah.
I think we talk about emergencies.
Right,
Do we have more latitude with an emergency to
If
go?
3 bids are required, it doesn't mean you have to do the formal bidding. You can do a more informal solicitation. But the question is, what's the number to have Cal or you did call 3 vendors? And it's the right question. I think Cal said maybe 30,000 or 40.
I said 50, but we could do 25 too. We usually get 3 bids.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
I know
25?
with the one thing we're looking at right now, we're trying to get 3 bids, but it's going to be exceeding the 10,000.
Right. Anyway,
Yeah, the board's call is what that number's going to be.
Yeah.
25.
25.
It's a good start. Yeah.
Okay.
Questions?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
1.2, number 4 officers. With what we did before the chairmanship rotate in December, should we go ahead and put that there?
Yes.
Notwithstanding the chairmanship will rotate every December.
It used to be every 2
Or
years.
November, that's fine.
Yeah.
Every 2 years or every 3?
Well, it's always voted on after every change. If somebody resigns and you bring somebody on, it's always voted on.
I'm saying notwithstanding that.
Yeah.
Every year, annually, first meeting of November.
Annually is kind of.
Well, you can always just
Yeah.
redo the entire group, and keep it as it is.
Right.
Oh.
It's not requiring.
It's not
a change.
requiring.
Oh,
a change,
okay.
It's just
But we'll vote on the chairmanship again in November, and it could be the exact same person. Doesn't make any difference.
Don't do that to me.
I'm just
The
saying.
second year's always the
But
easiest.
that-
Second year's always the easiest.
So you might want to inculcate that in the
First meeting.
next one.
She'll determine whether or not.
Should it be the first meeting in November or December? Because you won't have seated the new boards
I
yet.
say December.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
December would be better.
December. Okay. 4.32.3.
Yeah, December.
The word is damaging. When somebody turns off their own water without the assistance of the district, to be liable for any damages. Does that include responsibility for paying for the water that goes through the valve? It's number on page 42.
Through the meter?
Yes, through the meter, that's what I meant.
The voluntary service.
Damages, I would think that meant like if somebody came along and messed up the meter or anything else, they'd be responsible, but it doesn't say anything about the water that goes through the meter itself. In other words, that if, say, they've got a $500 water bill because they turned off the meter but there's no damage to the water.
Yeah, I think that's there anyways, it's always there. The rest of the rule that talks about that they pay for the water going to the
Yeah, we do.
to the meter.
Yeah.
So I don't know. If
Okay, that's good. I just want to make sure.
No, I agree, that's a good point.
Last one was 5.1.2, under the procedure to purchase ERCs.
Page 43.
Yeah. For the point, it's,
Yeah.
thank you. And again, the red line formatting, it's easier to read clean, but the red line formatting sometimes changes all the spacing, so I apologize. 5.1.2.
Procedure to purchase.
Request a transfer utility. And again, if you notice, I wanted to differentiate, make clear these are utility ERCs only. Because of that confusion. So 5.1.2.
Yeah, isn't there somewhere in there, and I can't see it now, we have a fixed amount of $4,250.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw
Again,
that
that's a
too.
discussion, that's just a whole.
Well, what I'm just saying, we want to have something in there that says that basically that we can establish the cost for an ERC when we establish the cost. It doesn't have to be, I don't want it in there so that next time we want to say, oh, let's raise the ERCs to
Basically,
500.
the cost is determined by the board.
There you go. That's what I like.
Okay. Let me find that page.
It's on page,
43.
oh, no, 45, 45,
Red line?
45. I had flagged that too. It's in two spots, 42.50.
Yes, okay, let me, the red line version is on page 40. Oh, it's on page
I'm sorry,
46.
46. I'm sorry. I didn't have my glasses on.
And it's determined by the board. Let me note that, and that's page 46. And it's right above that also, it's two spots.
Yeah.
I'll do a global, yes, sir.
Yeah, and then just going down to that
I'll
same.
do a global search for that number also, just
Yeah.
to make sure it doesn't pop up anywhere else.
Yeah, and just looking down at that same page, it says district-owned equivalent residential connection shall meet those 6 ERCs given to the district at blah, 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 blah time. Do we need that language in there? Because now we've acquired some additional ERCs and we may still acquire more. I'm just wondering if we need that paragraph per se.
I can just say shall include. And then the others, go ahead, that's why I put the catch-all together with any other ERCs transferred to or acquired by the district.
Okay.
And I can maybe even put in any other ERCs transferred to, acquired by, or allocated by the district.
Okay.
That may
Makes it broader.
Okay.
allocated by the district. Thank you, David. And going back again, so it was a little bit awkward because having to take out one whole section on the rates, fees, and charges. And Jennifer has done a great job because she's created the 4 different agencies and different schedules. And I think, Cal, if we can have that in the next board packet discussion.
Sure.
Yeah.
Send me an email on that if you can.
Okay. That way you can see what will take the place of multiple section 5. It's a lot easier and cleaner to read. Everything's in one, the 4 schedules. So the delinquent billing, it appeared that there was some redundant. I think this was a test of whether or not I would read everything. And it happens over time. There are trust me, I'm not going in stone. there are a number of redundant, and I tried, and Jennifer was also good help back in the fall when we were first doing this, of catching the inconsistencies and how, what's rendered, when's delinquent, when's turn off. So hopefully I've captured that properly. And I'm sure if I haven't, I'll be told that and I will correct it. So that's what all of on pages 30, 31, and 32 were designed to try to clean up the whole issue about when it was rendered and delinquent when we use it off. And to Cal's point, because there is some question about the lienability issue, that's why I put at the beginning of 4.10 on page 30, to the extent authorized by Florida law. I don't want to eliminate it, but just provide an opportunity. And with regards to hopefully, again, the rest of 4 was pretty, page 35 and 4.21. I think the board indicated if you're doing the testing and the numbers were off, that if it's registered over 2%, then the immediately preceding 4 months will be as opposed to during the time. I think that was 4 months that I pretty board indicated. Again, the termination of service section, again, just try to clean that up. Amendment to the rate schedule, page 38 of the blue line, section 4.25. That's where I modified it to say the rates could be changed by following another hearing process as opposed to having to hold it. And believe me, that makes life so much easier. The inspection, I think, again, just adding some additional phrasing. And on page 40.
On the inspection, Tony, real quick. Right now, we're going to be inspecting the facilities that the developer intends to turn over to us.
Yeah.
But so often after the developer exits the picture, and I think it happened here at Archer Cove, then the utility was asked to take over the utilities, and we had not done any inspection on it. I'm just wondering if we ought to require some kind of inspection on all facilities, even if they're not being turned over, just in case we have to inherit them later.
But if they're private, I would suggest I would be concerned if they're a private facility. We're taking on a duty we don't have.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have a duty, you take on a duty you don't have, you create a liability.
Okay.
If you don't have the duty, you don't have the liability. That's a pretty simple concept in Florida law. And again, the tough part will come at the point in time where the system, if they want to convey it, then the district may say, oh, you need to do this, bring it up to speed, but I would not want to do it at the outset.
Okay.
It's not like a private road.
Okay.
You know, the district may not want to take a private road, but later on, if the property owner wants the private road to be conveyed, say, bring it up to current standards.
Okay.
That's my only concern.
Okay, makes sense.
So I had a capital improvement plan in 4.30, in addition to the utilities method. Refundable advantages, that really has the voluntary water service suspension. Hopefully I've captured the board requested on that. Cleaned it up a bit also. And the ERCs, section 5, then I started adjusting again, using the term utility. And I need to then add the word utility in section 5 at the beginning, the equivalent residential connection utility.
Maybe you should call them something different.
Yeah. Well,
ERUs are the O&Ms now, right?
Right, and maybe we're okay with the ERCs.
Give a utility ERCs and ERUs.
Right.
And it is a
I think
connection,
it's a good
so.
point. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's connection, ERC connection. Yeah, just keep them separate.
And again, hopefully I've captured the process. And you think require some additional requirements for clarification on the transfer. And we have a nice form now that David and Cal have created. It's simple, quite frankly. And on page 46, it has an amount to be determined by the board at the time of transfer.
Right.
And the process requested again is just kind of cleaning it up. Now, on page 48, all of a sudden the transfer fee number pops up of $200. And I don't know what the board wants to do with that. Yeah, because beforehand it talked about a transfer fee to be determined by the board. Now it says $200.
Would it be simpler if we do like some of the other transfer rule provisions that they have to pay the appropriate legal and administrative fees and
Yeah,
so
might be
forth.
interesting. That's on page 46, David. That's a good point.
Well, but isn't that what we just did?
That's what we did, but that was a transfer between the same owner. But this is talking about the transfer between the utility.
Well, it doesn't matter. Any transfer should be.
The same, entire legal fee. So
Yeah.
that's why I made the note about, should we make it consistent with requirements above? So that's a yes.
And when that transfer came about the other day when we did it, and he had to bring a check, was that check made out to us or was it made out?
No, it was made out to us.
Was it made out to district?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And then you paid the two
Right.
bills.
Okay.
And I'd like it that way.
Because I haven't seen.
Yeah, it's cleaner that way. It's cleaner that way.
They would be in the invoices for both of them.
No, you wouldn't have seen our December bill yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I sent to Mr. McNamee the book copy of both invoices.
Okay, because I didn't see any invoices.
Yeah.
that I was looking for. I didn't see.
Yeah, they'll be in probably the January financials.
And then basically, clean up having a whole section about transferring the utility ERCs to the district, mirroring the provisions for the other transfers. And then it talks about the obligations of the district when they get an application. And then on page 51, based on the board's discussion, I think we need to throughout, and involving any application, you have review and consideration of the application. The board district has the right to deny, reject the application and transfer, approve the application and transfer with modifications, or approve it as submitted. So that gets into the way it was before you had to, so this one you can add conditions to it. Yeah. That was a good discussion by the board.
Right. And until legal and the attorney review on it, board probably won't see it. I mean, we'll announce it, but we'll bring everything to you for your decision after it's completed.
Yeah, you know what, in page 52, all I did was add you in front of all the utility ERCs again. We may end up, the general fund, we change it to ERUs, we may just need to change that designation. Yeah. That's, I'll make a note, ERU to the general fund.
Do we even need to reference the general fund here if we got another document doing it?
Just, I don't want to touch this. This was adopted a long time ago. This
Okay.
was added, the general fund ERU was added, what, a couple years ago, I think, you know? I'm trying to remember.
It was a long time ago before I did anything.
Yeah, so I.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Although, yeah, you know, you're
It's
right.
gonna have to be gone.
Yeah, some of this is gonna be
Based
changing.
upon Russ's, assessment methodology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be gone.
Let me do this, I'll coordinate with Russ as to whether we do this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Coordinate with
Yeah.
Russ. Yeah, that's. And we go down to utility service, cross connection control plan. I got rid of a lot of that because.
I did, and I thought I had sent it to you, some revisions that we can shorten it up quite a bit more, and I'll send that to you.
Okay, that'd be great, because again, I'm going, again, it's in the rule, I'm going.
Yeah, it's got a lot of history in it.
It might, yeah, we may reduce it some more and then put the rest of that policy.
Yes.
If that's the board's, yeah, the authority and controlling.
Those don't change much though.
Well, this was, I think this was in, the original language was inserted when we went from, to the joint fire irrigation system. And I think the DEP wanted us to show a implementation schedule. Anyway, that implementation schedule got thrown into the rule, and it should have been thrown in the rule probably at the time, but.
Well, that's what I put on page 57, highlighted in yellow. I know seems much of this can be removed and placed in a separate policy. If we need to.
Yes. I'll send you what I.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. And then the inspections, all again, a lot of that might just go into the policy, the inspections and all that. I'll wait to see what I get from David, like the field visits and everything else. That may all, again, you know, the policy.
Yeah.
I guess you
Well,
just-
I think I'm transferring that.
That's all. Irrigation, just in case we want to get involved.
Yeah, who's that, Sam?
Page 57. It's public awareness efforts. Prior to golf course irrigation.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. You don't like my note?
I think we need to keep that just in case.
Okay, so we're gonna bring, what's that, top golf.
Yeah,
Top
top
stroke.
stroke.
Top stroke or.
Top golf. Yeah,
No,
I know.
stroke.
Top golf.
No, top stroke, that's Tiger Woods, placed on, Toronto Cypress. Yeah, well, it's really fancy,
It's multi-story.
Pardon?
I think it's multi-story, isn't it?
No, it's
The one in Fort Myers.
Oh, I'm thinking top golf. You're thinking something else.
It's an outdoor, it currently replicates 18 holes ago. I'm not, I don't get a commission.
It would fit in a car.
That's why I want to go to that.
Still put in the 40
Yeah, that would probably be compatible.
We keep it in there, put it in the policy. How's that?
Executive golf course up there. What's that? Executive golf course.
Yeah. I think they've got one of those in Fort Myers.
Policy for all its.
Right off of 6 Mile Cypress and.
Yeah, so then you see how a lot of the guys are leaving with the great speeding charges because they're all being separate.
It's like a miniature golf.
And the water restriction surcharge, again, that's going to be a rate, but I wanted to put that in the rule that we may have that rate.
Yes.
In a separate rule. And I kept in the signage one only because it's in the rules.
Well, yeah, and that's something we may need to look at in the future. We need to probably develop some rules on the land development side because of the right-of-way permitting, that Cuyahoga County doesn't get involved with it down here. But let's get the utilities taken care of first.
Yeah. By the way,
Let's do one step at a time.
By way of example, Gateway has what they call permit criteria. So if anybody wants to come in and develop, there are certain considerations that need to be made, and applications made to the Gateway Services CDD, even before they go to any of the.
I need to see that.
They did that.
Pardon?
All right, Gateway's got a
I
lot
said
of
I need to see
developable
something
land.
like that to see what may be feasible for us. I don't like to reinvent the wheels completely.
Dave, I'm sure it's on all 60 pages.
I'll take it. Actually, I can get it from Charlie, right?
No,
No.
if you think River Ridge.
Oh, okay, okay.
Charlie's also Habitat.
Any other
Okay.
questions or comments from the board, and then I can play
Yeah.
these and bring it back in. And what I will
Charlie's
try
good
to
guy,
do
like-
is, for purposes of the next board meeting discussion, I will accept these changes just for discussion only. And just redline what we talked about today. But the ultimate package that will be heard, seen by the public for the March 23rd hearing will have all the changes. Redline. These plus any additional. But I don't want, it's difficult to take this and add all the other changes and have red lines, green lines, blue lines. I'm just going to take what's here, accept these changes for discussion, make some more edits, and those will be the edits you'll see next week. If that's okay. Real quick, and I appreciate that, I don't want to get a speeding ticket. All the items on the agenda, the status of the lawsuit, status quo. I think we just leave it at status quo. I think we have to revisit it.
Yeah, because it's like he's getting.
Now, with the,
He'll be happy.
yeah, with the
Yeah.
ERUs coming down, that they're
Looks like that's
going down, so that ought to be brought into them. This is superfluous now.
Okay,
Could be, yeah.
Yep.
what I'm thinking about, and Kel and I were talking about approaching, and maybe talk to Terry also about approaching Preventative folks and their attorney and say, hey, here's what's in the works.
Here's what we're gonna do for you.
You made us put on our thinking cap.
Yeah.
And we're not charging you for it.
Yeah.
Okay, let me make a note to get with Cal on that, and Terry. In light of the REI. Case Monument Drive license agreement, I revised it and sent it this week to the McNeese Townhomes for track A. Haven't heard anything back yet.
And the young lady who was here earlier has the name of the.
Profectum, I think, is the entity. That's the name of it. It's Profectum LLC that owns that piece that Mr. Sanchez.
Oh, okay.
Well, we talked
We
about,
also added,
Yeah, go
the
ahead.
landscaping to the gateway. So we would, Soto takes care of the trees out there. So
Oh, okay.
that's not included in the license on our thought. So we
let me make a note. So for track B, do you have an email address, Mr. Sanchez?
I don't, but Sam will
I
get
can't,
it.
you
Yeah.
can send that to me that way, because I have the template, and then I can, and then also have landscape.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah, Lenore got that. We
She
made
may
sure
have made
she,
that note.
yeah, she made that note.
Yeah, I'll get the email address.
Okay, and Lenore takes good notes. We always chat about these things after meetings. Little change update we talked about, laws regarding ATV, I've not yet had a chance to call Cuyahoga County or the Sheriff's Department, but I will have a report next quarter.
What about item C, non-disturbance encroachment?
Oh, we have we've created a form document for that, and David can get into that.
Oh, okay.
When we get into the discussion on the docks. It's on site K and or the driveway. As opposed to a non-disturbance and encroachment agreement, that was a longer form document that I've used in the past. My attitude is why reinvent the wheel? Cuyahoga County has actually come up with a shorter document. It accomplishes the same purposes. It's basically an easement encroachment agreement. And if the board was, I think, David, did you recommend that the board approve the?
We haven't got to that point yet.
Okay.
We haven't got to that point of talking about the docks and so forth.
Nothing to do, not 199 K's drive.
Oh, that one still needs to be resolved, but we would use a very similar document that we proposing to use on the docks.
Yeah, what I would suggest then is that David, from a technical engineering perspective, take care of that. If he resolves it, we have the form already. It's basically a fill in the blank.
Yes.
Created it for those people. So we have the form. And David, do we have any of the forms with us today?
You know what? I did not bring blank forms, but I do have the dock agreements here with me today, and maybe.
Yeah, if you can show that the board.
Yeah, let me just circulate those around.
Because that's the form of agreement we would use. It just changed the name of the owner, the legal description of the property, the plat that's referenced, and the nature of the exhibit. But otherwise, it is, it's a fill in the blank document, make it a lot easier for the property. So David, you have the ones for the docks.
I do. Let me circulate one around,
board can see what-
and then if I can get it back, because if you guys approve this, then we'll go ahead and get it signed so we can keep those docks moving for the people.
Yeah, what that does, that allows the improvement to be built in the district easement. And there's an attachment describing what the improvement that's allowed consists of. And it says if the district ever needs to go in there and maintain a facility, the district can. And if the district ever needs the facility, the improvement to be removed, the district will send a letter to the property owner. The property owner must remove it for a reasonable period of time. And the property owner holds the district departments also. Everything involving that.
So we need to make a motion to approve that?
Well, you'll get.
We'll get to that later.
Oh.
We'll get to that later.
But that's the form of agreement that you'll see when we come back on 199 Case Drive. Right across the square.
But we're not ready to.
And what we're
actually
looking at
agree
is basically walkways across.
Yes.
So it's nothing that'll block the drainage.
Correct.
That's the form of agreement, again, it says, okay, a property can put in XYZ. If XYZ is in the way of us, you send a letter to move it, you know, that's pretty much it. It gets recorded in public records, and also Cuyahoga County requires also to go.
And does that get, they can sell that with that property?
Yeah, arguably, hundreds are moving land out there. They want some additional land too. They're moving land. If they want additional land.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
No, I think it's at the county office.
No, I don't want to read either. But here, it's covered by the land, finding upon it, various personal representatives, grantees, and signs. So that is in paragraph 6. So that takes care of everything. So that's it.
If you send it back this way, then we can.
Yeah.
Keep them all together.
They continue to.
Okay. I only brought one original.
Okay.
It's typed in smart at 5:30.
Yeah, this is a much format like. And again, why read it? Right. That's my head. It's easy for the problem.
Yeah.
I will call it.
Yeah, unless you want to comment on the meeting with LaCastro,
Is that for February,
13th, was it, or 18th?
February 10th?
Yeah.
22. And Commissioner Castro also suggested that Mr. Staff meet with Dr. George Mons.
And I just got an email this morning. The staff has proposed a couple of dates and so forth, but that was me looking on the phone here this morning. And I'll need to get that circulated to Tony and so forth, that we can pick out a date that works for everybody.
Dr. George is the building guy. Interesting, just from the perspective of our county manager submitted a designation. Yeah, and then the deputy county manager. The first one is just maybe personal reasons. Second one is.
And on the utility staff side, they've also had some changes there too within the last week. That the fellow who was in charge of the engineering planning division of utilities, he left the county and went somewhere else. So that's why it's taking a while to get some of these meetings set up too.
So the February 10th, is that with us? Or
No,
just
just
you?
Commissioner Castro.
Just let it-
I'm going to get Commissioner Castro at IEP session, or he's assistant executive, said, yeah, Commissioner Castro's available, but have you guys met with Dr. George yet? Said, no, oh, you will. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Before you go. Thank you. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. That's too. That's so simple. Miracle.
Yes. Good. Madam, are you ready to continue with the engineering report? Good. Our next item is.
But one thing also, just, I don't need to be physical audio, but it was difficult here.
That one's still working, right?
They're both working now.
But it's our policy. I've got some.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
I've got some.
Okay, so we got engineer.
I've been motivated, but also rankings too. Okay.
All right, good. Good. New home construction. Of course, it's ongoing. It's dealing with some issues on a regular basis, it seems. We still got some issues with silt and some of the gutters and so forth, different streets and so forth. And we'll attempt again to talk to the builder about that. A little less than responsive, and we'll do some follow-up with the sidewalk panels. I think some of that sidewalk panel work is being fixed as we talk, as the houses get a little bit closer to completion. They are repairing the concrete. We need to also talk about something that Supervisor Sam brought up about some pavers in the sidewalks and so forth. The other thing we've been working on is we've got 4 requests for docks in some of the different houses. One of them was at 148 Venus. Then we got 162 Woodward K, 163 Sunset K, and 153 Case Drive. And these are to put docks within that drainage easement that sits out of the canal, and then also to provide a access across the swale to serve the dock. We developed a little form for the review and resubmittal and that kind of stuff, and we got to the point of they did a resubmittal. We did get the final documents and they look good. One of the conditions is if we need to get that easement agreement done that we were talking about earlier. And what we need to do is get an authorization for the chair to go ahead and sign these, and then we'll go ahead and have the homeowner sign these, and then we'll go ahead and issue a letter to the owner that they can go ahead and get their dock permits and so forth. So that's where we are with the docks. If we want to go ahead and address that, and then we'll talk a little bit.
Yes,
Accept that form.
and authorize the chair to sign.
All in favor? Aye.
The other thing we want to talk about in the new home construction was, and I'll pass these on down. We had a question raised about the use of pavers within the right of way per se, and then also to, in the sidewalk areas. It came to our attention with one on Sunset K at 166 Sunset K, where the homeowner has put the pavers, did a paver driveway. They extended all the way out to the main street. And then he also extended a sidewalk from their house to the street also by their mailbox. So the question came up was, is that something that is allowed by the CID? Well, that's where I found there's a gray area that the county, I always thought, and I think most of us thought that Collier County handled the right-of-way permitting. They would take care of the driveways and so forth, but they don't. It's a gray area. Nobody's taken any jurisdiction over it at this point. There has been some history already of pavers in the right-of-way as far as on driveways and so forth. We did some checking. So that's kind of where we're at right now. You know, the Collier County rules, basically, they say that they don't want any kind of pavered sidewalks or anything else unless you get a pre-approval. Part of that has to do with ADA requirements, but also the potential of those bricks and pavers settling unequally and then becoming a tripping hazard. So that's the concern there. It's been suggested that we perhaps these new ones try to get some kind of agreement from the property owner that they would be responsible for maintaining them and accept. And again, I don't want to get into legalese, but maybe some kind of responsibility too if somebody would get hurt. Now, I'm not sure how much might we have as far as forcing the people into that agreement, since there seems to be an absence of jurisdiction.
I think we asked council.
Yeah.
Yeah, why would we have? I mean, we own the right of way.
We do, we do. Yeah, yeah,
Our sidewalk.
yeah. So, yeah,
removed
Without your approval.
without approval.
right. So I guess it's really for discussion with the court, how we want to handle that.
Well, I think, you know, I don't have a problem with doing it. I just want to make sure that we're covered legally and that they understand that they would be, if we came along and said, well, you know, I really think we need to redo a couple of these pavers because they stick up, that they would do it. So, I mean, just covering us so that we're legally covered, that if somebody falls, we're not going to get sued.
Right, and if
They
it's,
fall because of the.
right,
papers.
and if
Right.
you guys, well, and he's got the document ready, as you say, it's just a ability to use an easement. He'd massage it, but we would then go to the property owner and say, you've done this, you're gonna have to take it out or sign this agreement.
That's what it boils down to.
Okay.
That's the hammer you have.
Okay.
Always say.
What about the existing?
Yeah, no, them too. That's, I think, the ones that we're really talking about are the existing, there's two of them.
Oh, there may be more than two out there.
There might be,
There's
okay.
a couple that are, as I said, been here for 10 years. And, you know, at least that I've been here. So I sent them a letter.
Okay.
too, and saying, you know, we're just cleaning up everything. Cleaning it up.
Do you,
How do we want to handle the paper driveways perhaps that don't involve sidewalks? Do we let them ride or do we want to get something?
they're still in the right of way, I don't think it matters.
Okay, okay, good. And we probably have some over in the Newport area that we need to deal with.
Yeah, even though there's not sidewalk, they've still created a liability, potential liability issue for you.
In a Newport, of course, we've got the issue of the culverts there. So if we ever do any cleaning, so forth there, they got brick pavers or something. There's responsibility there.
They got
Right.
to make sure it flows.
Yes, yes. So, okay, we'll look at addressing all of them.
How does it transfer to future owners?
It goes with the property.
Yeah.
I don't see a problem. It looks good.
So we can do one of two things. One, you can go ahead and authorize us to implement this and go to them and tell them, or we can bring back the agreement and you can discuss it, but you're gonna lose a month. Okay, make a motion then.
I'll second it.
Approach the people.
And you'll get a chance to see them before you sign the easement documents, the license agreements.
I don't think that.
That was seconded, right?
Yeah, why would they need to see it?
Give the board authorization to sign it. The chair.
Well, that's the motion is to include the chair signing.
Yeah.
Okay.
What else?
All right. Unless there's questions about new home construction, I'm going to drop down to the water tank inspection. Aquastar is due in on the 27th next week to do their inspection of the fire irrigation tank. And then they'll also review the previous inspection that was conducted last year on that tank, just as a courtesy and just see if they spot anything with that. In fact, today I got an email from the Aquastar folks wanting to confirm that date. So I'll talk with Mitch about that, make sure we're still good. On the Case sidewalk bid, that's those flumes that we want to put underneath the sidewalk, eliminate those pipes. I've gotten 2 prices in. I'm expecting a third one. The prices I got surprised me. They seemed a little bit high. I don't want to really talk about the prices in case the third person, yeah. So hopefully in the next few days we'll have a number there, and then I'll talk to Kale, see how we want to handle that.
Okay, if he's got 3 bids, do you want to take the low bid or do you want to authorize a not to exceed?
I think we wait and see what they are.
Okay.
Yeah, see what kind of span.
Right.
It's not like we're in a rush.
Right.
Okay.
How about the other end where it dumps into the canal though? Isn't that gonna just back up?
Well,
How do we actually eliminate the problem?
That's the
bigger problem.
Big money.
Yeah, that's the bigger money. Yeah, and it needs more planning and so forth to do that, because we'll need to be doing the surveying and so forth to find out where we got the bottlenecks and how we're going to try to correct those bottlenecks. But we'll take care of immediately the more trying to get the water off the road as quick as we can. On the stop sign at Newport and US 41, I think you do have that information inside your packet, but we did get an FDEP permit for that. I did go get some pricing from a contractor who does that kind of work in the FDOT right away, and he was $1,096 for completion of the work. If that's all right, it's just one sign, just for one sign.
But we did get a price from who we usually get signs, which is Likens, which is like $385. Problem, this is one that if it collapses, it doesn't rip everything out.
Right. It's got a special foundation, special poles, all that kind of. Well, go out and look at some of the FDOT signs on the. Yeah, they're elaborate, and we have to meet those standards. So if
we move it back a little bit so we don't have to move
but I don't know if we need to get authorization from the board or just action on it.
No, we need approval of the estimate.
Yeah,
You say not to exceed 1,100?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All in favor?
Okay.
I second it.
All right, so we'll get that going. Also in your packet, I think is, we talked about the 2 locations on Sunset K where the drainage way got built outside the easements. They got built one lot too far to the east. I wanted to present a budget for you. It's about $5,100 for doing the surveying and engineering support. I actually approach Marco Surveying to come out and maybe do that work for us instead of using in-house people, because our in-house people are at least 8 to 10 weeks away. And Marco said they could do a little bit sooner. They're doing some other survey out here anyway, so it's convenient. But I just wanted to give you a budget on that and get your approval to go ahead and proceed with that survey. And then.
But what about where places now, it's on someone's property?
Right now we got an encroachment on somebody's property with our drainage.
Are they aware of that?
The one set of people I believe are. And the other one of the other party, that's the one that the two people, the same person owns the two lots adjacent to each other where it crosses. They're aware of it.
And then there's a
Then
elderly
across
couple across the street.
Yes, and then there's a new house that's being built right next to it. And on their survey, it does show the encroachment, whether they recognize it as an encroachment or not. So after the survey's done and we get a feel for how big an easement we can accommodate, there might be some encroachments in our drainage, what we would propose for a drainage easement. Then we can go approach the people saying, hey, we want to get 5 or maybe 10 feet from your property line for the drainage easement. Ideally, I think most of those drainage easements right now are 10 foot on each side of the property line. So that's what we would ideally get. If we need to settle for something less, we may have to settle for something less because of existing encroachments they would
But
have.
our thing is pretty much to get permission to keep it there.
Yeah, that's what we want to do is get permission to keep it there.
And you said $5,100?
Yes.
That's a not
survey.
to exceed, right?
Yes.
And when we go to do the rest of this, just take that and multiply it.
It's still the right thing to do.
No, I agree. I'm just saying, but if it's gonna cost $5,100 for 2 easements on those 2, when we have to do the entire case drive,
It won't be,
swales and the whole 9 yards, and we're going to have surveyors.
well, it won't be quite that bad because when, they'll have to make it, there's economy in scale.
Yeah, I hope so.
There's economy in scale. And I'm still trying to figure out whether we can use drone surveying. We get a lot of it done too, where we fly a drone. Yes, and it's very accurate too. I was surprised how accurate it is.
Drone and laser.
But there'll have to be some supplemental feet on the ground type surveying too. So.
This is.
Yes.
I make a motion.
If I could, this is Tony.
There's a second. All in favor?
Okay, a little bit of update on the fire irrigation pump station. Mitch and I were able to get, I was hoping to give you a status update with a memo and so forth, so you knew where we were
Sorry
at.
to interrupt.
And I finished up
Tony's
yesterday,
online.
and then our admin had an emergency flight to Pennsylvania on a family emergency, so she's out of pocket. So you're gonna have to take a verbal one today. Anyway, Mitch and I met out there. We took a look at it, and of course the motor control center, it's in need of replacement along with the generator. So that's going to be part of the work. Mitch was trying to get some specifications from a company he works from, Ohio Electric, but he's having difficulty getting information from him. He and I talked a little bit more that perhaps it might be good to go and engage an electrical engineer to help us out with that aspect, and that way we can have more open bids too. The other things we talked about doing out there was doing the replacement of the piping and valves. We've got a combination of 6, 8, and 10-inch piping out there. As far as we know, except for one small repair, that piping is 30 plus years old, 35 years old. So it's getting that time frame that it's reached its useful life, especially out in the environment it is. So we want to take a look at replacing all that piping and so forth. The other thing we talked about doing was doing a little more detailed inspection of the structure that those pumps sit in and pump out of, and make sure that it's sound, doesn't need some structural repairs. Take a look at the intake pipe that comes in there. The scary part is what critters are in there.
How deep is that intake pipe? You know?
No, not immediately.
It looks, I was over there the other day, around the area where the pumps are, it's like all grown up with weeds and stuff.
Oh yeah, it needs to have
gotta get
vegetation cleaned out. We need to take a look at the fencing around there.
Yeah.
Maybe even consider using some kind of vinyl fencing in there to hide it a little bit better. I'd love to put a precast concrete fence around there, but we get a little more expensive. That would just maybe reduce the potential for vandalism.
I noticed the Comcast equipment only has fence on 3 sides. What good is that?
Yeah.
That side is no fence.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. I've been out there. I noticed they use the vinyl fence.
Yeah, there's nothing on the back. I open. Yeah, probably.
And the other thing we probably want to add to the piping on the discharge end is Mitch mentioned the fact that the few times that we have used it, sometimes it gets sediment and so forth in the irrigation lines. So we may want to try to add a strainer to the system. Yes. Yeah. So I need to prepare a budget. I need to get a price from a diver. So I'm not going to go in that.
Oh, come on.
I don't like snakes or alligators.
We have both.
I know. Well, the scary part is probably water. Yeah.
Now, the generator is like basically a gas engine. Electrical, but I mean, it hasn't got the miles on it.
Probably not. It's
The electrical part of these lights.
right. Yeah. Yeah. And Mitch thought maybe we might be able to save it, but then I think he's going back and forth a little bit on it. Yeah. The other thing we might want to consider, as long as we're replacing the piping, is somehow develop a system, a bypass piping system that we can exercise that irrigation pump station without putting it into the system.
Yeah, it's no
Just-
different, doesn't matter.
Yeah. Have a program that once a month we go out and exercise it. Make sure it does run at least once a month when we test
Especially
it.
with the new construction, these new things we're talking about, there's two that are definitely coming in.
Yes.
We gotta have this thing going.
Yeah, and if we test run it too, we've got some documentation that we are doing maintenance and things like that to it in case something bad does happen.
Isn't it amazing how this whole boil water stuff? Funny, when the generator runs, no problem.
Yes, yeah, your pressure stays up. So I'll go ahead and get an estimate put together, get electrical involved on it. The electrical's more than I would even think about trying to undertake.
But are you looking at rebuilding it, put a new board on, or what?
I want to get the electric guy out here, take a look at it, and see if we can just replace the control panel, or whether at this point, since again, that generator's 30 plus years old, is it time to get a new one? Yeah. Drainage report. Let me pass that out. This is, I'm sorry.
Hey, before David starts, this is Tony. Can I just add some of the amount of sunset pay easement?
This is
That'll be shorter this one. This is the shortest one.
oh, you're probably right, but we had the holiday in there that really ate into time.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you hear us
Let me
online?
step through a little bit. What this report does is it talks a little bit about what your existing responsibilities are as far as draining within this community improvement district, and then what systems are maintained and owned by others. And we took a look at the existing plans that we had, took a look at the aerials, and tried to come up with a tabulation of how many assets are out there. We had a pretty good handle on your assets in the case and so forth in Newport, but we didn't really have that listing for the additional areas. So we went ahead and got that gathered up and so forth. Back on table 1, which is 4 pages back, you'll see a listing of the development areas and also who has operation and maintenance responsibilities. Again, your primary responsibility is the Newport area, the Hayes, and also on the utility side that you're responsible for that drainage system up there. Other than that, as far as drainage, it's all in the hands of the private masters and so forth, taking care of their drainage systems. We took a little bit at, look at, there's several projects we identify that need to be addressed more immediately, and as part of that CIP. And I've got those listed on page 2 in the center there. And as part of the CIP, we also recommended, in addition to those projects, that you also be setting aside some dollars for future operation and maintenance of your own existing facilities. And we'd estimated, a reserve of around 65,000 would be ideal for your drainage and roadways. Right now, the big concern is your drainage. The roadways can wait a little bit longer, but at some point, we're going to need to be doing some resurfacing. And it'd be nice to have that money parked that you don't have to do special assessments and so forth at the time. Again, we took a look a little bit at those private developments and so forth, and what assets they had, tried to make an estimate of what it was going to be, what kind of cost you may incur as far as needing some reserves for that. And table 2 and 3 is a summary of the drainage assets for both yours and also the private developments. And what we came up with is if you choose to take over all the private developments, you would probably need to set aside some annual reserves of about, what I said, 75, yeah, 75,000. So again, theoretically, hopefully the private associations have been collecting that money historically, so they're building up their own reserves. So in effect, what would happen is instead of that being assessed by the private associations, the CID would assess those costs, and hopefully things would balance out. That in the end, the homeowners aren't paying anything more than what they are total. But that's theoretical.
That's true association. Are not.
That's what I'm afraid of.
They're not.
If I might comment.
Sorry.
Permission to make a quick comment, Chair?
On this issue?
Yes.
Okay.
I would beg to differ slightly with that assessment in that we have been paying double. We have been paying to maintain. We are also paying the CID. And so we don't get a credit for maintaining that road. We have to pay an assessment on it anyway, the CID, and then we have to pay. So for every dollar, there are 2, and we're paying all of them. And that's been going on for years.
Right, I meant, we're not,
Yeah.
we don't have a reserve fund.
Exactly.
For stormwater management. We don't, that's not included.
Yeah, well,
It's not included.
Keep in mind, Frank, what you're talking about is if it's theirs and they own it, it's like a driveway.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, everybody pays to maintain their driveway and, you know.
Just like what happened to us here when we had the grate go out.
Yeah.
We found out we own the grate.
Yes.
So,
Yes. 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 And if you do want to consider taking over those private assets, there's some steps that we do need to take, do our due diligence to make sure that they're in a condition that you want to accept them. And if not, a requirement they bring them up to grade, or perhaps they need to do a special assessment themselves to bring them up to grade.
Well, we're accepting the all that. That's recommended by this.
Right.
Right. It takes all that into consideration.
No, those costs have not been included in that consideration.
Because we haven't based it on the budget, the current budget.
That's right. So what he's saying is when you do the next budget,
Yeah.
you will factor this extra $7,500 into that O&M assessment.
Right. Plus I'm not sure what kind of reserves we're setting aside right now for roads and drainage.
I don't think it's.
Okay. So anyway, we've got some catch up there.
You've
to
got
do also.
unassigned fund balance.
Yes. So that's right. That's fine. In fact, as long as we incorporate everybody when we accept this all in. So that we got to figure that all out into the next budget. Then everybody's covered. Okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna be distributed.
Right.
Right.
So this would increase our costs.
Right.
You know, the other thing we need to do, probably first off, is we probably need to meet with the individual associations that have the jurisdiction over the drainage.
You can have our.
Well, and find out whether they want to give it up or not. Yeah, that'd be the first thing. And again, we need to review the existing system, see what kind of condition they are. Maybe doing some TVing of the systems, opening up inlet boxes and so forth, just to see what kind of condition it is. And then we need to look at the existing documents that govern the maintenance and so forth. A lot of these, some of the areas have South Florida Water Management District permits, others do not. So we need to take a look at how we transfer the responsibilities of ownership and maintenance from the private entities over to the CID. So there'll be a process there.
Southwest Florida.
Water Management District.
Work with us to do that for everybody.
I think they would be,
Right?
yes.
They're probably gonna be glad that it's just us that they're dealing with.
Correct.
Not everybody.
Correct.
Each deal is.
We just had it.
No, he didn't cut it. Yeah, he get cut off. Yeah. I got it all. Sorry.
Yeah. Why don't we, let me finish up first. And then, yeah. Good. Yeah, and of course, we'll need to get things from those associations also. This may be the more difficult part, is we'll need to get easements from them as far as where the drainage is and so forth, that it can be transferred over to us, that we have the right to get in there and maintain it. If we don't have the easements, we don't have legal reason to get in there and do anything. So that may be one of the more cumbersome things out there.
And you need Tony's opinion on, because you can't spend money on private property. So, you know, we need his opinion on how you accomplish this without them physically.
Yeah, and Cal, on that point,
An easement.
depending
you
upon,
can, yes.
well, on that point, I would need to see the individual documents for the individual.
Tony, I don't think they can hear us in the meeting.
So, I mean,
I've been
if
trying to
it's in a
speak and they don't
public.
seem to be able to hearing us.
Okay,
Well, but why go through eminent domain? Why don't they just deed it over?
No, you're right. Yeah.
Sound like that was a warm subject.
Yeah, you know, the first thing is to find out whether they want to give up their drainage. If they want to give up their drainage, great. I'm just talking about drainage. We are talking about roadways, things like that, because there's some places where you don't have jurisdiction over the roadways. Probably don't want
We
it.
don't have parking lots, we don't want.
Yeah, and
We
then
already have parking.
and you've got some of the roadways that are more like driveways. So we don't want those.
But like, the villages, the roadway is what precipitated this anyway. Because of the drainage and the roadway are.
And those we have jurisdiction over already. I'm talking about the condos over on the southeast quadrant, southwest. We probably don't want to take roadways in those areas. That are ours already. And we just, really, you've got just Newport and Morningstar. Those are the only ones you've got roadway response. No, there's a couple others. We can look at that table again. Yeah, we got Evening Star, Sunrise Case.
Isn't ours, South Hotel,
Let's see. Yes, Sunset Cape condos, yeah. So, you know, again, like the hotels and the commercials, so forth, we don't want to touch those at all because those are going to be truly private systems. It's more where you got the residential units that you want to potentially take over the drainage.
right.
That is a little unusual to take over all of the drainage like that. I mean, it's because some of these are, it's like Publix. Are you gonna, you know, if you were a city or county, would you take their drains in their parking lots?
Yeah, why would we want to?
Yeah, you don't, again, those are the ones I would recommend we exclude is we don't, we don't want to go to a hotel.
40,000 to take this over.
Right.
You're
But
gonna.
he said not the hotel, we're not doing.
I didn't say anything about the hotel, I
Right,
just talking
right.
about the whole concept here.
Yeah.
Why would we want to do that?
I'm gonna, correct me if I'm wrong, but most community improvement districts and CDDs, unless they have to take over, the better.
Yeah.
The less they take, I think it's up to the board, but it's, hotels or a clubhouse or something, those are the responsibility of the owner.
Yeah.
Right.
The drainage, I mean, even a lot of, how many condos do you see in a city or a county where the drainage coming off their parking lots is maintained by the city or the county?
Sometimes you might see that their discharge structure going into the CDD facilities, whether it's a lake or something like that. But again, it has to meet all the South Florida water requirements and so forth, as far as the water quality and the quantity that they're sending off-site into the district facilities. So that would be the only time that you would be accepting something from a private development like that.
I guess I'm still lost, but why would we want to do this?
Because the board said to do it.
Or at least look into it. And I don't think you should make a decision probably today. I think you need to sit down and digest it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, digest it. And then come next meeting, we can talk, if you're ready to do it, what the next steps are.
Yeah.
So you did your great too quickly, Sam.
Yeah, yeah. Right.
You want to finish?
We would have perspective on some of the issues.
Gary.
We look forward to the opportunity
Gary.
for this discussion going on. We certainly work cooperatively with you in any way that we can. Thank you.
Yeah, because that's what I thought we were doing, just that area he's in.
No.
It expanded out.
The board said all of them.
Yeah, expanded out.
We said if we're gonna do that, we'll do multiple.
Right.
What's it gonna cost?
Yeah.
To do it all.
Right.
And that's what it's gonna cost.
But
And that doesn't include any, if we find that one of these communities have failures in some of their pipes, then the decision's gonna have to be made whether you.
Well, I like your idea of they have to be up to a certain code and then we'll take it over. But at the end game, they're gonna be glad we took it over, I think.
Yeah, the first costs are just minor in comparison to long-term cost.
Yeah. Okay. We added two together.
That's all I've got underneath the engineers report, unless I've missed something.
Cal?
There was, yes,
Cal?
nothing else. Just
Cal?
On the
Cal, can you hear us?
business, kind of right along with what we've been talking about.
Yeah, Chris,
that,
I sent
we
text
had
to Cal and he doesn't reply. I mean, he replies, but they can't hear us.
Complaint
Yeah, they
about
cannot
some
hear us in the meeting.
restriping
There's something
of
wrong
the
with the
cul-de-sac
speakers
at
on the table.
Delaware
I
North.
don't know.
And
All right, I'll keep listening.
David, and
Right.
you don't
Sorry
own
about
it.
that.
You do have a responsibility to maintain it through an agreement. But it was done and, I don't know if that's something you guys want to take on or discuss or.
This striping on the cul-de-sac, it's at the end of.
Racing from meeting to meeting, exclamation point, LOL.
Cul-de-sac there. There.
How was yours? Mark, calmer than mine.
I think they've done it.
Yeah, but
I didn't know this was, we proceed.
well, there's two things happening out there that I can tell, I noticed. I'll pass these pictures down. As part of the original development plans for Celamars at North, there was a certain amount of pavement marking and striping that was put in. And typically that consists of the crosswalk marking, the stop bars, those type of things. And that was in the part that's the public right of way and so forth. Of course, they've got their boat parking lot, and that's been striped, and it's supposed to be striped. In the public, the part that you've accepted for maintenance and so forth, it includes that cul-de-sac at the end, that big cul-de-sac. Well, it didn't show any striping in that area. Somewhere along the line, around the cul-de-sac, there was put some parking type striping in there so that people knew where to park, whether it be guests or whatever.
Right.
And then more recently, somebody on that one picture, you can see how they took from where the driveway is they extended some parking striping from that building into that cul-de-sac. The concern would be that cul-de-sac was probably sized that a fire truck could come in there and do that circle in an emergency, and the garbage trucks. But if cars are parked there, then it becomes a hindrance. And you know, if they park there and it's striped, then shame on us. It's been striped for years, I think, at least the smaller ones.
Horizontal, now they're making it vertical, which takes up more footage, which gives you less turnaround radius.
No, we didn't talk about that.
Well, and this becomes parking lot where before, I think it was used as a cul-de-sac. So you eliminated the use.
Right.
First of all, where's the complaint? Who made the complaint?
It's not a complaint, it's just a concern.
We're just trying to figure
How
out.
did this come to your attention? I'm curious.
I live right in that area.
So-
I could drive down that street and see it.
Yeah, but that's not what he's talking
He's
about.
saying what brought it to the CID's attention.
That's my question. We have a policy at our board that we do not operate on anonymous complaints.
We are in the same boat, exclamation point, LOL.
Every opportunity.
Thank you for the reminder.
Okay, the anonymous concern. How did this end up in front of you that?
Yes, it is Friday, exclamation point.
It came
Hey,
from a board
Tony,
member.
they can't hear you in the meeting, but we can hear you
It
online.
could be someone contacting a board member.
So you do operate on anonymous.
No, not anonymous.
Well, who was the person?
I don't think I have to name them.
Then you certainly don't. I respect your right not to do that.
Yeah.
May I comment?
Yeah.
So here's what happened. We have a parking problem, and the person who I believe made the complaint, who was.
Let's not assume, please.
I'm sorry. The individual who I suspect made the complaint, and I could certainly be wrong, came to me and said, we have an emergency situation with parking. We've got to do something now. We spent a lot of time and a lot of money and developed a parking enforcement policy. We put it before the board. I sent it to that individual for their personal approval, put it before the board. The board voted and said, first thing we have to do is add more parking spaces to the ones that are on the cul-de-sac. This was over 2 board meetings in front of all of the unit owners. The individual who I believe made the complaint, then I saw on the street and said, she said, why aren't we enforcing the parking thing? Why aren't we finding and towing and doing all this stuff? And I said, we have to wait until we get the new spaces created, the additional spaces created. Great. A week later, the same person came back to me when we sent out the drawing and said, it's not right. It does meet all the requirements. We had an engineer to design it. We met with the fire department. We met with all the appropriate agencies, and they said, this is absolutely fine, no problem, do whatever you want to do. We did it the right way. The spaces themselves exceed the requirements in terms of length and width. So if I'd known you had to complete that, I'd let you know that ahead of time. So it was done by an engineer. We have an RFP out right now for striping. And I would further point out that in the past, we came to the CID and we said, with the same individual, if it's the person I believe, I will apologize if I'm wrong. But some years ago, this came up and I met with the head of code enforcement in Collier County personally and said, we have a parking problem. Will you enforce? Because we were told that the CID's attorney, in writing and verbally 3 times, your previous attorney had told us that the county had to do it. Collier County's chief of code enforcement said, no, it's the CID. We came back to the CID. The CID said, we will not take on any kind of parking enforcement or code enforcement. So what we have is a situation, the county said it's not a public street. So over a period of years, we have done the right thing. We said, okay, CID, we got it, we understand. Those spaces on the curb were put in years ago after a similar complaint. We thought that would be enough spaces.
He's going around.
Yes, it was. All we're doing is we're adding 2 more spaces and change the angle. It's all been done professionally. It's all been done appropriately. It's all been done with the board. There was one board member that didn't agree with this. There are 10 board members. We did this publicly, openly. I don't know how we could have done it more professionally and open. And I have to tell you, it's surprising to me to walk in here to a meeting. I mean, I'm going out the door after saying, and that was a great job of the other thing. Thank you, by the way. But I'm going out the door and I hear something about, you know, so if you're going to take over, if you're going to take over parking enforcement, then I'll send a letter to the unit owner saying, if you have a complaint and want cars ticketed or towed, call the CID. But I would respectfully say, as a good neighbor and a friend of this group that's been vocal in support of this group, I would say this to you. If you're not going to do that, your attorney said something about a duty and a liability. Here's what you're doing. Well, I'm telling you, we have an emergency situation. It's been going on and on and on. We're trying to deal with it. If you tell us no, then take over the enforcement. We would love for you to take over parking enforcement. Please. We'll get you a letter from our attorney tomorrow morning. You be in charge of parking, but if you're not, I would respectfully say, guys, why are you telling us what to do?
It wasn't a parking issue. You're just taking it another direction. What it was a concern of changing horizontal parking to vertical parking. And if you look at a drawing, you'll see you take up an additional 20 feet on each side. And how would the fire department or the garbage people have enough radius to turn around?
And they have said it's not a problem. We went there. We've done all that.
But that was the only question.
Okay. Well, then
I don't know why you got off on this.
And in terms of the pickleball court that somebody put out there, you are absolutely correct. That is not authorized. And I note your concern. We will have it removed.
What? That's pickleball?
The guy put it. Yes, one of the unit owners thought it was good to have a pickleball court against his garage door.
That's what I'm saying.
I didn't know about that either. It was there one morning. Thank you.
When this issue came up, you've got a surface that you're responsible for.
The pavement.
And the pavement. Now it's being changed from a turnaround to a parking lot.
It's already a parking lot.
Well,
it's been a parking lot for years.
Well, I went back to the original development plans. That striping did not appear on those plans. So I assume
when
that was.
The CID approved our community, okay? I'm finding it difficult to work. I don't know how to interact here.
I'm not sure if the CID approved your neighborhood as much as Collier County development approved your neighborhood.
Well,
and at one time
in
we
the
had
previous meeting, sir, you made the statement that the CID had never, the engineer for the CID had never approved what we did. And that's, we spent about 11 hours and we went back, and what we found was, sorry, that the engineer that signed and sealed the plans that were submitted to the county was the CID's engineer.
It was the same firm as the CID engineer. The engineer of record was not the CID
Would have been
engineer.
Ron.
No, well, it was not Ron who did the design.
It was the company.
It was the company, the firm.
Yeah, it's a company. It wasn't the CID's engineer.
Right. And in Pelham County jurisdiction, as far as the approval of the plans.
Actually, I would beg to differ. I'm so sorry, I was heading out the door. I apologize for the extra time. Actually, in Collier County, you may, as a board, as I understand it, and I'm not practicing law without a license, we talked to one, a lawyer. It's my understanding you may practice and do whatever you want to do towards interacting with government. But on technical issues, you have an authorized person that speaks for you on technical issues before Collier County. And Jerry C. Neal, PE, did our design, signed our plans, and submitted them and sealed them. The same time, Jerry C. Neal of Hall Montez is listed as the official lobbyist for this CID. I blew one up so you could read it easy. There you are listed as number,
What date was
same year, 36. He was your official lobbyist for a number of years, the only engineer in this county authorized to speak on your behalf to government. And that's fact. So what I'm trying to say is that Mr. Neal was not only your engineer, he was the only engineer authorized to speak for you. There was a separate contract that was paid for these services with Collier County. So I would say, if your engineer that you have a separate contract with to represent you before your Collier County, if he designed the plans and then was representing you at the same time, I don't think it's fair to say that our engineer never approved it. Now, I say all that, it's kind of like the lease where the previous attorney represented both parties, and I made the abject comment, which I apologize for again, about if you want to look up conflict of interest, Google that. And my position is this: let's forget all that stuff in the past. You've been working really cooperatively with us, and we appreciate that. And we can spend the next 2 years arguing about what happened years ago. But I'm just saying, let's work together fairly and openly. One more thing I got to say: I appreciate the engineer's doing a good job. I think he's doing a great job of pointing out your liabilities and things. But when you say the community may have to pay, again, we go back in the past, your trucks have been dumping, instead of driving your multi-gallon trucks and dumping, I'm sorry. Instead of driving your trucks to an authorized dump site, you've been dumping them into the pipe that goes into that sediment pond that you say we own. Okay? And that's okay. Yes, we have photographs, we have video. So yes.
What trucks?
When you did the water thingies, that's a technical term, you went in and pumped out sand out of some kind of a thing. The big truck, they filled, you have these big vacuum pump trucks. They're enormous, bigger than that table.
I think it's when the sewer failed and that led to the agreement.
It was also when you changed some kind of a backflow thing or something, and they were having to pump out all these things. Because we would ask, what are you doing? And the way they dumped them was they opened the grate on the pipe that runs into our pond and they pumped the truck in there. That's, you know what? We're your neighbor. That's okay. I'm not trying to fight with you. I'm saying, but let's just forget the past and work cooperatively in the future. But I don't think it's fair to say to us, well, we think maybe you need to spend money to clean that pond up. I mean, you see what I'm saying? No, there are no bad people here. They were doing their job. They thought, what we got is a bunch of gray fuzzy stuff, and I applaud your efforts to clean all this up. I applaud what your engineer's done. He was right to tell you about that. But I'm saying, if we're going to go into the past, then we're all going to end up in a big fighting with each other thing and get nowhere. I'd rather work cooperatively and solve this problem. That's what I'm saying.
So what are we trying to figure out? Who's paying for the paint?
Well, no.
The concern was, can the fire department and waste management turn around in that cul-de-sac?
You say they can.
Changing the
They
angle.
are changing, right?
There's curbside parking now. We're putting in angle parking or straight in parking to get more spaces in there.
I might be wrong, but I think the bottom line is, does the CID incur any kind of liability with that striping being in the cul-de-sac in the case of a emergency vehicle not being able to perform what it needs to do?
Because right now the vehicle would have to back out of the street. All our other streets.
Now,
You're not putting 90-degree in, or you're putting angle parking so that it's going to.
It's not, it is, it actually, it's
And the fire department already approved it. Fire department
yes,
said it's
yes,
okay.
they approve everything. It is straight in.
That aside,
but it's done with triangles in it, so everything's straight in.
That aside what?
that aside, you took that property not thinking or knowing that was a parking lot. I mean, you don't take parking lots anywhere.
No, we don't.
I mean, is that what you want to do? I think that's something
And
that
I
the
will be
board
happy
needs
to
to
say, Will, I will go back and tell the people in the community, we're shutting down all the parking that is there. My question is, are you going to take over parking enforcement? Because we're told there's a liability issue that with people parking on the street, the trucks can't get down and somebody's not getting down with an ambulance. So I'm saying let's work together on this. But if you want to stop that, I'll tell them to go take out the parking tonight.
I think what we need to do is review the existing, the agreement we've got with Santa Marsa as far as when we took over the maintenance of the pavement, whether we also took over any other further liabilities there, and take a look a little bit at the association condo documents and so forth to see how that roadway itself was dedicated and so forth.
We probably ought to see his documents from the fire department, et cetera.
Here's the thing.
Probably
Here's
also.
Here's the thing, okay? I hear that, and I'm gonna have to be candid with you, my good friend. When you put out the RFP to redo the street, our board, without our knowledge of our board, folks came to you and there were discussions held, and we said, gosh, please come to us, we want to be your friend, talk to us. We're here. I asked for a copy of the RFP, I never got one. When you got the bids in, I came to this board and in a meeting, I asked for copies of the bids that came in. I never got those bids. Then there was a committee appointed, Sam, me, and had the honor of working with you, sir. And I called up Sam and said, Sam, we haven't met, let's go. We went up and met. Any other questions? Anything else you need? He said, you're going to write a report. I said, I asked one thing as a member of this little group, I'd like to see the report before it goes to the CID. Report was presented today. I've never seen a report. So what I'm saying is, I want to work cooperatively with you, but every time we say, you guys say we're going to look at and study, we don't, you do, and then you tell us what you think.
The report, well, what report? The report he's referencing is
the one that came out today.
No, actually, it was one that was never produced because the scope expanded from just looking at Stella Marsa's Nard into the entire community.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, that's why.
That's why it was not a specific report.
I know the bids, we rejected all bids.
We rejected the ask.
Right.
We haven't talking about that at all.
But I just asked for a copy, you never got it, asked for. So I'm saying, maybe we just need to communicate better. Because if I'd gotten a phone call and said, Frank, we have a concern about this parking thing, we would have gone before this meeting. So I don't know what to do.
Well, he's right.
We have an RFP out. We've got somebody we're hoping to put the stripes down next week. And I got 9 board members that say this is an emergency and they voted and they said go forward. I got 1 board member that didn't come to the board meeting and is now turning everything upside down.
What makes it, I'm not arguing.
Mhm.
What makes this all sudden emergency?
The
You
same,
need more parking?
because the same person, if it's the person I'm thinking of, that is now complaining, came to me and said, you're going to get sued.
Well,
If you don't know, it's not well, okay, you get served.
what?
Because we have a liability, they're saying, about parking on that street.
Association is called Sioux City. They're constantly suing each other. It's crazy. But this person who came to me was concerned, not complaining,
Okay,
concerned.
I wish they'd have brought their concerns to the board.
And this,
Okay, but what's the emergency?
yeah, this whole
I
thing came up
personally don't think there is one, sir.
late in the day.
Because it's season?
It's season. I mean, out of season, I could really get the truck and the trailer spring there. Both sides, it creates a problem. So when it's completely full like now, I'm sure that snow crash on the drive. So maybe it becomes close to the asphalt. And maybe then when the emergency truck can't even get to that turnaround.
But you're saying, in its existing form, you have a document that says there's no problem getting through there.
With the new parking.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We're gonna put the whole thing on hold. Mike, I have one question. Do you want me to suspend the parking that is currently there in the curbside parking? What is your decision?
Well, it's up to us.
Well, I think the use of that asphalt is up to you. Or you don't allow parking on streets anywhere else. Is that a street or is it
We're
a
happy to
parking
do
lot?
whatever you think.
And if it's a parking lot, and you guys are okay with it being a parking lot, then
Well,
let them do what they want.
I think it may be more than that, Cal, and that in order for them to alter something like this, they should go through the county permitting process where they do a site development plan amendment or minor change or whatever is required underneath the land permitting code to make sure that it's okay, that it meets the fire requirements and all the rest of it. So it's a separate process that you're not involved with.
Sure. I mean, it's,
We just don't want to land.
I'm not sure, so.
They can't park in what?
They can't park.
It's gonna mess up.
Well, yeah. Well, it maybe,
Trying to stop that.
maybe at that point, and I'm just throwing out theoretical, is maybe the association needs to look at some alternative parking plans and acquire whatever's needed to have that adequate parking for their units.
Yeah, the boat storage area.
You know, if you're a business and you don't have adequate parking, not only do you lose business, but if you're parking all up and down the street, somebody's gonna come and with the authority to do the parking enforcement, they're gonna ticket all those cars.
Yeah.
And you don't have any authority to do the parking enforcement.
Don't do anything. No, we don't do anything.
So what's our answer? That they can go ahead and keep parking there as it is?
I don't want, we really want to work cooperatively with you. We really do.
But it's not us. That's the thing.
I didn't put this on your agenda today.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You're taking it too personally. We don't care about this person. We don't care about any of that. We care about the technicality of it. Yeah, the legality of it. So we don't care about who said what. We need to care about what happens if somebody gets run over. That's what we need to worry
That's
about.
right.
And if we can say, call Frank Lee, next, but if we can't,
I think
now we got a problem.
I think Tony weighed in on us a little bit, and I think his concern was potential liability to the district.
Sure, that's all.
Okay.
That's our
All I can say is,
exposure.
we had a unit owner come to us and say, we have a big problem. The board went to an engineer, the board went to government, the board had 2 meetings, the board had, we did everything we could do honestly and openly in the clear sunlight to do the right thing. We tried to do that. We're supposed to start striping next week. I'll stop that as soon as I get back.
Wait a minute, you said you went to the government already, so if he's already done all that, why do we have to make him do
Well,
it?
no, he's now raising several others, you know.
Well,
and
I guess.
You know, we'll have to now go to the county and all this other
What
stuff.
government did you go to?
We were asked to go to the fire department. We went to the fire department, met with the battalion chief over there and the guy that said, no problem, go forward. You know, but again, if I appreciate your comments and your recommendations, so I don't know what to do. So, but I will say this in fairness, in the future, if you get a concern that's worthy of going on the agenda about our community, then we have a policy, we don't operate on anonymous things. Collier County Commission has a policy, they don't operate on anonymous things. And there's a reason for that. I got 9 people who worked really hard and spent a lot of time trying to do a good job for their community, just like you work hard here. And it's kind of frustrating to walk in and suddenly be defending everything we've done based on an accusation or a concern expressed by some anonymous person that we can't even talk to or have it did not come to our board. And I think that's a fair concern. I say let's shut the door on the past and work together. I'll talk to our folks. We'll do something. We will not go forward with the striping. We will probably suspend parking on the cul-de-sac. Since you're saying there's a liability and you're saying you didn't authorize it and you should have, that's news to me.
I'm not sure that we should have authorized it, but it's a concern. And I know our attorney has expressed that concern that it's a potential liability. And if something would happen, how it's settled in court, who knows?
Sure. Tony's input is good. But I think you still got the base decision. Do you want to allow parking on your streets? If that's part of the street, if it's a parking lot, I'm not sure why you accepted it.
You say, but please,
It wasn't used as a parking lot before.
I-
They were
I-
parking on the street.
Okay. 1 minute,
Well, they shouldn't
Then
park
they
on the
changed
street.
the
It's my
rule and
street,
said overnight
my street,
parking has
okay?
to be on the cul-de-sac.
you did this lease with one attorney representing both parties. I think we don't talk about that anymore. And then and then you say the chief of code enforcement in Collier County said, no, that's the CID. They've got the lease. And you said no, and we didn't argue. We respected what you said. We said, okay. So now we're trying to deal with a problem. I can't get the county, I can't get the police, and I can't get you. Now you're saying, well, we're not just doing the blacktop. Now we're going to tell you how to handle what you can do on the parking thing. Okay, I respect your decision. But this is an awkward way to work. We came to you years ago and your attorney said no. According to them, or the chief of code enforcement in Collier County, who wanted to know something about it, he said if somebody parks on that street, that you guys ought to have a policy and authorize towing or something, whatever.
You got
No,
You guys,
us.
the CID and the
it's a
CID
public
attorney said absolutely not. He said no, and we respected his opinion. Okay, I mean, we're not
I
troublemakers.
think he said, that I can't speak for Dan Cox, but I think that he would have said that because it's, he looked at it and said it's a parking lot. It's not CID
No,
responsibility.
not talking about parking on the street itself, the main street coming in, which precipitates a problem. And we went to your attorney and we said, hello, this is the chief enforcement officer for Collier County. And he says, you are incorrect, sir. The CID should be helping us with these people leaving parking on the street. And your attorney said, absolutely not. Yeah, I got your engineer approves our plans, but he's not your engineer. Your attorney says we can't do something, but now he's not. I mean, I don't know who to go to.
Is the problem going down Stella Maris?
Yes, that's the problem.
We have the same street, one street over.
Yeah.
Our board will not allow anyone to park on the street. End of story.
We're trying.
Well,
We
have
developed
code enforcement in your own association and finally.
We developed a plan to do that, and the board said we have to be safe. Some of these driveways don't have enough spaces, and we said we're going to put in some more spaces down there, which obviously does not meet with your approval.
Well, again, if it turns out it's a street, then
How did you ever get it so that a fire truck was legal down that street? How's it get out?
They use a hammerhead down there, hammerhead approach, where the fire truck can turn into the one street, back up on the other street, and then come back around.
And that's what.
Okay, so what's the problem if they can
Yeah,
back
why
up
can't they do
there?
that?
They can back up.
Our cul-de-sac is 3.5 times the size of that cul-de-sac.
Right, you guys can turn around. I mean, and
Even
you
with
can
the
do it
car,
that way.
they should be able to turn around.
I
They know the turning diameter of that truck, right? The turning radius of the truck. So they would know it can fit in there. So
All right, well, he said that he already-
I think maybe it might be part of a process too, that, that it needs to be part of a site development plan amendment or insubstantial change, whatever process the county wants to use in order for that to be changed from a cul-de-sac to a parking lot.
Okay, so can we table this till?
I think we need to look at it a little bit more.
Okay, good, let's table this.
Okay.
Thank you.
So then Frank, you're not going to have any painting done, is that what I'm hearing?
We are not going to pay.
He's postponing it.
I'm gonna stop that as soon as I get back to my condo.
Thank you, Frank.
Appreciate it very much, and thank you.
Before we forget, we need a motion to accept cars, do a contract with car, realtor.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do that now. I'll make
Yeah,
a motion.
I remember you wanted to.
And for a year.
I'll second it.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
So you contact.
Yes,
car?
and the chair's authorized to sign. Based on legal opinion. I'm sorry, that was so quick. Ray, you made the motion
Yeah.
and Michelle seconded it. And for 1 year. Okay. You have the financials.
Wait a minute. The engineering, right? We done? one thing for you, all that stuff you talking about, all that stuff you did, tons of stuff that you've done since last week. Yet you're still giving me an invoice that has a date and amount of hours, and that's it. We talked about your invoice before.
But what
Cap-
month does that cover?
I don't care what month it covers.
Yeah, I think that was done before.
Well, let's see, is that,
You're a
is-
month
10
behind.
and 11. There's 10 and 11 on here. It goes up through 11/5.
Yeah, but you questioned this last month.
No, it was way before that.
oh,
It's just that.
let me take a look at that. What I did was try to expand the description I was doing for each of the things, more specifically. Oh,
That's before you questioned it.
That's for October.
Yeah.
I think we should. But it wasn't, it wasn't presented.
what I, yeah,
That was before he said.
this may have been before that, but I'm not sure what the November bill looks like. But I typically,
You wait till after the month is up, and then.
I typically don't assign for each day, each hour I work, when I worked on that particular hour. Like yesterday, I worked on probably 6 different things for the district throughout the day.
Yeah, see that?
But I didn't itemize each hour, which,
No, I just like the ones when you did locations, when the bottom part there, which is houses that you had to work on, the new houses you did stuff on. Just put the location of the house.
oh, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, and maybe I just need to ask for them to run all the invoices by me before they do issue the final invoices. I usually do that front page where I try to list down the different items, major items we worked on that month.
Yeah, well, I mean, you worked on a ton of stuff. You just went over all the stuff.
Yeah. But I typically don't track hour by hour, each little thing.
Well, when you come out and look at sites, you gotta have that on there. If you look at 199 K's Drive, you gotta spend 199 K's Drive.
Yeah, and a lot of times when we do the house looking, I'll come out here for a couple hours, but I'll look at everything, the whole subdivision, the whole,
That's
You know,
what I
everything.
do then. I don't
Yeah.
care. I want some.
Okay.
Please. Oh, and I got your contract too, and it's dated February 28th, 1991.
yes. And what we do,
It's renewable every year.
It's renewable every year, but it also says here that each service or project must be authorized separately by a supplemental agreement, including a detailed scope of services and method of compensation. Each service or project shall be authorized in writing by the district. This is done every time.
Just on major projects.
majors, like today,
That's why I
when
think you need a new contract. You know what I mean? An updated one or something, because this, I'm reading this stuff, it's restricting what it's doing. If we follow this contract.
it probably does, because
Authorization of service or projects under the contract shall be at the sole option of the district.
you're probably right, because, we get the phone call about coming out and looking at something, we immediately respond and so
Right.
forth.
That's what I mean, it's restricting.
Yeah.
So, but 30 years and we get the same contract, come on.
Maybe that's good and bad.
Yeah, I don't know.
So we get the same rate as we had 30 years?
No.
There's flaws in there.
Yeah.
I know.
Ron mentioned it too, and
There is
we do work with the annual contract, but actually it's more than an annual contract with Collier County. Those rates sometimes stay in effect for 6 years, so you might get a rate that's 6 years old.
But see, that clause isn't even in here either. All
Okay.
it has is the old rates.
Yeah.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
So.
You're right, and I
Clean everything up.
hate to say it, I probably have never even seen that contract.
Probably not. Ron's name's probably.
Yeah, so,
Public record, yes.
yeah, no, I'll chase it down, and maybe you're right, maybe we need to update that.
I would think, let's update everything.
Okay.
Financials.
Financials, you got a copy of them. You've got another payment today, 85,000 from the tax collector. So that's a split.
Going the wrong way.
Was-
That's it should be ours.
It is yours.
Pass it around the table.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's, but that is both your water, sewer, and your O&M assessments. That's gonna put you almost 80%. So you're collecting good. A lot of your big ones wait to the last moment to pay them. Yeah, so that just came in while we were sitting here. Your investments, right now, we're looking at all of the communities and their banks. And you guys are getting the best rate, and they have guaranteed that for another 90 days. We'll probably close out the money market or just leave a minimum amount there, but you get the same on your checking or your money market. So, you know, why put that effort forward? Let's see, other than that, answer questions. I mean, you're in good shape financially.
What about shutting down delinquent water bills?
Almost everybody paid when Mitch went to the door, and you know, a couple he had to go back and reconnect them. But we had good success this time. And that was just over the weekend.
I'll put forward a motion to accept the financials.
Okay.
And I like the motion you made last time, the unaudited statements. Find that. Okay, so that was Terry and Michelle.
All in favor? Good, moving on.
B and C we've covered. So that is everything I've had. Invoices,
I'm done.
contract.
I do, actually, I do.
Okay,
One that I want to ask about. This is ADP.
okay.
Why are we paying for it? Why are we doing that?
That's,
I know.
yeah, that's for your payroll. That's not for ours.
Why can't you cut us instead of us paying $130 every time? These guys cut us a check.
Everybody hires payroll out. I even recently did it for one employee.
Yeah, it's
Because you
just,
got quarterly tax returns, you got annual tax returns, and they're all time consuming. So the payroll service does all that and produces it for you. Well,
For
worth
5
the money.
employees. For 5, for 5, it's cost us $140 every month to do this, just to pay us.
That's what you have to pay for one?
I just got an introductory rate. I'm paying 30 some odd dollars, but then I pay about 10 people once a month. So I'll pay it that week.
Yeah, but that's a huge difference from 100.
well, because it's by employee.
Yeah.
Oh, it is per.
Yeah, per employee, correct. And so, I mean, at all of our districts, that's the easiest way. The board members always get their W-2s like right away. They can check everything, and everyone's just always liked it that way.
I saw 3 of them this time, that's why.
Well, we
Yeah.
had 2 pays.
There's 3 of them.
Continuation meeting.
Oh, man.
Sorry. All right.
Yeah, they, field manager, let me kind of go through this. I know we put it off all the time, and what, we had a slight problem. Chris's father died, and while he was in the air going to visit him, and so Chris hasn't been, you know, he's been gone for a while, and while I was up in Massachusetts, he caught COVID. So he is back, but he's limited in what he's able to do. But I think he covered quite a few things. Just real briefly, I know we've already set a record 6 hours.
But on page 5, the fumes on
Yeah.
Sunset K and Wilderness,
Yes.
my neighbor stopped me this morning and gave me some design for something.
I got it right here.
That he wanted to make sure.
Yeah, we're gonna go take a look at it. And that's another one of those intermediate type projects we want to try to take care of out there.
Okay.
He's on page 4, he's identified 4 locations where we've got damaged sidewalk, and David's, he reads this like the Bible, right?
Yes.
Let's see, I had the flumes also marked. The roadway gutters, heavily filled with silt, should be cleaned out by the home builder. 162, 163, 166, 167 Sunset K, and 4 of them on Wilderness K. And there's some on Venus K and Case Drive.
Right. We got a place over on Newport that we got a silt fence that's down from home construction.
Mhm. Mitch talked about the cleaning of the culverts, and he said almost all of them are at least 25% filled. David looks at this, but the new construction, he's identified a few things you should look at. Let's see, the silt barrier around the home is failing at 125 Morning.
The one at Newport and Morningstar.
Yeah, Newport and Morningstar.
Survey over.
That sign on Kay's Drive got fixed. Yeah. Page 9 shows the before and after. And yes, he had, let's see if I can find a note on that. The sign is at Union Road. We got a proposal and they put 1 double-sided and we wanted 2 single-sided. So we're waiting for a proposal on that.
Why?
They proposed 2-sided. We only want 1-sided.
Yeah, 2 one-sided and not 1 double-sided.
Why?
Because the thickness of the sign, you know, a double-sided, usually just put it up on a pole.
Oh, we're reusing what's there?
No, we're not reusing it.
That's. That whole thing.
We're gonna get it from Lycans. So they proposed, which is in the packet, a double side. So you got 1 sign with it, both sides. And this would be, we need it on both one side for, they'd be attached on both sides individually.
Well, I understand that. I just don't understand why not have 1 sign that's printed on both sides. I don't get why would we want.
That it'll look like that.
Right.
But if
Wouldn't that
it's,
be cheaper?
no, you'd have to take that sign down.
I just asked if we were taking it down.
No.
I said, we're reusing what's there.
No, yes, we're reusing the frame. We're reusing the frame. I'm sorry. Okay.
Training on both sides.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't understand. We don't know, Chris, if you're still there, have you heard from the airplane club yet?
I'm here, but can you hear me yet? Can you hear me?
He probably went away. Oh, no, he just came on.
No, can you hear me?
We can't hear you, Chris. Tony said there was something with the microphone.
Yeah, we've been trying. We've been trying a long time.
Okay. We've got the mosquito sprayer back up and running. I don't think we need to spray now, but at least that.
Again, I went to the website. So mosquito spraying schedule, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. His temperatures drop Tuesday and Friday. Doesn't say when we're gonna start, when we're gonna end.
The board said leave that up to Chad.
Yeah, well, wait, okay. So usually April through November, is what we got it right. It says spray dusk, this one. One of them said, this one said mornings. So each morning, yeah, see, that's what, this says dusk, this says mornings. There's 2 different locations on the website. So
Okay.
conflicting.
Could you mark
There's
that?
people out there that really give you a hard time. I don't know which, wherever there's only mosquito spraying on 2 sites on our website. So they just hit the job.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what they, where they are.
But just update them.
Yeah.
You know, those entomologists that evidently made 2 of them board. Yeah. And one of them, what they did was they put up mosquito catchers
200 mosquitoes in one night.
Well,
Really?
This time of year. Wow.
This year.
Is that Dr. Fish?
We just check for viruses and stuff. When we get the report back,
Yeah.
so 4,000.
Yeah. 4,000.
But I mean, but it's a light and a CO2 collector, so it's a trap.
It doesn't make any difference, they can attract them. I went out last night to pick up a package for UPS, and it was hammered. Of course, I will admit, I'm the guy that, 1,000 people, no one will find mosquitoes, but they'll be on it. Guaranteed.
But you are.
Exactly, I can attract.
I hate those. But anyway, so people will have to get back to me if they're starting to get bit. So, I think 4,000. But you haven't been in my house, and I'm outside all.
Okay. Page 12, I don't know if this is the review of the contractors, and Soto's approved proposals. I don't know if you've seen that, but that's just a good way to track when Chris sends you these where, Robert's at. And then the bottom one is the maintenance. And those are work orders that you do get billed for. It's pretty inexpensive. You gave them authority for like $500 a month.
Right.
So.
Robert, everything's changed. Everything's been built. What he has to cut. When you look at his bill, me, it's big. I mean,
It is big. One of the problems is nobody will come out here, and the other bids we got besides Robert was higher. Like we got them for Big Tree and Big Cypress, yeah.
And somebody else can be one from another cat association. So they're pretty steep.
That's what I'm experiencing right now with the one bid I've got is they're steep.
Yeah, it's like, what, but I don't get it. So, but that was the other thing I was looking at. I mean, if we pay that, and I know everybody's gonna say no, why don't we have somebody that works here only? Why don't we, I mean, you can, in 1 month, you can buy a lawnmower, which is, you have to say you have 2 people working 40 hours a week doing what, cutting and trimming. Then you just have to sometimes pick up irrigation. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's the liability about that payroll, but it just seems like you can do it for half of that.
There's a lot more than just 2 guys, a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, how often do you see that?
Oh, I see it every week.
Every week. Yeah.
Every week, but we pay $7,000 a month.
But they do it.
And that's here every day. It's just one of those things. I'm just looking at
Yeah.
numbers all.
We could bid it out again, but I'm.
They broke, don't fix it.
What you need is small.
We get one a day, one a month, one a week, excuse me. One cutting and working in our little section, $3,200.
Yeah.
For one street.
For one street, that's what it costs.
I'm hoping.
Plus, if we hire somebody, then his rate goes up, because he's got to pay up.
Oh.
And then you're gonna have to have all kinds of taxes.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna cost you 65, 70,000.
Well,
I mean, you're not gonna get anyone for under $20 an hour.
Spray. Did we ever find out spray? Is it going to be a spray by the county by 2023, or is it not?
We haven't been told.
I mean, we supply the materials and thing, he has the license and insurance. You don't think there's somebody out there that could do the same thing? If we had a mower and cutters and trimmers, I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there.
No, Kish Lawn Service.
No.
Give us an estimate.
Yeah.
You got mosquitoes, call fish.
That's what I'm saying, we have the equipment, and then we have somebody just use their license to do the work with their license, and maybe that would
If
be
you cut every day though,
less expensive.
you probably stay on top.
You know what I mean? I mean, they're only trimming, mulch, trimming mulch and grass. I mean, it might.
Well,
it's lots.
and he does more than that too. I mean, he takes care of the irrigation system. He maintains the roads going out to the wells. That's a mile and a half.
But that's included in the, yeah.
Right, that's included in his price.
Yeah.
Alone on 41. On 41. I'll bet you if we looked at how much we spent on that median.
That's like the road.
You know, that's ours to maintain, but I'll bet you it's ridiculous how much we spent. And I see, every time I drive by, I see Soto out there, they're working in the median.
Yeah.
It's gotta be a nice approach to those big houses down off of King's Drive.
That was good. That was good.
It's not for the little condos over here in the ghetto.
But then,
Okay. What's
I
next?
could try to save some money.
Okay.
Oh, here it is.
It's good because it'll help pay our overtime for today.
Here's your 41, it's 2,000, so it's $24,000 a year median out.
That's a lot of money.
24,000, 25,
Just to maintain the median.
yeah, so.
Get the bulldozer.
$3,000 a month.
Newport Drive is 1,600 a month, and Cave Drive is 1,600
What's the?
a month. Huh?
We paid it.
Oh, we pay that.
Yeah.
No, they have, CID has the median.
We paid it out.
No,
No,
we
it's
just pay ours.
You better not be paying for it.
We don't.
You got, well, what is it?
Oh, you know, who's paying for phase 2 and phase 3? The mobile.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
What?
that's your, you know what kind of
How do you know?
water management areas around lakes, retention basin. That road's not on there. Yeah.
All right, so we have any supervisor requests or comments?
Well, the request I have, the comment is, are we going to start spraying again or not?
Yeah.
He just got it fixed. I think it's fixed, but the guy came down and then he's supposed to be sending a part. Last time I talked with Chad.
But you see, Soto comes with his equipment. We don't have to maintain it.
Well,
So there's
well,
advantages.
are we paying for that? Or is it up to some kind of warranty with the guy that comes out to work on that?
It's not under warranty
Not into
anymore. I
warranty.
mean, we've had that sprayer
Long time.
for,
Yeah.
5 years maybe.
Yeah.
Do we have any audience comments?
I have a comment. I'm Lisa Sager, and
Can you come up so we can hear you?
166 Sunset Case, so we're the one who just put the nice new driveway in.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And I'll be honest, we did it because there's several other ones throughout. Where I have a problem is if the CID has a problem or a person on the CID has a problem, I would like it that they would come and talk to us instead of talking to neighbors around and us hearing it through the neighbors that it's going on the CID board, for the board to talk about. You got a problem? I mean, the main reason we did it is we went around. There's 8 other driveways besides ours that goes through. Hasn't seemed to been a problem because no one has said anything. So we got the thing to say, hey, your sidewalk is cracked. So we took the sidewalk out. We will make sure that we have good, that it's flat. I would obviously not want someone to fall on it, but I can say I have walked around and there are some sidewalks that are uneven. There are many cracks in sidewalks. So you can't, again, and I know everybody's going to say, don't take it personally, but I do take it personally because my neighbors are calling me saying, oh, so-and-so told me they're going to look at this. This isn't right. And Terry, we had a discussion this morning. And I'm sorry, I thought you were very rude and saying you can't do this. And
I didn't say anything like that. I said to you, please do not take it personally. And you just.
There was more that was said, Terry, and you know that.
Well,
There was.
And you know,
And
as far as
all I'm
contacting,
saying is
wait, you
being
said
on-
contact the owner, which
being
you
on the
did.
CID board, I would hope, like you said, if there's something that I'm doing and I'm not doing it right, I would hope, and Sam, I lived at Stella Maris, and I was always worried, I want to do the right thing. I'm not, when we did the thing for Larry, I mean, I called you and I'm like, I don't want to do this because I want to make sure I'm doing it right.
The only question,
Yep.
I think what you've done is beautiful. My
Yep.
question all along,
Yep.
which it really doesn't involve you, it involves legal. Is it legal? Do we have, what would happen if?
Yep.
And that's the only question I have.
But I just can't believe it has just come up now, considering that there's been how many other driveways that have been there for years.
Well, you don't have the same board that was there when those
Yeah.
were done.
And like I
It's
said,
very easy for us to
if
see
it would
that
have,
these are being done
yeah,
this way.
if it would have been maybe brought to me in a different way, it might have been better, but, and I totally get it, and we would accept the responsibility because we wanted to make sure the way our driveway comes down and the way it comes down, it kind of looks like it's a little cocked, but we have to have it so that it's a flat surface.
Right.
And that's how it came down. So I'm just saying, kind of like that other gentleman, if something's gonna be said or has to be, gonna be brought up here, I would sure like it that someone would come to me and say, hey, Lisa, we noticed you did this. And just to let you know, we're gonna be talking about it. I mean, I didn't know about it until this morning that this was gonna be on the agenda. So I guess that's all I'm saying is a little communication, and the communication to be positive, not talk to this neighbor about it, talk to this neighbor about it, and I hear it through the grapevine. If you got a problem with it, come to me. That's all I'm saying. So, thank you.
Any other comments?
I have a question, if I could. Carol Williams, 141 Wilderness.
Can you come up here? So,
I sure can. Just a question on that median down there. I was at a prior meeting. That's a lot of money, I agree, on 41 for our CID to take responsibility for. Cars are zipping on by, right? It's a dangerous place. And our Sotos guys were all out there working. And I thought, I know somebody had said that there was a letter signed way back when that some resident said, I'll put in all this beautiful landscape in 41, separating the east-west, if you'll maintain it for the island. And somebody said, sure, that sounds reasonable. Well, why don't we just negate that agreement and just let Collier County handle that roadway as it's always been, save the money on the landscaping? Is that a possibility?
It'll all be gone. They don't care about it.
Yeah. I'm
Well,
just saying
it's
not
the
going to-
agreements with the state. It's with the Florida
Okay.
Department of
Okay, but
Transportation.
I'm just saying that I don't know too many communities that actually have an agreement way back when, because a resident is kind enough to put the money into it, that we'll go ahead and maintain it for the future. And so I'm just saying that that's an awful lot, and it could be, it looks lovely. When there was that accident not too long ago, I'm like, holy Moses, what happened? And the emergency vehicles, et cetera. So it's just a big expense, a big landscape expense. And so we're trying to be reasonable about budgeting for our generator and different things. So that's a thought that I have. And yeah, I too would like to say that, our board members are personable, they're kind, they're neighbors, and I'm a new neighbor as well. And so why wouldn't one of you come to our door or simply say to us, hey, this needs to happen before this needs to happen. And so we don't get into this, she said, he said, and you have these negative comments. So just being professionals and being good neighbors, let's be good stewards, and Frank here, he thought he was doing the right thing, and he's going to get the cars off of Stella Maris so that when the fire truck does have to go down, we could get aid. Nobody walks between a car and a child gets hit. So having parking in a parking lot, maybe you need to give the parking lot back. Maybe the parking lot shouldn't be yours in the first place. But I think he was trying to do something reasonable and get the cars off the road.
I like that. Yeah, I like that. I give the parking lot back.
Yeah, sometimes we shouldn't take things over. I agree. Okay.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
I second that. All in favor?
I think you have you sign something like that.